What up, Stu? What up, Kyle? Fresh out of work? What's new? Not much. Just chilling. Doing a night stream. Saving my hours. I only got like 4 hours left on StreamYards. I don't know what to do on my StreamYards.
Well, there once was a fella named Willard McBain, and he only had just one thought on his brain. Every evening about midnight, he'd slip off alone and call the same lady on the paid telephone. It's me again, Margaret. Hello, is this Margaret? You don't know me, Margaret, but I know.
Tripping. What's up, shrooms? You give your phone number to a government official. What's up with that? What's up? I gotta go take a piss. Fake Sicko is the better version. I don't even know why it looks like there's sunlight in my room. There's no sunlight in here. This just light. It's just fucking regular light. I don't know why it's acting like sunlight for. Bling bling. Bling 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 bling. Bling blong blong bling blong blong blong. What's up, Buttons? What's up, Steve? Not really. Not really into Juggalo shit that much anymore. Mm, just grown out of it. I guess. Just grew out of it. Oh, you talking about this? Talk about that on my Nintendo Switch. On my Nintendo Sweezy. Look, look at the reflection. That's what I see. That's what you get to see. I'll say whoop whoop 'em or whoopity whoopity whoop whoop 'em. Usually though. Think I wanna marry you. It's a beautiful day. Oh baby, kiss baby. What if I say stomp? I don't know. What does that mean? Stomp. Stomp the ground. Stomp it. Stomp it up. Oh, I really don't remember the lyric. I remember some lyrics. Yeah. There's songs that I remember that I used to listen to a million times, but some songs I don't remember. I say stomp, you say whoop whoop, stomp whoop whoop, stomp whoop whoop. I say stomp, you say whoop whoop, stomp whoop whoop, stomp whoop whoop. Is that how it goes? I'm talking to the moon. The other side. Talking to the moon. Somewhere far away. Hi. What's up, Buttons niece? You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there.
Man, you already know what it is. Jay Williams looks life and with fun. Now I think it's no secret. Knives, shanks, shivs, pokers, bangers, whatever you want to call them. They're in prison. There's lots of them. Depending on where you go, you may or may not need one. That's a part of today's story.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I gotta go do something.
And distributing them. Watching the chaos that ensues after you give somebody that's not.
Feel free to talk amongst each other in the chat.
Knife, and what he then goes and does with that knife, only for you to deal with somebody you probably should have never dealt with, have that taken from you, and then used in a manner probably never expected. Now let's make this very, very clear. I do not glorify prison. I do not glorify violence. I don't think it's cool, and I don't suggest anybody does it. It's nothing like the brochure. There's no swimming pools. There's no golf courses. There's no tennis. There's none of that. There will be no luxury meals. No bad women. All that goes out the window. But what there will be is weapons. What there will be is violence. Blood will be shed. People will get hurt. You will watch it, or you will become a part of it. And that all plays in to today's stories. Now, my advice to you is if you've ever been to prison, don't go to prison. Don't do things to get locked up. Don't be stupid. Don't do the, oh, I'm a victim of my circumstances. I didn't have no other choice. This is all I know. This is how I was raised. It ain't my fault. I'm innocent. No. But either way, I've got a great story for y'all today. On a guy named TL. Now, TL was not the brightest crayon in the box, was not the sharpest tool in the shed, was not the brightest bulb in the broken package. TL wanted to be everybody's friend, and that would be TL's downfall. Anyways, I've said enough. Make sure y'all tune in tomorrow night for the live, somewhere between 8 and 10 o'clock. With all that being said, you know how to see it, you know how to live it, so let's relive it. Now, why I've always got to say this, I'm not sure. But if you're here for the first time, then I understand. If you've watched multiple videos and then you're still gonna be like, well, it doesn't go that way here, and we don't do that. I'm not there, I'm here. So let me break down how things take place here. We don't segregate by race. We just don't. Here, you're not gonna be protected by a bunch of guys from your race. It don't happen. Here, it's every man for himself. You came in by yourself, you're gonna leave out by yourself, you're gonna deal with your problems by yourself, unless you join a gang, and then everybody's gonna deal with your problems, and they're gonna create more problems, and then you just got a whole lot of problems. But here in the state of VA and lots of other states, don't let them lie to y'all now. We don't click up by race. We don't follow the race politics. Black guys and white guys not mixing, not doing business. If something happens to a white guy, all the white guys band together. Doesn't work like that here. Your ass is shark bait. I told you stay out of prison. Whatever you want to do, you're free to do it. But please remember, it comes with a cost. If you find yourself in a situation, it's up to you to handle that situation unless you got some close homeboys that are ready to rock out behind. So it should come as no surprise that if so many people are having to stand up for themselves with nobody standing behind them and no race supporting them or coming to war for them, you're going to need a knife. If everybody else is ready to go at it and you don't have one, you're in a bad situation. So making knives in prison is a big business. Now, I won't lie, there was a time I made distributor knives, and then I stopped. I watched something very, very terrible happen one time after I passed something off, something I did not expect to happen. The guy told me, no, we're just going to have it just in case. We'll hold it just to scare him. It's going to be the biggest thing around here. Well, you ain't got to worry about nothing. And he went right over there and used the damn thing on somebody else. And from that point there, I wanted nothing else from him. It's like selling a gun to somebody and then watching him go, bam, hit somebody with it right in front of you. And you're like, oh, shit, I'm never getting out of prison. I'm going to jail forever. I engaged in making knives. I had the access to the metal. I had a maintenance job. I was around metal all day. I was around grinders all day, plasma cutters, sawzalls, you name it, I was around it. There's nothing for me to lock something in the vise and stand in the maintenance shop as I'm supposed to be doing one thing. I take the grind and run it back and forth until I got a sharp point over the next 5-10 minutes because, hey, I'm supposed to be over there cutting rebar. We get a dude named TL. Now, that's not the name he went by, but that's his initials. So that's what we're going to call him, TL. Got no money from the streets. Well, what he did have was an acquired set of skills. He knew how to make weapons, and if he didn't know how to make weapons prior to coming in there, he got real good at it real fast. Because the stuff I seen this boy was pushing out there was just next level. Now, TL was a thief. He's in prison for stealing. So you would think that if you go to prison for stealing, you like want to reform yourself and not continue to do that. It's not the case with TL. TL gets straight into the kitchen job and starts stealing immediately. Now he's got the eggs on deck. He's got bread. He's got peanut butter. He's got all this different stuff we don't have access to, and that's how he's making his little hustle. Or at least I thought that was the point of him being in the kitchen. What I didn't know is that anytime TL got a chance, he would look around to where there was some metal somewhere that wasn't really serving no purpose. Might be underneath the counter that you can fold and break off. He's gonna snap something off. He's gonna get it back to the building, and that's gonna bring him a lot more money than anything in that chow that you can eat. Not only was he making weapons, but he's walking around showing them the guys. And a lot of these guys want the knife, can't afford the knife, and will do what they have to do to get the knife. He was in a cell with an older black guy, tall, skinny black guy, and that guy tells him, get the hell out of my cell. You can't be in here anymore. I've been down a long time. That knife you got right there, you're not going to own up to it. They're going to ship me to a Supermax because of your knife, so you got to go. So they end up packing him up, and that would be the worst thing I think that could happen for him and his career being an inmate. He ends up going in a cell with a white dude named Shorty. A little short white dude. I did a story on him. He ended up with the GD dude and whatever. Shorty drinks coffee all day. He gets a little help from the streets, works his little pod job, cleans the showers, but he don't bother nobody. So he don't give a damn that TL sits up in the cell all day making knives. And over the course of the next few months, I would say he probably made 6-7 different knives that he passed out. Now, he's not giving these to choir boys. He's not giving these to church boys. He's giving these things to convicted killers. Guys that will down with that thing and take you up do all that to you and not really care because most of them aren't going home. By now, he's got a little group of guys he runs with, but not one of them will bust a grape in a fruit fight. You know the type loud as a motorbike, but wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight? Those type of guys. I remember he dropped one on the basketball court, walked across the court one day outside in the rec yard, and an older white dude stopped him and said, hey, youngin, come here, because he stopped and picked it up. He said, come here. Why do you have that? Because you know how it gets in here. That's liable to get you a life taken. That's liable to be the reason you get poked up. Your chances of getting hit with a knife are much higher if everybody knows you carry a knife. A man that's known for fighting, if he's just a beast with his hands, yes, somebody might bring him because they don't want to ask for it. But when you're just an everyday average dude that most dudes feel like they can whoop, and now you got a knife, well, there's still some guys that come in and just beat you up. But then there's some guys that are going to bring a knife and take your knife. Or if you get into an altercation with them, they're going to bring their knife. And here's the difference between TL and this guy. This guy would use his knife. He's used weapons before. You're play pimping. You got this for show. You want people to know you got this, thinking it makes you look tough. Kind of like when somebody runs around the streets with a gun, knowing they're not going to bust it. They're taking pictures with it, showing it to people. And then one day somebody says, let me see it. And they takes it from him. Same situation. We have a black dude in my part at the time named Twin. Twin is never going home. I don't know why his name is Twin. I have a white friend named Twin. Shout out to Jacob Quino, coming home in 2028. But we have a black guy in our pod named Twin. So like anything, time fast forwards. I would see TL, he lost his kitchen job for stealing. I think they caught him with oranges and some other things, some sugar, some yeast, stuff to make wine with. He loses his job. So now he's lost his access to getting the stuff he's breaking off in the kitchen. But after this, I would see him on the yard. Now he would take his belt off, put it through the fence, and they have these fence ties that tie the fence to the bar. And he would put it around it, and he would pull it. And untwist this knot that's wrapped around the fence that goes around the bar and wraps back around the fence. Until he can get it out, he'd straighten it, and now he's got a poker. He's got an ice pick they range from 4 inches, 8 inches. I've got a whole list of guys I would have said, you shouldn't sell them. No, he definitely doesn't need a knife. I'm liable to get to beefing with that guy. He's gonna stab me with something either I made or you made. He doesn't need a knife. He needs kittens, flowers, hugs, like family, just psychiatrist, psychologist. The last thing he needs is a knife. He needs Jesus. Let's be real. The twin runs into a situation with the barber. I've seen the barbers probably get in more situations than most guys. The barbers are highly valued. They're highly needed. But guys just don't respect the line sometimes. Twins got a visit this morning, and the barber's up there cutting hair. He's in the middle of cutting dude's hair. When they call Twins' name and say, hey, such such, you have a visit. He goes up there and the barber says, you gotta wait till I finish cutting. Hey, just tighten me up real quick, just line me up, hit the sides, and I'm gone, man. Take 15 minutes. Bob in the middle of cutting dude's hair, man. Let me finish up his hair. He's a paying customer. Twin ain't trying to pay nothing. He's a club boy. Let me finish cutting up his hair, and I got you. Now I need my hair cut. Hey, homeboy, come on. He's not coming up out the chair. He's gonna sit right here and get. You don't carry me like that. I'm not carrying you, man. But you gotta respect the line. Like you don't come before everybody else. Not to mention that the barber dude himself is a brawler dude. He's been down a lot. His name was Ash. Shout out Ash. Ash has been down a long time, and Ash is like, look, I'm not budging on it. Matter of fact, you holler at the other dude, get him cut your hair. You want to get all snazzy, run your mouth like this and that, like somebody's scared of you. I don't care nothing about that. He's not coming up out the chair. Keep it moving. Now, Twain feels some type of way. Goes on to his visit. Here's the crazy thing. He wasn't boofing. He didn't really need a lineup. It's not like his hair had really grown out. Just pause. Let's continue. Now, here's the craziest part about it. He didn't even really need a shape on. He didn't need a haircut. He just wanted one. He's one of those dudes that even though he's locked up, he's gonna stay fresh. You're surrounded by all men. I get good hygiene and all that, wanting to go over and looking nice, but your hair didn't need to be cut. But Ash tells him just roll out, man. I ain't got nothing for you. I'm gonna holler at you then, well holler at me. You know what I mean? Don't holler at me then, holler at me now. No, I got you, I got you, I got you. At this point, Twin ain't got a knife. But you know who does have a knife? TL. And like I told y'all, by now TL's got a little squad of homeboys, but they're all flunkies. These dudes ain't gonna do nothing. When TL finds himself in a situation, these dudes are gonna tuck tail and run. So at this point, we've got these lockers on the bottom of our bunk. They're just metal boxes welded to the bottom of the bunk. This dude's done broke the lip off of it. He's took it and pulled it and pried it until he's got 14, 16-inch piece of metal that he's now flattened out and he started to sharpen. A couple dudes have talked about it. He broke a piece of, how'd you break a piece of locker off? Somehow he broke the welds, broke the flap off, and he's got a big ass piece of metal. This ain't gotta be, the rumors I heard was, this guy is probably 2 feet long. This thing's like a sword. I've seen swords. It wasn't a sword, but it was huge. Turns out this thing's about 14 to 16 inches long. Twin goes to him, what's up with the knives, homeboy? And I got you what you need. Something sharp, need something that'll poke, something I can use. I got you. What you trying to spend? What you gonna charge me for? Charge everybody the same thing, $20. Bring me half the money up front. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. If you get knocked off with the knife, I lose the knife, I lose my money. I'm not doing that. Finish the knife up, and I'll bring you the money. Don't ever go against what you say you're gonna do. Don't let nobody else predict how you're gonna do business or what you're gonna do with something that's yours. That was the first place TL messed up is when he told you, now I'm not gonna pay you right now, I'll pay you when you're done. Give me half up front. When the knife's done, you give me the other half and you take it. No, I'll pay you when you're done. You have the knife done. He finishes his knife in a couple days. Meanwhile, Twins walking around mad. You can see some of these dudes, they give off a, oh shit, something's about to happen type vibe. It gets a little weird in there. Me and my celly get talking. He said, man, you know Twins gonna stab Ash up, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You better get all your affairs in line. You better get everything you need to get done because we're not coming out to sell for a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So days pass now. We get into the better part of the week. This ain't like you got an angle grinder inside your cell. You are literally in there sharpening this thing on the side of the bunk, sharpening on the concrete. Some guys will go out on the rec yard, sharpening on the blacktop, sharpening on the side of a brick wall, sharpening wherever you can sharpen it. They use concrete. Surfaces like that is almost like a sharpening stone to sharpen down the edge of this knife. Better part of a week passes, and I would see Twin daily go over to TL cell. I guess inquiring about the knife. I don't know what he said to sell, but I can only guess this ain't his type of dude. Whenever Twin would go over there, the little flunky dudes that TL hung out with would walk off. He'd tell us, seller, hey, let me holler at TL real quick, man. Can you step out the cell real quick? I need to step in the cell and talk to TL. Now, I'm not stupid. They have no reason to be talking except for business. And my guess is that when he steps in the cell, TL pulls a knife out, shows him, look, this is how far. That's a butter knife right now. I can't. We ain't making sandwiches. I need a knife. I'm working on it. Twin will roll out. Now Ash don't even live in our pod. Ash lives in the pod next door, but he's the barber. He cuts that side and this side's hair. Everybody knows Ash, super cool dude. Why you would even try to beef with Ash is beside me, but that's besides the point. And at this point, dudes have told TL. He's not gonna pay you for the knife. That dude is a savage. He stabbed what's his name in the back. I mean, like stuck him, like put the whole knife in his back. He's not gonna pay you. He's not that type of dude. He's in here for taking life. He's in here for robbing. Like, you think he's just gonna pay some little random ass white dude for a knife that he could just take from you? Everybody comes in from rec one day and you see Twin yell at TL, hey TL, what's up with it? Let me holler at you real quick. And he goes over there and it's the same routine. Dudes roll out, TL Sully's already out in the pod. He steps in the cell and gets to talking to him. They get to arguing. You hear Twins just slap the shit out of TL. I guess was asking him for the knife. Hey, I got the money, man. Stop acting funny about it. I give you the money, just give me the knife. And look, you gotta show me the money. Give me the knife. I ain't got the knife on me. Where's the knife at? Goes through his cell, starts flipping the matches. We all know the hiding spots. Twin more or less starts robbing him, going through his cell. And I'm not gonna say he took anything he shouldn't have took, but he's looking for this damn knife. He's searching everywhere. Meanwhile, you got TL standing outside the door holding his face. Twin comes out, I need that, huh? I told you I'll pay you for it, I still pay you for it, but I need that. Stop playing with me. Shit's serious right now. Twin goes and stands in his doorway, just stands there watching TL, looking at TL's cell. Other dudes are looking at Twin, they're looking at TL, they're looking at Twin, and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to talk to TL right now. Twin just slapped the shit out of him, just flipped his whole cell. I'm not going over there. That's my homeboy, but I'm going to stay far away from him. He's dealing with a real. Now, contrary to our beliefs, I thought that he gave it to one of his homeboys. I guess they were smarter than they seem. But we have these buffers. We have this small closet where you put like floor buffers. The floor in prison looks like glass. They're constantly buffing this dirty ass, old ass, waxed ass floor. But we have these floor buffers in the closet. And that door stays open all day where these utility closets is, and his buffer stays inside of, and he goes to his utility closet. That was a #1 hiding space for a lot of guys. It's a common area. If it gets caught in there, there's nothing you can do to me unless you know for a fact I put it there so you can get away with it. I watch TL. Twin watches TL. A whole rack of dudes here watch TL go over to that closet. He's in there no less than maybe 20, 30 seconds, so we know what he's doing. He's retrieving the knife. The knife is ready. When he goes back to his cell. Twin looks over at him, and Twin goes towards his door, steps in again, and they get to talking. And I'm guessing TL's like, well, where's the money at? I need the money. I'm not just going to give it to you if you're not going to give me the money. About this time, a guard comes in and starts doing rounds. They usually do rounds right after rec. Right? As soon as we come in, the guard's got to come into the door. So he's going to walk through the pod real quick and check and make sure everything is okay. Twin steps out the cell, walks down to his cell. Now he's standing there. Now he knows the knife is down there, but he's got to wait for these guards to leave out. TL's not as stupid as he seems. TL comes out the cell and goes sits at the table. Twin goes and sits at the table. We watch the guard. He walks the bottom tier, goes up the stairs, walks the top tier, goes down to the end of the tier, disappears to the door. Twin stands up and says, let me holler at you in the cell real quick. No, we're not going to the cell. Bring my commissary out here. Bring the stuff you're supposed to pay me with out here, and I'll give it to you. Twin, come to my cell real quick, you commissary. No, I'm not. You done slapped him up, you done did this and that. Why dudes would inflict violence on somebody and then think they're going to get a positive result out of it is mind blown, right? So at this point, he's in the cell with a dude named Black. Twin is. And he calls Black over there. Black is also another lifer that's never going home, that is on bullshit all day, every day, that's with the business, that's looking to do something he shouldn't be doing. And he tells Black, hey, go check his cell, man. Go flip the bed up, do the same shit I did, look and see if the knife is in there. At this point, TL knows it's up. He knows that he's pretty much got one option. You done created this weapon that this man is going to use on another man. But now he's trying to strong arm you. Black waits that guard's fully gone, looks around, makes sure the horse in the booth ain't looking, goes over there, goes in the cell. After about 45 seconds, he comes out, he says, it ain't in the cell, he's got to have it on. Twin tells TL, stand up, man. Stand up, come let's go to my cell. I'm not going to the cell. Stand up, I'm not going to the cell. I'm not going to the cell. Twin stands up, steps behind TL, looks around, guard ain't looking, grabs TL by the back of his shirt and starts dragging him towards the cell. While he's in the process of dragging him, the stupid ass knife falls out. Now, this was a big ass knife that fell out. When I'm talking big ass knife, like something out of a horror movie, something you wouldn't expect to see in prison. But you can go look at these prison videos of some of these knives that are made. But this big ass knife falls out of his pants like as he's dragging him. Black runs over and grabs it. Twin punches TL one good time, boom, right in the side of the head. Why you gotta make things difficult? Lets him go, laying on the floor, all balled up in front of everybody, turns around and walks off. TL gets up, walks toward the cell, passes one of his homeboys, and he did the stupidest shit he probably could have done. What he did next altered his life, changed everything that was going to happen. He walks by one of his homeboys, and there's dude standing in the doors, and just, maybe it was his ego got hurt, whatever it was. He says, dude acts like that's the last knife I got, like I ain't going to make another one. pretty much insinuating, as soon as I get my hands on a knife, I'm gonna poke the shit out you. You should have poked him with the one you had if that's what you was gonna do. And he goes on into the cell. Dudes are like females in prison. They love to gossip. Now I watch another dude who was standing there when he said this, look around, go right down to Twin's cell, tell him what TL just said. It wasn't no sooner than this dude finished opening his mouth. Twin shoots down there, goes up in the cell with TL, pushes the button, shuts the door, and you hear the scuffling again. After about 30 seconds, you hear TL scream, you stuck me, you cut me, stop. And you don't hear anything from Twin. And then the door pops. Twin comes out, walks down to his cell. Another 30 seconds, 45 seconds passes, TL comes out. He's holding his stomach. He's bleeding. Twin done stabbed him in the stomach. You know how much damage you can do by stabbing a man in the stomach? There's so much in there that can go wrong. But he staggers towards the control booth. Now everybody goes into prison mode. It ain't your business. Mind your business, right? Everybody looks around. Everybody's acting like they're not watching what's going on, but looking straight at what's going on. Twin just came out the cell with blood on him. TL's walking towards the control booth, stabbed in the stomach. And you got other inmates. A lot of dudes think they're doctors in prisons. Hey, TL, come here, let me see. I can fix it. Come here. Yeah. I can put. Absolutely, I can fix your intestines. Come here. Don't go to the booth. Dudes are more worried about commissary getting locked down. Worried about going and getting locked in the cell all day. Worried about the shakedown that's going to ensue after he goes to that control booth. TL goes right control booth. You got 2 or 3 guys that trying to run up on him and grab his shirt and pull him. He's pulling away and he's leaking. He's bleeding. He's stuck. Not to mention he's got punch marks on his face, a couple knots on his head where Twin put them hands on him before he actually stuck him. I don't know if he was like trying to hold a knife, he was punching him with the other hand. I don't know what the case is, but he punched him all up, slapped him all up, and they poked him in the stomach. Mind you now, I told you, this is a big ass knife he just stuck him with. I don't know how much it just put the head in. I don't know how much he put in him, but I know he put enough that this boy's gushing as he walks to the control. Nobody gives a shit about you in prison. Inmates are telling him, hey, you better tell him you fell on something. You better not tell him you got stuck. He gets to the control booth. He tells Officer Lacey, see, I need to go to medical right now. I'm hurt bad. Well, what's wrong with you? I'm hurt. Well, what's wrong with you? Somebody stabbed me. You don't look stabbed. Now, she's up in the air. So all she can see is like your face up. If you're down at the truck hole, this is all she can see. What she can't see is his lower section. He backs up. He says, somebody stabbed me. She immediately gets on the loudspeaker. Everybody in your cells, everybody locked down right now. She starts calling the code. The distress code. We got an inmate that's been stabbed, inmate on inmate combat, possible knife, we need nurses, we need this. We are going, we locking ourselves. Now the first thing they do is they come in and they get TL out. They rush him over to medical. And then the Sally Port door closes. I'm standing there looking at the pod thinking, ain't this a bitch? I knew this was going to end bad. Everybody knew this was going to end bad. And then out of nowhere, I see this knife that Twin had. He throws it. It flies across the pod because they're going to come in searching for it, and it slides across the floor. Guards come in and they're searching cell for cell. The entire time the knife is laying by the table. Not once did they go over by the tables. And they come through and they do a quick dust up is what we call it. Where they just come and flip stuff up in your cell. They know what they're looking for. They're looking for a knife. So they ain't got to look in soap, shampoo bottles. They're checking mattresses, under mattresses, looking in crevices. And in a matter of an hour, they've shook down the bottom tier. You fast forward another hour, they shake down the top tier. This is 43 cells. That's how fast these guards are moving here. That's how much they care about TL getting stabbed. All the doors open, and I watched Twin come out the cell, walk right over to the table where that knife was, pick that knife up, take it right back in the cell. They did all this shaking down and didn't find the knife. All they had to do was look over by the table. It's laying in the middle of the floor, dummy. I watched these people walk by it, stupid. But nobody discovers the knife. Twin takes it on back in the cell. Now, what I'm expecting next to happen is he's going to stab TL behind getting the knife because he was too broke and just felt like he wasn't going to pay no white boy for no knife. Now he's going to go at Ash. But what none of us realize at this point in time is that the cameras are not working again. We would go through long periods where the cameras wouldn't work. Certain guards call themselves being cool with telling inmates, hey, the cameras is out, man. The job's been out for 3 months. I ain't talking about it might be after Christmas before they fix it again. But what we don't know is the cameras are back on. We're back out in the pod now, doing our usual wreck. Isolated incident. We don't know who stabbed him. We didn't find no knife. Nothing much more we can do, right? I go to the hot pot and get some hot water. This is the thing that distributes 190-degree hot water, putting hot water in my coffee cup. I hear the door open, I look up, and it's a whole shit ton of guards coming in. All the men in black. Some call it the CERT team, the men in black, the riot squad. It has a lot of different names, right? They ran the camera back. Not only did they see the first altercation with him getting slapped up, TL going to the closet, TL going back to the cell, Black involved. They watched all the stuff transpire. Watched Twin come out, pick the knife up, go back into his cell with it, at which point they come running in. You see Twin, he tries to real quick make it towards the cell. They tell the officer to go, hey, shut cell such and such, shut cell such and such. Once that cell door shuts, you can't get it open. Investigators, unit managers, you name it, lieutenants, sergeants, they got a dude over here stabbed in the stomach. That's a bad wound. And no type of weapons produced for what happened. They tell everybody else locked down. Black and Twin stand by their door. They let all of us go in the cell, but not Black and Twin. They got to stand by their door. Turn around and be cuffed up. They have to wait until all the other inmates are in before they can cuff me. Because if I'm standing there in cuffs and the inmates running around and somebody attacks me while I'm in cuffs, I now have a lawsuit against DOC. So after we all go in the cell, I now stand at the door and I watch, and they cuff Black and they cuff Twin. And they're not in the cell a matter of, I think you just put it right in command. 10, 15 seconds. They come out, they leave Twin up out of there. They take Black up out of there. Black played a part in it. Black went down there to rob. Black was just as treacherous as Twin. So now they both got to go. And just like that, Black and Twin are gone. We fast forward again. We go on lock after this. Now they do an internal investigation. Why did y'all even open the doors and let them back out? We hadn't done investigating. You didn't open the doors. Some of these officers are just, Lacey was not the smartest officer there was. Keep them on lock. Next 3 or 4 days, we would stay on lock. They run the camera back, run it back, watch him go back and forth from his closet, figuring out what he had going on. We finally come off lock and I put in for barber. I go see Ash, get my little beard lined up, try to freshen that up, right? We ain't got to be behind it. I'll wait. And over here, Ash talking to another dude in the barber shop. Man, Twin is stuck, old boy. Probably gonna stick your ass. He wasn't about to stick nothing. He stabbed the shit out of TL. You know what Ash said? Better him than me. Never seen Black again. Never seen Twin again. Never seen TL again. Making weapons in prison, making weapons in general, dealing with dirtbags and thinking it's gonna end good. It's not. It always ends bad. TL, if you see this, I don't know if you've gone back to prison, if you're even still alive. Like, I don't know. If you see this, you're an idiot. Thinking you can trust somebody that has been proven time and time again can't be trusted. You got a man who's in a bad situation, who's made threats, who's done terrible things in the past to other inmates, now requesting something from you, and you honestly believed he was going to pay you? You got to be the stupidest mother. Yeah, that's the story on TL, Twin, Black, and Ash. And how one man thought he could make weapons and make a living in prison, and all he really did was open up the floodgates to get himself opened up. Correction real quick, we'll be going live Friday night somewhere between 8 and 10 o'clock. I believe that is the 22nd of August. Make sure you tune in. If you haven't already, hit the like, hit the subscribe, do all the things that make YouTube what it is. But anyways, these jails, these prisons, these institutions, they're all just crazier worlds inside of all the crazier world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you know how to entertain? Like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. So all my real ones, and there are some real ones watching, because y'all still watching me. And y'all know how we do. Salute, you big dummy. Man, you already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life, and we're back. Trying to trick people in prison, thinking you're gonna get over it. You got that dope fiend larceny with you, thinking you're smarter than everybody else, or you're gonna do what you got to get by and what you got to do to get high. Here you are in the real world, out in the streets, committing crimes, and you constantly get caught, and you get sent to prison. Your dope fiend larceny gets you sent to prison time and time again. 3 times to be exact on the guy today's story. And then you get to prison and think that you're going to run games on guys that run games on guys. You think you ain't going to get caught. You think this going to have a good ending? You think you going to run around getting high and not paid for it, huh? Well, you got another thing coming to you. Today we can get into a guy by the name of Charlie Reed. A guy I spent a short amount of time in the cell with, that while he was in the cell with me, it ended bad. Time and time again. Retail theft type of guy. Now you're in here with the worst of the worst. Running game on guys while locked up. Tricking people out their dope. doing grimy and shady stuff on the daily. Like I said, it always ends bad. For Charlie Reed, it ended worse than bad. You have the right to do what's right and the right to do what's wrong. Just understand that you won't always be rewarded for doing what's right, but you will be addressed when you're caught doing what's wrong. Just thought he was gonna trick everybody. And then on top of that, the guys he tried are not the type of guys you try. You don't mess with these dudes. You don't try to run game on these dudes. These dudes ain't playing about their money. And you know what? Let's just get into today's story. Charlie Reed. You know how to seen it. You know how to live it. So let's relive it. Now, before we get started, I want to make something very, very clear. I may joke and poke at situations, but in no way, shape, or form do I find addiction to be funny. I just try to lighten the subject of the situation and make you laugh a little along the way. But I don't think addiction is funny. I do think addiction is responsible for guys doing some of the moronic stuff they do to try to further get high. And secondly, prison is one of the last places you want to try to get over or trick somebody. Let me tell you why. Number one, this isn't the real world. When I mean the real world, you can't just have an altercation and then go home to the safety of your house. You can't just have a disagreement like you do on the phone, hang the phone up and be over there. No. When this happens, you and that man live pretty much in the same place. You live in the same building. Your cells are not far apart. You are guaranteed to see each other after you've ran this trick on them. And once they find out that they've been tricked, they're guaranteed to show you why they're locked up. Their violent nature is going to come out for all to see. They're going to want to put on display what they did to you so that everybody else watching will think twice before they do it again. Then you got some guys that are just eager to hurt somebody. You got some men that just thrive on pain and misery. And they're looking for a reason to do this to somebody. A justifiable reason in their eyes. And then you get a guy like Charlie Reed that comes into the picture that makes it oh so easy to do. So at one point in my bid, I had a guy named Crazy L in the cell, Larry Lewis Lee, a whole entire nutcase. Me and this dude ended up getting a fight. He stabbed me inside my thigh with a number 2 pencil. He stabbed somebody with a pencil. To this day, I can't understand. Why did you stab me with it? Anyways, after this whole fight and everything takes place, this guy ends up fighting with the guards, the whole melee, just the whole big ass thing just unfolds, and he ends up getting shit, taking the whole gone, poof, out of here, right? I get a new cellie, a cellie by the name of Charlie Reed. Me and Charlie Reed would only be in the cell a few months before Charlie got himself. We'll get into that. And then I got a new cellie that was a dude named Face that ended up getting, I think, 30 some years for a cartel connect he had here where I live at. But after this whole debacle with Crazy L, I get Charlie Reed a cellie. Charlie Reed is a white guy that he's probably 5'11", maybe 5'10". I'm going to give him 5'11", because I remember being a little bit taller than that. And coming in at maybe a whopping 195, 205 at the most type dude. Sporadic ass little just ratty ass tattoos. None of his tattoos really look good. The only tattoo he had that looked good was one that said only God could judge me across his collarbone, which was probably something he got done when he was 18. Charlie was also like 26, 27 years old. Charlie was in there for retail theft. But the fact that he couldn't stay out of trouble in prison, kept getting dirty urines, kept catching charges for this, charges for that, raised his custody level. So it takes a retail theft guy now, puts him at Greensville around me, guys with violent charges, lifers that are never going home, and pretty much the worst that society has to offer. Now, there was one red flag that looking back on it now, I spotted, I look for when people come in. When Charlie became my cellie, he came in the cell, he didn't have much of anything. Now, people have, if you've been down a couple of years, you're going to have stuff. If you ship, you're going to have stuff. You may not have the most food in the world, but you're going to have cosmetics. You're going to have, even if it's just a small radio, some shower shoes, you're going to have your basics. Charlie comes to the cell, he ain't really got much of nothing. That's like the second, third day, in comes Charlie Reed. I'm out in the pod when I hear him pop my cell door. Sitting down talking to somebody, I hear the door, slang, and I look around and see whose door is open. I looked up, my door's open. Why is my door open? I look up the control booth, and I see this guy, Charlie Reed, standing at the booth. She points to him, you're in that cell right there, going up. At the time I was in cell 24, he heads on up there. Now, common courtesy before you go in to sell any of that is to find out who your cellmate is. Don't go in and just start touching stuff. I got stuff everywhere here. He goes and stands at the door with his one bag. I'm talking a small bag of stuff that he owns. And he looks around the room and he goes, hey, who in cell 24? And I look at this dude for a minute. My homeboy goes, hey, Jay, you got a new cellmate. I said, yeah, I said. And who in cell 24? I look at him again. I said, so I go ahead and I get up and I make my way up the staircase. So you good, go ahead. Me saying that gives him permission for the first time to step into the cell. He goes on and throws the stuff on the top. Like I said, there's not much stuff. The majority of the stuff he had was state issued stuff. So I said, go ahead and get yourself straight. I'll be back, man. My name's Jake. My name's Charlie, but they call me Charlie Reed. Now he doesn't know anybody. So naturally the one person that's talking to him, being me, is the person he's gonna come approach and start talking to. So I'm sitting on the bench talking to my other homeboy. He comes out and he sits on the bench in front of me, kind of turns sideways. He goes, so how does pod, man? Is pod all right? Prison, I mean, what do you mean? Is it all right? I mean, is it jumping in here? They be gambling in here. Dudes be getting high and shit. Like what's to get down with the pod? Hey, it's prison, man. This is Greensville. I mean, you just get here. Now, I was on the other side of the compound. The first thing comes to my mind is, if you're on that side of the compound, why are you now over here? The boys run you off from over there. Did you check in over there? Did you get in trouble over there? What brought you over here? And I don't say nothing. I continue to listen. I say it's the same thing going on everywhere here, man. I mean, prison is prison. I'm saying they be having, the brown boy, the train over here. It is what it is. It's prison, man. It's everywhere. He said, look, my money's good. Who I got to holler at? I'm not about to introduce this dude to nobody. Because if he goes to somebody and says, hey, Jay told me to come holler at you, and something goes wrong with it, now they come, hey, Jay, what's up with your homeboy? You sent him at me. His money was no good. I got beat out of the money. Now you owe the money. No, we're not doing all this. Look, man, I don't get down like that. I don't mess with this stuff. I don't, you know what I mean? I see dudes and they do what they do, but I don't, I'm not in a mix like that. I don't know. Complete lie. I 100% could have sent it to probably 5 different people in that pod that could have put him on, but I'm not once again putting my neck out there for him. He said, well, shit, I figured out, is it a store box in here? So it's a bunch of store boxes in here. They just ask around. Once again, I'm not going to direct you because then it falls back on me if something should happen. So our morning finishes up. We go in for lock. During the lock, he talks my head off. I go ahead and get a feel for him. Here's the thing. He's very forthcoming about why he's in prison. He's not asking me much questions about me. Like, he's not, well, why you locked up? Where are you from? He's a dude that just talks. Everything is about Charlie all day, every day. So I said, so where are you from? He says South Boston. Not Boston, like Boston, Massachusetts. There's a place in Virginia called South Boston. Like out towards Danville area for people that know. Word, so he was out there in the streets. Now, I wasn't really the trapping type, I get in the middle, make me a couple of dollars here and there, get my hands inside the bag and keep my addiction alive. I said, so what you was addicted to in the streets? Oh, I was doing that dope. So that's what put you in prison? Nah, dope ain't put me in prison. Stealing put me in prison. Your ass was stealing to get dope. Don't put you in prison. So you was just stealing, you were stealing to get money, you were stealing, what you were stealing for? Now, I was stealing to feed my addiction, but it wasn't be the addiction that put me in here, it was the stealing. You're a moron. It was 100% the addiction that put you in prison. I said, it's the first camp you been to? He said, no, I started off on a level 1 work center. Then I got myself in some trouble, got caught getting something dropped off, trying to bring it back in. They jacked my level up, sent me to a level 2, got in trouble at the level 2. Now I'm here in Greensville. I said, so, but you was on the other side of the yard. He said, no, I wasn't feeling it over there. Man. I should just whack over there. So now I'm over here. I said, how you got over here? Because you can't just ask to come over here. Like, you can ask to switch cells, but you can't switch sides of the compound. Like, it don't work that way. Now, if you're in a trade school or something like that, sure, they'll move you to the other side of the compound if you go to this school or go to this class or horticulture, haircutting, electrical, plumbing. So all these different trades, but they're all over the compound. So if you want to do something like that, you can put it for it to be moved. He says, nah, I got a little bit of trouble and they moved me over here. See what you got to fight? Yeah, something like that. I wouldn't really call it a fight, but they intervened and I got moved over here. I can see and tell real quick that this dude is avoiding whatever happened and put him over the side of the compound, which means there's some foolery with it. There's some larceny with it. Something happened you don't want me to know about because you don't know me like that, and you think I'm going to go tell somebody else, but hey, I get it, this is prison, and you're probably right. So we go to lunch. I grab my tray, I go sit with the normal dudes I sit with. I see Charlie sitting at the table with a dude, I guess he doesn't know. And then I see a dude come through from another building in the line and says, hey, Charlie Reed. He said, hey, boy, I need to holler at you. He said, save me a seat right there, put the cup right there. We'll take our cup and put it in front of there so people know don't put your tray there. Yeah, I'm going to holler at you. Hey, put the cup right there. I'm going to come sit with you. Not uncommon. You hear that all the time. But this guy, this being his first date, supposedly he don't know nobody over there. He was on that side of the compound. He's a white dude. He's got a dude that I know that gets money. I know that hustles on this side of the compound. So I'm like, let me holler at you, sit the cup there. I'm going to come sit down with you. I'm going to grab my tray, hold my spot for me. Charlie don't strike me as the type of dude that hangs out with a bunch of black dudes. So for this black dude, if you want to sit with Charlie, it's most likely a debt or something funny. This dude gets up. He doesn't dap Charlie up. There ain't no hand, ain't none of that. The dude knocks on the table and walks off. Knocking on the table is a sign of respect. That's like saying, all right, I'm out. I glimpse over this dude, Charlie, and you can see that his demeanor has changed. We head on back to the building. I go in the cell. I was big on brushing my teeth. Still am. I go in the cell. I brush my teeth, rinse my mouth out. I just finished eating, clean your mouth out, get the food out of your teeth. A couple minutes later, Charlie comes in the cell. What's up with you? What's up with you, man? Clean my face up. Just doing what I do, freshening up. He said, you good? What you mean, am I good? I said, yeah, I'm good. What's up? You good? Yeah, man, I ran into a dude in the child. I know you see me talk to the dude in the child. Yeah, he used to be on the other side of y'all with me. Shit. Older man, a little bit of bread. He got locked up, so make sure I get his bread to him. That don't even sound right. Because here's the thing. If you owe somebody money and they're making moves like that and that man gets locked up, 9 times out of 10, somebody else is going to come collect that debt. So the fact that you're saying you owed him money over there, he got locked up and the debt just lingered in the air doesn't make much sense to me. Dudes are coming for that debt. Dudes that don't even have anything to do with it might push up on you and be like, hey, what's up with that money you owe my homeboy, man? But whatever. I can't prove any difference. I said, word, you owe the man a lot of money. I ain't gonna say like $100, man. A little ball, nothing big, a little ball. See, a ball and he ain't tripping. No, because it wasn't no larceny. He got himself locked up for the money get hit. Now they call rent. Going outside. So you going outside? No, I'm gonna stay inside. So we'll watch the cell, man. Keep the door closed if you ain't in the cell. Like, I have the door wide open, people running in and out. I'm gonna holler at you. But as I'm going outside, I get to thinking. My mind, I'm an overthinker. You just got here. You just got on this side of the compound. Why ain't you going to the yard? Why don't you want to go outside? Who would want to stay cooped up in this building on this beautiful day like this when you could go outside? Never mind. So we finish up, right? I come back in. I had no problem going to the yard. When it comes to the penitentiary yards, I'm bone crushing. I ain't never scared. Like, ain't nothing you gonna do to me that I can't do to you. And I'm very good at not putting myself in stupid situations. So I have no reason not to go to the yard. I come in, I walk, and I tell you, hey, you mess with the honey buns. I said, what? You mess with the honey buns, you want a shot of coffee? This man's got a big ass sack of commissary. I said, damn, boy, you move fast, don't you? You know somebody, you know some people, Nah, I do nothing. Go ahead, grab you something. You want something? I said, man, I'm good, man. I'm full up. I got bags on the I'm good. But look, you need anything, just holler at me. I said, all right, Charlie Reed, that's what's up. He gives me the spell of how he makes moves. He does this, he does that. We get these white tumbler cups, right? I get my tumbler cup. I go out there, I get some ice, put some water in it, walk around the pile for a minute, sit down with my homeboy, I kicked it with at the time, and I drank my cup of water. He said, man, you got a live one in the cell, don't you? I said, well, what's up, man? The dude seems all right. I think he got some waves with it, but he seems all right. Well, he been running around this store box from everybody. He said, I need to hit 3 different store boxes up to the people going to send the money in. I see that. This dude. Like, he's hitting these sales up $35, $40 a pop, and they're giving it to him. Man, he ain't wasting no time. Just got in here. You know, ran for $200 debt in a matter of the first few hours. Who am I to judge? Maybe his money's like that. Maybe he can pay for it. Maybe everything's going to be okay. So as I'm sitting talking to my homeboy, I see Charlie headed to the microwave. He's got the honey bun. He's got the peanut butter smeared on it and the Reese's cups on top. Throw that in the microwave for about 30 seconds. Let it melt up real good. So that you report it's actually very delicious, but also very capable of giving your ass diabetes. So I just continue my conversation with my homeboy, living in Charlie over there eating the damn honey bun at this time. We fast forward a little bit. I'd say it'd be a better part of, and I want to make this clear. Charlie paid those debts on the store box he got. Called somebody. I don't know his mama, his girl, his grandmama, his neighbor. I don't know the Goodwill, Salvation Army, Santa Claus. I don't know who paid it. But somebody paid the debt. Now his name is good in the pot. His money's good in the pot. The situation he had with the dude in the child. He straightened that too. So Charlie's name is good on the compound now. He can walk around on this side of the compound. But as I've said before, what happens in prison doesn't just stay in prison. If you do something grimy on one compound or another part of the compound, it's eventually going to catch up with you. So the first altercation with Charlie, I wasn't even there for. I didn't see it. I didn't witness it. I catch the entire aftermath after I come back from my OSHA class. You don't know what OSHA is? That's like the occupational safety hazard awareness, something like that. Don't quote me. It's been a while. There's these classes you can take in there to get your OSHA 30, OSHA 40, get you certified to better help you get out if you plan on doing construction. I go take these classes. So I come back from my class one day. I come in, and as soon as I come in, I see the cell doors open. Now I've told Charlie, you're not in the cell, shut the door. I don't don't need guards walking by. And I'm not afraid of nobody in here doing anything, but it can happen. The moment you think that you're bigger than the program and you can't get touched and you can't get hit, nobody's safe from getting touched. Please remember that. My biggest thing with the door was if the door is open and a guard walks by, he is way more likely to walk in there and start messing with shit than if the door was closed. Keep the door closed. So the arson open door, I look up and the door is wide open. I backed up a little bit so I can see into the cell on the top here. Charlie's not in the cell. I start looking around the room. I see another dude. I say, where Charlie Reed at? He says, shit, right, probably in the shower at dinner, Jane. After what, Jane? Don't ask, don't tell. So I go up in the cell and I look around, and the first thing I notice when I come in is there's tissue laying in the sink with blood on it, like a good amount of blood on it. There's stuff all over the floor. There's stuff on his mat. It's flipped off. The room is just, it's disheveled. You can tell a fight took place in there. So he's in the shower. I walk down to where the shower is. Don't look in the shower. Keep your hands on the side. I say, yo, Charlie, what up? He said, what up, Jay? I said, what's up, man? You straight? Yeah, I'm gonna holler at you. I said, bro, you left the door. I know, man. I know shit got crazy. I'm gonna holler at you. I said, all right, man, you do that. I go out in the day room. I tell him, man, close my cell door. Now, you get out, you walk in front of the cell. Hey, CO, wave your arm and she'll pop the door. I let him go in and get himself right. He comes out, he sits down on the bench, and I turn around, I look at Charlie, and Charlie got this big ass black eye and a cut in the corner of his eyebrow. I said, what happened to you? But now me and Charlie, somehow okay. I'm gonna say we're friends, but we are. So what happened to you? Said, man, they moved a dude in here earlier, came from the other side of the compound, talked about I ran off with his homeboys and them, that owed him money, and he tried to press me for the money. I told him I didn't owe him no money. He took off on me, we got to fight. It's over with. I said, well, who's the dude? He points the dude out. I look over, trying not to draw no attention. Look at the dude. I ain't never seen the dude in my life. But you know what I do notice when I see this dude? Is this dude's talking to these blood dudes in here. Which means one or two things. He's known or he's an active blood. I said, so hold back up, man. So what happened? Because you got people coming in and selling shit. Like, what happened? Look, man, I had a little situation outside the yard. They put me on investigation and locked me up. He come over here saying I checked in on the people. I owe the people money and I ran off because I owe the debt. I argued with him. We got to fight and it's over with. Something ain't adding up. Shit just don't sound right. So my homeboy's in when all this happened. So I go to his cell. I say, hey, man, what's up with you? Like, shit. I said, you already know why I'm here, man. What happened with the cell? Like, somebody was in the cell today. He said, dude came in here, seen Charlie, went up there and went upside his head. I mean, ain't a whole lot to it. That's what he went in the cell. He said he didn't have much choice. He called Charlie his cell. Charlie wouldn't go to his cell, so he took it to where it was. Just, you can't get me so mad, Jay. He called the man in his cell. Charlie wouldn't go to his cell. So now that shit falls on Charlie. Charlie shouldn't have been fighting in the house. And I said, you're right. He don't know who Charlie's in the cell with. I said, what he was fighting about. Charlie was getting dope over there, couldn't pay the dope and checked in. But Charlie's saying he didn't check in. He's saying that guards got wind of it, he failed a urine test, and they put him on investigation. He came over here. It's not the story he gave me about how he got over here. Now I know Charlie's a liar, and I know there's more to come. Charlie comes, sits out there. He said, Jay, you got some clicks on the phone? Click means, do I got money on the phone? I said, yeah, I got clicks. Why, what's up? I need to make a call. You got no money on the phone? Waiting on my people to put money on the phone, man. But I need to pay this Starbucks debt off so I can get some more. So you got plenty of, nah, I don't, man. Dude, oh boy, took the bag of stuff I had. He said, I owe it across here. Hold on, you let him whoop on you and take your stuff? I said, you don't need a click. You don't need a Starbucks. Sounds like you need a knife. I'm not even trying to take it there, man. It's over with. It's a dead situation. Paid the little debt wrong with the dude. It's over with. But I need to call and see if my people good to send some more money. I said, look, man, let me be real with you, dog. I don't know what you got going on. I ain't trying to get in the middle of this. People see me doing this and doing that for you. Now they got me mixed up in the middle. Like, that's dead. I ain't got that much money on the phone. So he ends up getting the dude to do a three-way for him, confirms he can get some money. Go to the Starbucks, gets a bunch of stuff again. Stay getting stuff in the Starbucks. That night they have a big poker game out there. Charlie loved, let me back this up, make this clear. Charlie Reed loved to play poker. That was his drum. There was a poker game going on. I don't care what you was betting on racing cockroaches, Charlie was gonna be there. If you was betting on what time the sun was gonna set, Charlie was gonna be there. He was also a dude that loved to gamble. Don't gamble in prison. You will eventually find yourself in some shit. I would suggest you just don't play games, period. Just don't. It's this, you know what I mean? Let the other reindeer do what they do. So these boys would gamble right until we locked down, and they cash out about 10 minutes prior to lockdown. That way everybody gets paid. You ain't gotta wait till the following morning. Laying in the bunk, watching the TV, door pops, clang, and comes Charlie. Now he's got a bag full of stuff he's gambling with, tied in a knot, sitting next to the toilet. He picks it up, looks at me, and heads on out the cell. fact that he's leaving with a bag full of stuff and not an empty bag tells me he's going to get his bag of stuff that he just stole. I was back with an empty commissary bag, bright orange empty commissary bag, nothing in it. I'm looking at this dude. Now I'm fully aware I'm in the cell with a flunk. This dude, all he does is go to store box. He don't never go to commissary because the money he would use to go to commissary, his people are sending other inmates. Now, at this point, the worst is yet to happen. Bear with me. There was a lot of things in Charlie Reed. I had a couple more stories on the things that happened. We're just going to stick to the bit. Fast forward again. At this point, I've been in the cell with Charlie probably right at a month. Now, I'd seen Charlie high a couple different times, but I hadn't seen Charlie get high. I knew he used to kick it with a dude, Bobby. He'd go to Bobby's cell. Bobby break bread with him. They'd shut the door and him and Bobby would get high. But on this day in particular, Charlie comes in the cell. Hey, Jay, you don't mind if I said, I don't care what you do. Don't have no boy in the cell and them things in there and they catch it, going up to it. Don't let me catch no street case because you do to wear your own stuff. Oh, bet. You don't get down? I said, what you got? You got some tree or something? I got some of the browns. Nah. I'm good, man. I ain't coming to prison OD and die. I'm very good. You enjoy this. He gets his little mirror off. We get these little mirrors right Magnon. He gets his mirror, he lays it down, he opens his little fold of paper, and he dumps a little bit of dope out. It's a $50 dope piece, which is equivalent to, I'd say it's probably 2.5 points is what you're getting in there for $50. He do a little bit, throughout the night out here on the top bunk scratching. He get down, go stand in the toilet like he had to pee. I would stand there for 2 or 3 minutes at a time, and then I'd hear a couple dribbles, and he climb back on the bed. I'm a light sleeper, so if you move, get down any of that, I'm gonna hear you. By the morning time, this stuff is gone. Now, mind you, I've told you, Charlie's already had his ass whooped once. Hey, this is gonna be a long. It's so much in this video. I'm gonna have to cut this video short and do a part 2. I got to. I have no choice because there's so much more to happen with Charlie Reed before he ended that. So a couple days goes by. It's a hot ass day. I'm in the cell with the fan blowing on. We got this little cool operator junior. I keep mine tied underneath the bunk so it can blow in my face. Got my TV tied up there. So I'm sitting there watching TV with a dumbass fan blowing in my face, 100-some degrees in this cell on the top tier. Hey, Jay, I need to use the cell for me. So I'm assuming he's got to use the bathroom. I said, all right, good. I roll out. I turn the TV off. Leave the fan on. I go on out. About 15, 20 minutes, he opens the door. Hey, yo, he yells at me. He said, I'm straight. I said, I'm good. I'm assuming he just took it. You know, number 2, we just dropped the whole entire Deucey ball up there. I'm good. I can wait a little bit. I'm not one of them dudes, as soon as you finish using the bathroom, just trying to run up in there and see what your colon smells like. I'm good on that, right? I don't even like going to the bathroom after my wife uses the bathroom. So I give it a little while. Probably I'd say a good 30, 45 minutes. I go up there, the cell don't stink. It's nothing like that. Once again, I kick back in the bunk. I'm resting. Ain't no wreck on this day. They got a heat advisory, so I'm laid back in the bunk. Smeltering, smoldering, whatever words you want to use. It's hot. I'm talking your worst dream type hot. I'm laid back in this bed and I'm watching TV. And this black dude used to sell dope in our pot. He shows up at the door. Hey, where Charlie at? I said, I don't know. He just told me to holler at him. I said, well, he ain't in here, man. I said, check over Bobby's cell. Stands at the door for a minute. Yeah. Hey, Bobby. Hey, Jay, Charlie in your cell? Yeah, he's in the cell. Hey, tell him come holler at me. Charlie comes back over the cell. Dude says, problem is, Charlie said, hey, man, I talk to my people. My people ain't got the money right now. I got to give this junk back. That spikes my interest. Usually it's all deals are fine in prison. If I give you something and you agree to pay me, you don't give me back what I gave you. You give me what you agreed to pay me. But dude was cool about it. He hands you this little fold. It's a 50 piece of dope. Here you go. Gives it back. The dude says, shit, it's going to sell either way. All right, man. The dude rolls out. I didn't think nothing about it. At first I thought, all right, Charlie's finally using his brain. He can't get him when he got some dope he can't pay for. They came to the dude. Hey, look. The dude even stood in the doorway. Listen to me. He stood in the doorway, opened his little fold up, looked at it. You better inspect it. You better look at it. Looks at it, closes it back up, drops it in his shirt pocket, walks off. Well, no sooner he leaves our cell, I would say it would be 20, 30 minutes after he left our cell, he goes and gives it to somebody else. But Charlie ain't got no TV. Charlie ain't got no fan. For some reason, Charlie ain't going out in the day room. Charlie's in this hot ass cell pacing back and forth when I'm watching TV. And I picked up on something's wrong. You could pick up on Andrew. I said, man, everything all right? Yeah, I'm good. And he keeps walking and looking out the door. He's walking and looking out the door. What he's doing is he's tracking this dude's moves. He's watching this dude everywhere this dude goes. So I keep watching TV, a little bit goes by. So, man, you sure you all right, man? You pacing and shit, looking out the door like all nervous and scary, like everything all right? No, everything's all right, everything's all right. So we lock in for the night. The following morning, they call standby for chow. It is roughly 6:30, 6:45 in the morning. I'm already up. brushing my teeth, washing my face, making sure everything ain't straight for the day. And before I hear cell doors popping, clang, 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 clang. Now the doors have been open for about 5 minutes, right? Charlie's still laying in the rack. He ain't even got up, but I know he's awake. Charlie snores when he sleeps, so if not snoring, Charlie's awake. Same dude that Charlie gave the stuff back to yesterday shows up at the door. It is 6:45 in the morning. St. Charlie's homeboy, this is a drug dealer. There's no reason he should be at the door at 6:45 in the morning unless he's giving Charlie something or something's wrong. I watch my face, she'll do, hey Jay, what's up, man? Look on my say, what up, homeboy? What's going on with it? He said, I need to holler at Charlie, man. I said, everything straight? He said, I don't know, Charlie, everything straight? Charlie said, wow, what's going on? He said, I'm gonna holler at AJ, hit the button, let me in. I looked at Charlie, I said, what you gonna do, man? What's right, yo? He says, dude, man, what's wrong, man? What's going on? He said, I need to holler at you. He said, what's up? He said, you think you slick, man? You think you slick? That shit you gave me yesterday, you gave me back? You think you slick? Now, in the back of my mind, I know what he's talking about. I 100% know what he's talking about. I told you, I'm very alert to things. Charlie being standing at the toilet taking 2-3 minute pisses, it ain't nothing coming out. Him on the top bunk itching, climbing up and down, pacing all around all night long, nodding in and out. I seen you get a dope bag yesterday. You up there itching, scratching, and nodding all night long. Make it make sense to me if you gave it back. How are you up there doing that if you ain't got nothing? Then it dawns on me. When I came back in that cell, there was no signs that Charlie ever used the bathroom the day before. So what happened is Charlie said, Jay, I need to use the bathroom. He had already got to work from dude. He went in the cell, took it, swapped it into something else. Dude kept the stuff in his little pink pieces of paper for his commissary slips. Took the real dope, sat it to the side, and took whatever he took. I don't know what he put in there. A lot of different things, a lot of things. People were crushing up bullshit ass pills back then and making fake dope with it. It was, mocha, cappuccino, just different things you could do to make it look like dope if you want to hit somebody with a dummy trap. Dawns on me. I'm not no sucker, man. Yesterday you told me you had to use the bathroom. I'm not seeing this, I'm thinking this. He went in, he swapped this dude's dope out. Kept the real dope, thought that he was just give it back to dude and do it. Drop in his pocket, mix it in with all the other packs of dope he got, and some random dude would get it, and he wouldn't be able to know where he got it back from. Charlie said, oh, what's up? What's up with you? I'm what you can call dude D. All right. He said, what's up, D? He said, look, man, I need to holler at you, man. Get down, pop the door. I say that shit like 2-3 times. Hit the door, play. I said, why, what's up? You know what's up, man. You think I'm a clown or something? I'm gonna beat your ass, boy. Hold up, what is you talking about? What are you talking about? That bullshit you gave me back yesterday. I took somebody. Charlie said, hold up, man. Jay, don't hit the button. Yeah, hold on. Let me holler at him through the door. He said, no, hit the button and let me holler at him. Said, let me holler at you through the door. I said, well, yeah, took the man dope and tried to hit him with the okey doke. But I ain't did some misunderstanding. Ain't no misunderstanding. I bagged every one of them up. And the only one that came back to me was the one you brought back to me. I gave that to somebody else. That man showed me what it was, and it ain't what it's supposed to be. I don't know what that bullshit is. You took the real dope, you swapped it out, and sitting there in disbelief. This is so bad. He's a killer. You Mr. Retail Theft. You steal lawnmowers out of people's yards, catalytic converters, and you're a thief. That is a murderer. That guy is a convicted. This is bad. So I said, look, bro, you need to get down off the bunk, man. You need to take this out the cell. You need to go down his cell. So what you trying to do, man? He said, oh, don't hit the button. I said, look, man, I'm gone, man. Y'all deal with this. Boop, and I hit the button. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Say what you want. The man ripped him off. I know he ripped him off. I didn't say any of that, but I know he ripped him off. Now, usually dudes be so heated when they go into fight that they'll come in, they'll fight the door open, straight knuck up. I said, look, I'm good, man. Boop, I hit the button, and Charlie instantly sitting straight on the bunk like, oh, shit, he hit the button. I said, I'm gone, man. Don't break nothing of mine. I step out the cell at this point. I'm irritated with this dude. This is several times now. It was another situation. Several times now, shit's been brought to the cell because you and your dope fiend larceny. D goes up in that cell, hits that button, closes that door. First, it's quiet. Then I hear D start, lie to me again. And you hear a slap. Lie to me again. Say what you did. Just say what you did. Because dude's thinking I got him. When in reality, you got me. Say what you did. Yeah, Charlie. I did it. Where the shit is? I did it last night. I did it. Oh, you must have. Goes and he beats Charlie up real decent in the cell. I'm standing outside the cell leaning on the rail, looking around. This dumb bitch inside the cell wants to come to prison and try to rip off killers, right? Lucky he didn't come with a knife. He pops the door, comes out, says, you good? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Motherfucker think he'll rip somebody off. You know, Explain something to me, I get it. Well, I tell y'all don't get it. Comes on out the cell, walks on back down to his cell, stops the dude that I guess got ripped off and makes things right with him. And I remember as I was standing out there leaning on the rail and she was taking place in the cell, I'm like, some of the dumbest dudes in the world. I look down and the dude that got ripped off was leaning on the rail too, looking down like this shit better be getting taken care of, but he's gonna think the D tried to get it. D rolls out and I stand there for a minute like, man, everything in me is telling me, tell this dude, get your shit, roll your shit up and get out of my cell. Get up out of my cell. So as D walks off, the first thing comes to my mind is, I'm not gonna tell this dude to switch roll his shit and get up out of my cell. Pack your shit, get out of my cell. I can't deal with the larceny you got with. I go in the cell, D has done a number on this boy, man. I tell my that swollen eye he had, that little cut in it last time, that shit ain't nothing compared to what D did to him. D put knots on top of knots. I didn't know you could put simultaneous knots on somebody's cheeks and just random knots on somebody's forehead, like he was punching him a ring, just little knots all over his forehead. Now I can't kick him out the cell. If I tell him, hey, pack your shit, get up out of here, and the guards say, well, why are you moving? And they see his face, and they hear that I'm trying to kick him out the cell, they're gonna put all that shit on me. Or your cellie wants you out, you look all beat up, your cellie wants to beat you up, now he wants you out. So now I'm stuck with this bitch again. Dun dun dun. He heals up for a little bit. And then it starts all over again. But this time, the trick he pulled was one that none of us seen coming. Give me a part two to this. Mr. Charlie Reed, the dope fiend larceny, thinking he could get over. Why these dudes even still mess with this dude after they've seen that he's bad money? Because I guess there's a better chance that you'll get paid than you want. Everybody's trying to make a quick dollar, but all money and good money. And like I've told y'all, it always ends bad. Charlie Reed and his dope fiend larceny. Stay tuned. Part two is gonna blow your mind. Anyways, the streets, these jails, these prisons, they're all just crazy world inside of all the crazy world we living in. And like always, y'all know what I'm doing. Trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you're not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams Let's Live Life. And so all my real ones, and the arch of real ones watching, but y'all still watching me. Right now we do. Salute. Imagine when they're pulling off the lot, you knew coming out the top. But Simone, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm on, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the man. Man, y'all already know what it is. Jay Williams, Let's Live Life, and we're back. Happy Saturday. I do feel like one of the most overworked but blessed men there is. Do I work? That is a dumb question. Yes, I work. I also do YouTube. You know that, and that's why you are here. Let's get into the purpose of today's video. Y'all seen the thumbnail. Today I'm gonna give y'all some of these gang stories, things I saw. Very, valid reasons on why I never joined no gang. Gang? Nah, not here, not me. I wasn't that guy. Now, if this don't apply to you, let it fly. But if you feel some type of way about this video, then that means you were probably doing some of the that was mentioned in this video, where you're one of those type of guys. Like I said, if you didn't do none of that, you didn't act like that, conduct yourself like that, doesn't apply to you, well, let it fly. But if you do catch feelings, then you're probably one of these type of dudes I'm talking about. I seen a whole bunch of nonsense when it came to the gangs. Things that just made an unpleasant situation, which is incarceration, prison, the penitentiary, the penal system, even more uncomfortable. There was a time when all you had to be was a man. All you had to do was stand up for yourself. Mano y mano, you versus him. And then as the gangs integrated, they got woven into the fabric and the fibers that make the system what it is, all that changed. You get to beefing with him, and because he's affiliated with them, you and him can't even see each other one-on-one. You got to deal with him and all of them. But we got smart when it came to the gangs. Some of us. And we figured out how to deal with those types of situations. That's a no-win situation. There's too many of them. So I'm gonna catch him by himself. And I know that after I do what I do to him, I'm gonna have repercussions coming at me from them guys. So when I get a hold of him, I'm gonna make an example out of him. That's what I'm gonna give y'all today. Some of these examples, some of these times when what you crying for? Stop screaming. The homeboys can't save you now. A set shit don't mean nothing. It's me and you. I deal with them when I'm done with you. With all that being said, man, you know how to sing it, you know how to live it. So let's relive it. Damn camera does make me look like I'm losing weight. I've been 197 for months now. I can't seem to drop below 197. I'm like 197.1. Yeah, anyways, in my life I have traveled. Hear me out now. I've not traveled as much as a lot of men. Never left the United States, but I've traveled. And the stupid criminal lifestyle that I led, it caused me to have to run a lot. I'm one of them guys that I'll take off. I didn't the last go round. I manned up. I knew I was going to prison. I knew in order to ever be a father, I had to answer for what I had done. I had to get it behind me. But I traveled. I lived in different states. In the streets of Philly, never seen the gang stuff. Never. Shout out, salute to Philly 215 in the house. Illinois was way different. Living out there, you seen a lot of GDs, Gangster Disciples, BGDs, Vice Lords, Latin Kings. There was more of those than anything where I was living. I was living in Danville, Tilton, Champaign, Urbana area in Illinois, off of Oak Street for my Danville dudes that are out in Illinois. A lot of BGDs, GDs, and Vice Lords, Latin Kings, all throughout there. But you didn't see a lot of the Bloods and the Crips. Going into the jail here in this state, that's primarily what you saw was the number one gang being the Blood Cats of all different sets. There's a lot of Bloods. Second coming in would have been the Crip sets. Then you had the GD sets, Folk Nation, all this and that. Didn't see many Kings, Serenos, MS-13s, yada, yada, yada. I seen a lot of that. Early on, it wasn't in the jail. It was like, I'm one of the guys that would do a stint, come home for a couple months, and I wouldn't be out long, and my ignorance would have me locked right back up. So as time progressed with the jails, the gangs grew. I remember being a teenager and going to jail for the first time. You didn't have to really worry about the gangs like that. You had to worry about the other dudes in there that were savages. And if you got into it, there might be a chance that that guy would have a couple homeboys that were going to try to bank you or jump on you. But you really didn't have to worry about having an issue with a man and what 50, 100, 200 other inmates might think. Throughout my jail beds, I seen the gangs start to grow. And one thing, and like I said, if it don't apply, that most of this had in common were the guys they were recruiting. It's not like it was guys that were coming in there that were knocking dudes' head off on one-on-one occasions, or guys that were really known for getting down and gritty that were running over to join the gangs. The gangs were more or less recruiting the guys that were coming in that were real quiet, standoffish. That in another world, in another universe, without the gangs, another time, they may have became victims. So you can use your common sense. You come in there, the gang is going to extort you, the gang is going to rob you, they're going to beat you up. How do you avoid that? You go join the gang, right or wrong. I'm right because I've seen it. Then you got guys that are just plain out scared. They don't want to see that one-on-one. They know that if me and you have a situation and you're not gang related, I can grab a hold of you and I can do whatever I want to. But all you have to do is have ties to any organization in here. And well, they're not going to allow that. You can run your little mouth. I might think twice before I do something to you. Because damn, there's a lot of them. That I don't always be to save you, but we'll get into that. Going into prison, prison is flooded with gangs. Everywhere you look, you see certain handshakes, You see people throwing up gang signs, gang calls. There's different calls they shout out to acknowledge each other. Each set has their own. What is the sets people throw up? You learn who is who by watching who these guys were affiliated with. As soon as I come in, I see dudes that they throw up this certain set with their hand. All right, I know what they are. I see guys that walk from over here and go hang out with them. All right, I know what he is. And so on and so on when it comes to the gangs. You can literally look and spot the gangs. When I came through receiving, and here in Virginia and most states, you have to go through a receiving center. A receiving center, there's a lot of different places that do receiving. This is a place that no matter what your crime is, everybody has to go through receiving. That's where you get classified. If you're a guy that likes to steal out of Walmart and you've got petty crimes, well, they're going to send you to a level 1 prison or a level 1 yard. That's receiving place, it's classification. Then in the next 30 to 45 days, they're going to look through your file, figure out where you're going, and they're going to make sure you get off to the right prison you're supposed to be to. But everybody starts off there together. So you could be Mr. Sticky Fingers, Johnny Steals a lot, and be bunked up with somebody that likes to kill a lot. They mix everybody in there, and that's one of the most chaotic times of being incarcerated. Because you got guys in there that don't really understand how serious this is, that might have been sentenced to a year, running around playing like stuff's sweet. And you got a man sitting on there in his bunk that's still trying to mentally come to terms with the fact that he was just given life, or life plus 600. That man's not with the gangs all day. But these guys were joining the gang as soon as they got to receiving, which made me question a lot of the authenticity of these gangs. I've since learned that a lot of these gangs aren't even real. It was real to them. These guys get out of jail and they're claiming this and they're claiming that. And somebody that's really with that set pulls up on them and says, "Who's your big homie? Who are you under?" And they check their knowledge, and the next thing you know, they're getting stomped out because they were misled. They got jumped in this gang in prison, did their whole bit thinking this gang was real, got out of prison, got beat the hell up because it turns out that was just a prison gang. Receiving is when I got my first real dose. I told you they went to jail. My first real dose of how prison was going to be. Receiving, accepting case. Now, see, I can respect, and I don't agree with it. I don't think it's right. But if you're going to take something from a man, take it from him. I can respect it. Walk up, make yourself known. But if you're man enough, take my stuff. The stealing, I can't respect it. In no way, shape, or form do I respect it. If you've got to
I'm
wait
back.
till my back is turned, or until I'm not around to take my stuff, well, to me, you're a whole entire bitch. And, you know,
Your whole
I
entire
saw
bitch.
gangs doing this. The gangs. Y'all are 30 deep. If y'all want that man's stuff, go take it from him.
Y'all want that man's stuff?
Test
Go
his
take it
gangsta.
from him.
Go.
Y'all
Make
want that
yourself
man's
known.
stuff? Go take it from
They
him.
weren't doing that.
Motherfucker, y'all want his stuff? Take it from him, motherfucker. Take it. Take it. Take it, take it, take it, take it.
Somebody standing there watching.
Take it.
Operation Steal the
Take
Chips,
it.
potato chips, and soups and sodas,
Operation
candy
Potato
bars,
Chips,
crackhead
motherfucker.
stuff. They would kill these boys' lockers open.
What the
Steal the
fuck,
stuff.
motherfucker?
And these dudes would come
Little
back.
bitch ass
You
son
stole
of
my
a
stuff.
bitch.
Whoever stole it, your mamas, your daddies, your kids, they would go in. And you know what the kids would do? Meanwhile, homeboy's over there snapping. He's a real savage. Snatch a hold of any one of them one-on-one and break them in half. They stole his stuff. He's disrespected. They're not saying nothing. You some gangster, where's it all at?
You so
So let
gangster.
me straighten this, because I just realized I said something I don't fully agree with. If you want to take my stuff, you come take my stuff. You plus 30, I don't respect that. You picking on somebody weaker than you with 30 guys behind you, I don't respect that.
I don't
I
respect
remember a
that.
time when equaled up guys of the same caliber would go at it. Not
I
just go
don't
pick on
respect
somebody
that.
because he's smaller than you. Not just go pick on somebody because you know you can beat him up, or not go do it because you got all these guys behind you. I don't respect that. I respect the mano y mano, me versus you. We've had words. Here I come. This is what it is. That's what I respect. Receiving was chaotic. I've seen every and anything you could think about take place when it came to disrespect and receiving. I hated receiving. And then at the very end of my bid, I had to go to reentry, which is very much like receiving. A lot of these guys in there have only been locked up 2 years and now they're going home. Here I am at the end of a 10-year sentence, having to be around guys that are playing all day, that have barely done any time, and they don't know how much time I've done. They don't know that guy over there is at the end of a 40-year sentence, and these guys are still in their little childish mind state. I ran into a guy in Greensville many, many years after being in receiving, that for the longest time, I couldn't place where I knew him from. Now, Greensville was gangland. And when I say gangland, it was gangland. The chances you getting a one-on-one fight were slim to none, unless you got into it with a guy that was not gang affiliated, or grabbed a hold of him and made sure nobody else could, intervene. But I run across this guy named John Black, and I think I talked about John Black in the past, that I could not place. Where do I know this guy from? Is he from my city? Did I do time with him in jail? Was I in the detention center with him? Where do I know him from? I heard people say his name was John Black. And I recognize the name. I remember the name. He had this crunchy ass skin. And when I say crunchy, looked like he had real bad acne as a teenager. And he had all the acne scars. And he was just midnight, no moon in the sky, black. Hence is his name, John Black. But I couldn't place him. We have a conversation one day because he keeps looking at me. So, general rule is me and you make eye contact more than a couple times. One of us is going to go, hey, check the other, what's up, man? We keep looking eye to eye. Would you try to take me on a date or something? Do you know me? Something you want to get off your chest? But we kept making eye contact. And that's because we
Making
both,
eye
at the time,
contact.
wasn't a beef. It was, we recognized each other somewhere. Friend or foe, state your biz. So I approach him. You know, I don't know gangster stuff, not aggressively. But I approached him. Where do I know you from, bro? And he said, he's like, you do look familiar. I've seen you somewhere too. Where you from? He's from Tyboy. I'm from Richmond. So that's dead. I don't know you from the streets. I don't know you from the jails. I don't know you from the detention centers. I haven't been in the same detention centers or jails that you have. What are the prisons you've been in? And while he's naming the prisons, he names the prison that they receive it. I know where I know you from. You made the little gang do a crime. You was there for that? Yeah, we were at the same receiving. And the receiving we were at got shut down. We were in the category of the last 90 guys to ever do receiving at this place because the receiving section of it was shut down and they started shipping us immediately. Overnight, the reception center emptied out and they turned it into his general population. He had a situation when he came in with this gang situation, with his stuff getting stolen. And I made an announcement. I talked in that video. I watched all these dudes get their stuff stolen. I made an announcement one day addressing the sneak shit, the thieving, the little sneaky rat type style they had when it came to stealing. I addressed it. I would not be the
I
only guy
addressed
to
it. Motherfucker, suppress it.
Now I'm receiving. I had
Second guess it.
I stood alongside that were good men that had done bad things in the streets, that had broken people, that were doing their time. Guys that were from Richmond, rest in peace, Goldie, my overhead. I more or less fell up under actual convicts. I like to surround myself with men that had done time. I wasn't into the games. I was 24, 25-ish at the time. I wasn't into running around playing all day. I've always been told I have an old soul. So I more or less flocked and had convicts gravitating towards me. I didn't play the game as little dudes did. And I wouldn't be the only one that made the announcement. When I watched somebody's stuff get stolen one time, I remember I stood in front of everybody and I said, hey, you steal my stuff, I know who's doing the stealing. We're not going to talk about it. I'm not going to make another announcement. I'm going to come straight to you, and I'm going to do what I got to do.
I'm gonna come straight to
Try
you.
me try me like you tried him, and you'll see what happens. My homeboys, Goldie and them, they'd also made the same announcement where they said, we can't respect no thief. The stealing in here has got to stop. You want somebody's stuff, be a man and go take it. Don't be a thief. Nobody respects a thief.
Nobody respects a thief.
John Black stuff got stolen movies on your own.
Get your butt away from my
I know
phone.
who's doing the stealing. We've all.
Why are you always sticking your butt in my
seen
face?
somebody creep over there and steal somebody's
Why do
stuff.
cats always do that?
John Black didn't waste no time.
Motherfucker, why do you always do that?
Missing, his lockers open, they would bend these doors. It's a tall locker. They would bend the top, and then they would bend the bottom. We used to take the doors, and we would line the inside of our doors. We'd take the razor shake with, pop the razors open, and use tape and stick razors all on the inside. So if you grabbed it and peeled it, it would fillet the meat off of your little thieving ass fingers. And then we're just going to follow the blood trail to your bunk and beat your ass up because we know you did it. Your blood's all in the locker. The trail led to your bed. That's your ass. John Black comes in, his stuff has been stolen. He's looking for the dude that he knows does all the stealing. He yells up front to one of his homeboys, hey, you seen such and such? This dude is at a program. They would, when you first come in, you have to get TB shots. They have different little programs you do while you're in receiving that also helps classify you. This dude is stole all John Black's stuff, and then they call programming stuff to the program. Well, in the meantime, Brett comes back in. You gotta wait for these guys to come back from the program. He's heated, waiting on this dude to come back. Mind you now, I'm telling y'all, this is where I know John Black from, right? He's made this announcement, and as he's made this announcement, the guard in the booth overhears him. She calls in another officer and tells them there's something going on. We got a guy in here snapping. He's probably about to lead to violence. You need to come in here and intervene. He's making this announcement. The dudes come back. John Black approaches the dude in the front. He shoves him. This dude stumbles backwards, and John rushes up on him. About that time, a guard comes in and, hey, stop. He intervenes and saves the little gang dude. Matter of fact, both of y'all step out to the vestibule. Now, most of these buildings, the way they're set up is a big square, and there's a wall that divides the middle. Then there's a control booth right in the center when you first come in. When you first come in the building, there's two sets of doors, and that's just a big waiting area. And there's a door to your right and your left that lets you into either 100 or 200, or A unit or B unit. They tell them go into the vestibule, which was a rookie mistake. You're supposed to stand there with them. If you see they're about to get to violence, the last thing you do is put them two in a small area by themselves and think that everything is going to be okay. So the dude that did the stuff stepped into the vestibule, and John Black stepped into the vestibule. And meanwhile, you got all these gang members coming from the back, because that's their homeboy, right? He's trapped in the vestibule with the dude that he just stole from. The officer gets on the radio, and we're all standing in the front of the day room where the payphones are, and the little tables where we play chess, and there's a bookshelf there, and you got the TV on the wall, and we're kind of just watching all this unfold. All these gang members coming from the back, because one of theirs is he's in a section to where they can't get in there to help him. And the guard is standing in front of us, and he's talking to the lady in control booth. What did you see? What's going on? Is anybody else involved? When all hell breaks loose, John grabs his dude and slams him against the window and just commences to doing what he wants. When he hit the dude screamed like a girl. Boom! Ah! John grabbed him, ricochets him off the ground, kicks him, slams him over, and just sits down on him and just starts beating on him. All this dude's gang homeboys are beating on the glass. Open the door, telling the guard, open the door. The guard's not going to open the door. And they're watching through the glass. John is just feeding these things to this dude, beating this dude's ass. All those non-affiliated gang members that have stood there and watched these dudes steal his stuff time and time again were smiling. Look at your homeboy crying. Dude was crying. John punished this dude for about another 30, 45 seconds before those two doors on the front of the building opened up, and a whole bunch of guards, they call it code, and when they do, Any officer near that vicinity comes running. Doesn't matter what's going on, unless you're in a control booth. If you're an officer walking the floor, walking the yard, out front of the buildings, you report it to that area. This officer's radioed, and all these officers come running because there's an active fight. And John by now has done completely wrecked this little rat thief. He has demolished him right there in front of all this dude's gang homeboys, right? They run in, John stands up, backs up, dude is on the ground, all pissed up, just all over himself. Used to wear these dark blue jeans, and when you peed or you got it wet, just a little bit of, you spilled something on it, you could see it, it would almost turn black. This dude is pissed all over himself. And he did this because, well, he thought he was safe. He was stealing because, well, there's no way you can get your hands on me one-on-one. You see all these dudes over here? Yeah, gang, gang. But no, the officer messed up, put them both in the vestibule together to see what was going on, thinking that it wasn't as big as what he just saw. He figured they were standing there. After a few seconds, he would step in. Hey, what's the problem? Why y'all arguing? Can't be fighting. What's going on? But in the time it took him to put them in there and ask the other officer what was going on, John Black saw his opportunity and went in on it, which is what he should have done. Because had he done it inside that dorm area, oh, they'd have mobbed down on him. They'd have mobbed down on him. He might have got a couple hits off before they started stomping him. And that many people.
It's a sign of respect, and they see you as another cat, so they want their time on improving.
You gotta use them as a shield to protect you from the other guys.
Wait, I just mixed two different comments together.
Keep them on top of you. That way, as they're kicking, you can use them as a shield. John Black demolished.
I was rewatching my sixth short earlier, and I was impressed with myself this time. Let me watch your shit.
Stand behind you, act like you're somebody. That without them, you wouldn't do nothing. That on a one-on-one tip, you get all this, bro. John Black would be the first one to show them y'all are not untouchable. They ended up putting him in the hole, which it didn't matter. They were shutting down the receiving section anyway. It wasn't going to be that much longer. And he ended up getting shipped off to another prison. And then he ended up getting shipped to Greensville, where I ran into him again. And I talked to him about it, and I asked him, I said, did you ever get any flack off of that? Like, when we got to the next prison, I know you beat up a gang member, there's usually going to be some repercussions for him. Nah, no problems. Anywhere I've ever got, Jay, I've held mine down just like I do here. I don't respect that gang shit, man. That was the story of John Black. John Black, the man that grabbed the hold of one of them, made him piss all over himself, made him cry. That dude cried. The dude was in that vestibule screaming like a little, Was it worth it? When you signed up for that gang, you signed up thinking that could never happen. But it did, and it can. Let's get into John Black. If you're watching, man, so let me shout out to you, John Black. Let's get into the next story. Now, not everybody joins gangs for protection.
Cool, Stu.
I have talked to guys that grew up. Let me get a little more comfortable. I have talked to guys that grew up in that lifestyle, that grew up in gang-infested neighborhoods. Richard Cabral had a spot on the Mayans series on TV. Is now a motivational speaker. I think he was from East Los Angeles. I watched some of his
East Los
motivational speeches.
East Los, homeboy.
Hearing his breakdown of why he joined the gang, what brought him into the gang life, really changed how I looked at it. Some guys grow up in that. Some guys have no family, no loved ones. Their household, their home is chaotic. There's no love in it. And the streets, their neighborhoods are filled with children just like them that go through the same things they do. So they resort to the streets. They find their family in the streets. And they join these gangs. Same thing happens for some guys in prisons. They never really had a family. They never really had anybody that cared about them. So they're easily influenced. They're easily, easy to seek out. They're easy to spot. They're insecure. They're afraid. They're standoffish. They don't act like everybody else. And the gangs will pull them in, show them love, unity, protection, brotherhood. I've met some good gang members. I've had a lot of different cellmates. I've met some dudes that's what they were, that was their set, that's what it was. They didn't agree with everything the gang might have done, and they were good dudes. And I've had some dudes in my cell that gang bang that was just like, the sooner I get this dude out of my cell, the better. I hate this dude. I hate this situation. I hate everything he talks about. This dude is a complete moron, and it's clear he's only part of this gang because without them, he would be a victim in this place. I've had very few occasions where I got a one-on-one with a gang member. General rule is if one of them rides, all of them ride, which I do not agree with. I agree with the thought process. If the man he's beefing with is 7 foot tall, he's 5 foot tall, then I could see where it would warrant several guys getting involved. I mean, I guess I can see it making sense. But I don't see where when it's I'm my size and you're the same size as me, and we have a problem where there should be a problem with me and you handling. Especially when a lot of these guys only run around starting stuff because they know their gang's not going to let me do anything to them. They know they can say it, do it, get away with it because they got a small army behind them. Certain gangs, hands down, you're not getting a one-on-one. Okay, what the situation is, what happened, not going to happen. You want to fight, we're all going to jump in, we'll go mob one, you're going to stomp you. That was a general thought process of the gangs. I can't say this. A lot of the Crip homies, the bigger homies, were famous for letting their Crip dudes get one-on-ones. A lot of these Crip sets believed in the one-on-one. They had to show the people around them, the other gangs, the inmates, look, we ain't bullies. Everybody we got with us, if he ain't solid, will show us. What'd he do? And they'll all get together and congregate and come to an agreement on whether they're gonna jump you or they're gonna let you get the one-on-one. I'm not gonna put any names, but I'm gonna talk about a story that happened here recently with a homeboy of mine, right? That's locked up that I talked to the other day. He ends up at this camp, and I've been there before, and I'm talking to him, and I'm like, place is a nightmare. I said, it's just, there's a lot of youngins there. The gangs are out of control. 7 out of 10 inmates there are gang affiliated or in a gang. And he was like, nah, this place is laid back, Jay. I like it here. I said, it must have changed, man, because it wasn't like that when I was there. I stayed getting in trouble because you had YOs, youthful offenders. So you got juveniles and then dudes 18, 19, 20, 21, his brains aren't fully developed, that are still acting like children, surrounded by grown men. And you're not trying to deal with a bunch of childish games all day. It's a dorm environment. So there's really no peace. I would take a cell. I don't want to be incarcerated, but if I have to choose a setting for incarceration, put me in a cell. I hated the dorm environment. I hated bunks lined up all the way down one wall, lined up down another wall, and then 2 sets of bunks lined up all the way down the middle, and just as far as you can see, an ocean of bunk beds, and just no privacy, like I talked about with receiving. Homeboy says, nah, I like it here. Things I just laid back. Doing I here. I chill. I've been here. I talked to him last week, and all that has changed. These young boys like to play a lot. And these young boys are gang members. They're easy to draw in. A grown man sees somebody 17, 18, 19 years old, and he's easily influenced. So that's an easy target. He's someone you can take, mold, and make him do whatever you want to, wind his back up, and take 20 of these little young dudes and send them off on missions to rob, steal, stab, do whatever, jump people. They just cause chaos throughout the prison at all given times. Talked to my homeboy, he's like, just got out the hole. You know what happened? Everything was good. I said, Jay, they play too much, man. He said, you're trying to sleep in the middle of the night. You got dudes running by your bunk, which is a no-no. You don't walk in between somebody's bunk at any given moment, because if something comes up stolen and you cut through where I live at, you're suspect. So if your bunk is on that other wall there, walk around all the bunks to get to your bunks. Do not cut through the aisles. Do not cut between the bunk beds. You don't do that. That is somebody's personal space. Guys will sit chairs there to let you know don't go through there. And guys will move the chair and go through there. That's a sign of disrespect. He said these guys were playing all night long, playing shootouts, ducking behind bunks, throwing things at each other. And there's a certain set of gang members doing it. And he got tired of it. So he said he stood up in front of everybody like I did, like many had done before me, and he made an announcement. If you're going to say something, don't be a coward in doing it. Address the room. Say it so everybody can hear you, so everybody knows what it is, so there's no miscommunication. Lines can't get blurred. Somebody else says this, says that, and it's not what I said. Say it loud, say it proud, say it with your chest. Say it so everybody can hear it. He said, hey, attention, such and such pod. I'm not feeling the playing, man. We're all grown men, we're all locked up here. Stop playing. Don't be beside my bunk. Don't be in my area. We don't have much privacy. Respect the next man. Stop the playing. Act like grown-ups. Regardless of what your age is, we're all locked up together. Don't make this time harder than what it has to be. Carry yourself accordingly. Act like a man. And if you got a problem with what I just said, my bunk number is such and such. Come holler at me. Now's your opportunity. And I know he said this. Homeboy's not a liar. He's never told me something that if I check the facts on, somebody else is going to tell me something different. When he tells me something, I know that what he's saying is true 100% without anybody else having to verify it. And he's built like that. He's built like that to stand up in front of a whole room full of men and challenge them, gangs and all. He's been down a long time and he is not gang affiliated. Just like myself, did a long bid and I never ever joined no gang. He said he made his announcement, said if anybody feels any type of way, y'all know where I sleep, come holler at me and I'll give you the one-on-one. Anybody can get the one-on-one. I respect that. That's how men are supposed to do it. Crickets. Nobody makes any noise. He said the next few days, one of the bigger dudes that's in this particular gang, he keeps hearing say little slick stuff, but he's not saying it to him. He's saying it indirectly. Man, I ain't feeling that shit homeboy was talking about. Yeah, man, I ain't really feeling like how he addressed it. Like I feel like he was talking about it. Several times. Now, when he told me, he's like, Jay, they're deep. He was like, in my dorm, there's 30, if not more, of them where I sleep in my dorm. 30 plus of that gang affiliated with that dude that's making these comments. He's like, so I let it ride a couple times because of how deep they were, but you know how I am. If you're saying something indirectly or directly to me, I'm going to eventually speak on it. I said what I said, and I'm going to stand on mine, and I'm going to address you. He said, some dude indirectly said a couple times, man, I ain't really feeling what homeboy's talking about that. Man, y'all know why I sleep, blah, blah, blah. He said, so we stepped the dude. I was like, who you talking about, man? You keep saying you're not feeling. You talking about me and what I said? Because if you are, you already know what it is. Like, he said, but before he could finish his one-on-one altercation with this dude, becomes all the gang members all out the woodwork to stand behind this dude. He said, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'm going to go to your big homie. Because I'm tight with your big homie. And I'm going to line it up so that me and you can see each other since you got a problem with what I said. And you want to disrespect everybody else in here. And we'll see what it is. He goes to the big homie. The big homie is the guy that oversees all of them and says, hey, I addressed it. I announced it. You was there. You heard what I said. Dude keeps running his mouth. You can check him. Well, I'm going to check him. But either way, something's got to happen. Dude says, this dude is also, big homie is going home. He says, you know what? I'm going to let y'all shoot the point. Great. But some of the other homeboys ain't feeling that, so you might have to fight a couple of them. He said, I don't care. I don't care how many I have to fight. Let me get the one-on-one. And then anybody else that feels type of way, after I'm done fighting him, I'll fight him. If he feels type of way, when I'm done fighting him, I'll fight him. And I know he will because I've seen it done with my own eyes. I've watched him do it. The big homie goes home before anybody knows. This just happened. The big homie goes home unannounced. Everybody knew he was going home, but they didn't know he was going home so soon. Instead, he wakes up one morning and looks back there, and the dude's bunk is empty. So now, the little bit of order they had is gone. The one guy that called the shots in there that controlled everybody, that kept the violence to a minimum, that was responsible for what everybody else did, has now gone. There was nobody now to see all these little knucklehead dudes. He said, so now when he realized the big homie is gone, the whole atmosphere has changed. Like they're 100% going to bank him. He said he knew what it was. He heard the whispering. So at this place in particular, we have the lockers, and on the lockers you get a combination lock. They're either red, blue, or black. You never know which color you're gonna get. Them locks, them locks are dangerous. That lock tied on the end of a belt or looped through a sock and tied in a knot and turned into a weapon is a game changer. One in each hand is an equalizer. You can lay down the wall with two of them in your hand versus a whole squad full of dudes. Doesn't take long. He said a couple hours into the morning, he hears the rumors. They're going to jump him. They're going to do this and that. So he grabs his lock, grabs the dude he shares a Cutwood's lock, puts them both on socks, ties them in knots, drops them down the front of his pants, and says, "What's up? What's up? I said what I said. Y'all disrespecting everybody in here. I've been down too long to be disrespected like this. I'm tired of the games. Y'all bickering, whispering like a bunch of little bitches. I'm supposed to be scared because you're in the game. What's up? When y'all want to do it? You ain't said nothing. Let's go in the bathroom. Y'all trying to bank me or y'all want the one-on-one? Now, you know what it is. Ain't no one-on-ones popping off. So y'all some bitches. Y'all want to bank me. You won't see me. You'll stand there and talk, but you won't see me one-on-one. Basically, it's a bank game, right? That's what y'all want to do. Bank time? Yeah, you know what it is. We mobbing down on you. We all one right here. He told him, "Puss, shit, I'm not, nah. All right, that's what it is." Said he goes in the bathroom and says, you know, the walls are low in the bathroom. It's about maybe right at 6 foot high, the walls, and the top of the walls are open. Said he goes ahead and says, I'm not ducking none of this, man. We're gonna get this over with right now. He goes in the bathroom and says, y'all know where I'm at. Come on, come get it. He said before he could fully finish making his announcement, the doors open and they flooded in. He said, Jay, I was honestly gonna rock out with dude and just rumble the dude one-on-one. But when the doors open and all these dudes come flooding through the doors, like, he said, Jay, I'm talking a lot of dudes coming in at once. He said, I pulled them locks out and I went to work on their asses. He said, the first dude comes to the door, I hit him, boom. He'll be home soon enough, and I'll let him tell you this story, word for word. He said, I hit the first dude, boom, right across his face. And I hit him in his mouth, and it broke his teeth. He said, I took the other lock. He said, I got one in each hand. I brung it down across the next dude's head, boom, popped the top of his head. He said, blood went everywhere. He said, from there, I started swinging. He said, now you've got one dude standing there with blood coming all out of his mouth, teeth knocked out. Another dude laying on the floor with his head cracked open. He said, I'm whooping their asses with his locks, Jay. He said, now they're running out the bathroom and running away from me. And I'll come out the bathroom and I'm busting them. Boom, boom. Going at them with his locks. I'm tired of these little dudes being disrespectful. I'm tired of thinking they're going to run something because they're game affiliated. They took him and threw him in the hole. He just got out, called me from somebody else's PIN number. We kind of talked in a certain language, referencing himself as someone else, so that he could break down the story on what had just happened and why he had just gotten out the hole. I love this dude, man. He is family to me. And I know how he is. And I've not wanted to be locked up since I've been free. But for the first time since I've been out, I kind of wished I could teleport myself back into prison for just a few hours. He came out the hole. There's a war waiting on me. He honestly said, Jay, I thought they would shit me. Like, I just got sent to the hole for knocking dudes' teeth out, cracking dudes' head. He said, but the gang members kept it silent. They didn't tell on me. They want me back on the yard so they can retaliate. Got a dude walking around here now with no teeth in his mouth. Other dudes got staples all across the top of his head. They want some get back. Comes out the hole. But now he doesn't just have beef with this gang, he's got beef with another gang as well, because them being the gangs, they're supposed to set the tone. They're supposed to be the alphas in there. So now he's got two different gangs that feel some type of way. Well, the other
Feel some type of way, motherfucker.
And they got two
I will have to check it out.
inside the compound. He says,
I liked
another spread
the
in another prison. Two dudes you got that fall up under you or run their mouth, words made it back to me.
yeah, you like that?
I want to see him one-on-one. Grant me my one-on-one. Be a man about it and don't let him jump me. And let me see your dudes one-on-one.
Landed some tricks,
so tough, just about that
motherfucking
Send him to
spick.
me, let me see him one-on-one.
You
Agreed.
sucking
Big
dick.
dude came over there. and brought the two dudes. And these two dudes have to fight, because if they don't fight, they will get violated by their gang. Their gang is going to jump them for ducking the call out, for ducking the fade. Dusted their asses off on them one-on-one. Fought the one dude, punished him, left him looking like Willie Lump, knocks all over his face so mangled.
Willie Lump
Said he
Lump?
ran through him like nothing. He said when he got to the second dude, he was just getting started as they squared off. He said the first dude didn't even land a punch. Jay said, I punched that boy like that boy didn't know he was in for it. He did not know who he was messing with. He said, when I got to the second dude, I had just gotten started. He said, my adrenaline hadn't even peaked yet. I no longer have beef with that guy. He said, but Jay, still got beef with all these other dudes. He said, now they put me on the other side of the yard, so I know it's going to pop off. It's either going to pop off in the chow hall, it's going to pop off when we're walking down what we call the boulevard, which is a section of company. Everybody's going to travel. We're going to chow, we're going to class. There's just one section of concrete that most compounds call the boulevard. He said, and inmates are passing. You might pass a group going back to another building where that building you used to be in, there they all are. There they come by. He said, it's got to happen, Jay. And I'm going to show them what it is. And y'all can call it whatever you want when I say what I'm about to say. I said, do it out in the open. Bro, do it out in the open. You want to do it where if it gets too crazy, the guards and them can step in and stop it. Because you don't need to kill nobody. You don't want to permanently mess somebody up like that. And if you ain't got nobody back, it's a no-brainer. It's too many people. Do it out in the open. You know who you primarily have beef with. The first time you see him and you cross paths with him, he's most likely not going to have everybody with him. If you catch him coming back from the visiting room, he's going to be by himself. If you catch him coming back from the program, he's probably going to be by himself. And if not, he's going to only have one or two of his homeboys. When you see him, you know what you got to do, man. You have to finish this. You have to set it off. You have to shut him down. Because he's the ringleader now, right? He's the one everybody else that's in that game falls under now. He's the one, since he's got the biggest mouth and he's got the most pull and he's making the most noise, shut him down. This story right here is to be continued. It will go down here soon. He will do what he knows he's got to do. Not all of us need a gang. Some of us do stand up for ourselves. And I have no problem with nobody's gangs. Nobody gang banging. You do what you want. That has nothing to do with me. That's not my life. Just somebody's life. That's not my life. You want to join a gang? Cool. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about certain situations. If you're one of the ones that carries yourself according to what I've been talking about today, then I guess feelings. But the story I just told y'all is something that just allegedly transpired, something that will allegedly play out. Dudes feel like when you put more guys behind them, they're untouchable. Like they're King Kong. But you get them like John Black did on some one-on-one. Every now and then you can catch one that's solid. Some of them dudes are solid and can stand on their own and don't need that game. But a whole large majority of them need that gang. And they won't let you get that one-on-one because they're scared. That's why they joined in the first place. Some of y'all, not all of y'all, some of them joined because they were scared. Some of them joined, not all of y'all, some of y'all, because they needed that extra backup. Because without that backup, the goldfish swimming in a pool full of sharks. The motor convicts, the men have been down 20, 25, 30 years, they're sharks. You come in there with that rah-rah, making all that noise, you're a goldfish, they'll eat you alive. So what do? You go find all the other goldfish and they work together, y'all become like a little pack of piranhas. I don't miss those times, man. I don't miss the gangs. I don't miss the fighting. I don't miss the chaos, the stupidity. That all comes with incarceration. That was my fault. I left behind this did that. I have no one to blame but you, the guy watching me right now, rant and yell at this camera. You, the guy that breaks the law and thinks he's untouchable. You are the guy that will ultimately have to walk in my shoes and look back on my videos as you're watching it play out, just like I said in real life, as you're going through it. As it's you versus everybody. You're gonna look back on these videos. Remember when I tell you to stop now. Stop. Live a normal life. Don't do what I did. Don't have to spend all those years incarcerated only to realize it's stupid. It's stupid. You're gonna live a life full of regret. I wake up and I go to sleep every day regretting leaving my son out here to fend for himself for decades. I regret the time I can't get back. Can't get that time back. I can never go back to when he was 7 and be there at that football game. I can't. But I can make sure, damn sure that moving forward, I'm the best father in the world. I can make sure for my youngin', for my little boy that I've now got, that I'm there for him, to make sure that I never leave him out in this crazy world by himself. Everybody ain't gonna make it. Everybody's got an excuse on why they do what they do. Or I was just trying to feed my family. What happens when you get caught? Now what happens to the family? Now the family's got to come together to try to feed you. Use your brain, people. Use your brain. Now, today's video, I gotta say this, because some people are just so narrow-minded that they'll take it some type of way. Today's video was not aimed at any particular organization or gang members as a whole. It was aimed at these dudes that do this type of stuff. If you joined a gang because you're scared, that's what it is. That's why you joined. If you joined it because you wanted unity, okay, that's why you joined. If you joined it just because you saw something in there that you felt you needed to be a part of, that's why you joined. I can't speak for everybody. Everybody's got a story. Everybody's got a reason for why they do what they do, why they did what they did. So if it don't apply, let it fly. Me, my opinion, this is my opinion. People listen to him, listen to her, listen to them. You don't have to be in no gang to be solid. You can rock out by yourself. I started going in at a very young age. I came out in my mid-30s after a decade had passed. I went in solo dolo on my own 10 by myself, and I walked out solo dolo on my 10 by myself with no affiliations. I don't live in a state where when you go in, you have to be a part of this, you have to go over there with them. I live in a state where when you come in, you have the option of what you're going to do and who you're going to be. I could have chose to gangbang. I had so many opportunities, so many offers. There's times I fought one-on-one and it would make its way back. Myself, like, what's up, man? Do a good look for us. We need you with us, Jay. Come be with us. You want to deal with it no more. You won't never fight one-on-one again. We got you. And I turned it down. No. Because I wanted to come home and be a dad. I wanted to be normal. I wanted to be a civilian with no ties. No ties. I didn't want to come out here and forever be attached to something that I partook, in prison. I didn't want that. So I said no. With what my friends deal with, I've been there. I've dealt with it. I got jumped my first day. And hadn't done nothing to nobody. I got jumped my first day because I wasn't in a gang. Had I been in a gang, had I thrown up some sets, I'd have never got jumped.
I got a headache, kind of.
And to this day, I stand on my own. I'm not who I used to be. I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy.
As I talked to my homeboy the other day, it brought back so many familiar memories, so many familiar feelings, because I've been in that situation, and I hate that I can't be there for him. But I also hate that he didn't listen to me. Just like I preached to y'all, I preached to him before he went and caught this new bid. I preached. He didn't listen. And now he's in the situation he's in because he didn't listen. A lot of y'all will find yourselves in that situation because you did not listen. It's up to you. You wake up every day. This is your life. Live it however you want to. You have the option to do all these different things. All you got to do is make the wrong choice once, and all the other options you have, they go away. Now you're going to have the option of, do I go eat beans for lunch? Do I go to Rack? I got this little bubble sheet. Do I want chicken soups or beef soups? How many Dr. Peppers do I want? Yeah, there's your options. There's your options. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazier worlds inside of a already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. That's all my real ones. And there are some real ones watching, because y'all still watching me. And y'all know how we do. Solo.
This program is about unsolved mysteries. Whenever possible, the actual family.
Y'all already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life, and we're back. Damn, I'm glad to be back. Shout out to all the dentists that work on people's mouths and make a couple hours of their life. Still got like appointments to go to. They did a deep cleaning, scaling, like getting down under the teeth and under the gums. It's very important for people to do. You got to keep your teeth. I can't be on YouTube trying to talking to y'all, and all my chicklies is missing. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody trying to have no straw hole. A straw hole being where you shove that straw through without even having to open your teeth. Just straw in your mouth. Today we're going to get into a couple different things with it being Friday. I want to get into first timers guide to jail. I've touched on this before, but I didn't feel like I'd done it justice. So we'll get more into the guys who've never been to jail, how to move, things to do, things to not do, the feelings that come with being incarcerated. I want to get into some of these old heads. The old heads being these guys that have been down a long time, came in as young men just like yourselves. Time passes, they become old. People think, oh, he's old, I can take something, not knowing that man has been in prison longer than you've been alive. He didn't see more and done more, and the means of violence and survival than most people ever do in a lifetime. So that's what we're going to do today. First timers guide to jail, how it is being in jail or prison, and them old heads and lifers. Y'all know how to seen it, you know how to live it, so let's relive. When it comes to jail, prison, incarceration in general, there is every type of attitude, every type of lifestyle, every type of person you can think about. But when it comes to violence and the types of people, I've narrowed it down to about 4. You've got the guys that will not fight. No matter what happens, they're not fighters, they're not made for it, they're scared, they will not fight. take everything from them. And some of the people watching might be that guy. Man, I would just get everything taken from me. I would never be able to fight. You have those guys. Then you have the guys that make a lot of noise and act like they'll fight and try to use the scare tactic, but don't want to fight and won't fight. They'll talk all that, threaten everybody, do this and do that, but then when it's time to actually fight, they talk their way out of it. They find a way not to fight. They do this or they do that. Hey man, look, let's talk about it. Pull you to the side and it's, I'm sorry I disrespected you, man. I shouldn't have done that. You know, I won't do that again. I apologize. I don't want to fight. You got those guys. Then you got the guys that don't want to fight, but will fight. That can be a lot of different people. That can be a man that doesn't like fighting, but will fight. That can be a man that's done a lot of fighting in life, says, hey, that's over with, but if you push him to the limit, we'll fight. And then I've seen guys that had never been in a fight in their life, fought for the first time, won, and realized that wasn't that bad. I got hit in the face a couple times, so what? That's the I don't want to fight, but will fight type. Then you've got the aggressors, the violent ones, the guys that look for problems, look to fight, love to fight, are good at fighting. They're either big or skilled or crazy in the head, like victimizing people, taking things from people. They're always in the middle of something. Those are four different types of guys you're gonna definitely either beat or deal with. Every type I just mentioned, if you're watching this, you're gonna fall in one of those categories. With every single one of those type of men, they all have one thing in common. You're gonna make friends. Friends, while locked up, can be the gift or it can be the curse. With a guy that isn't gonna fight, and I've seen a lot of them, they flock to other guys like themselves. Because guys aren't gonna kick it with guys they can't relate to or guys that aren't into the same thing as them. I've actually seen dudes sit out at the table and play role playing games like Magic the Gathering, um, other games like that where they got these different dice and stuff. And it's crazy. You're a wizard or an orc or a fairy or something. I've seen guys play those games. Those are the guys that just want to fly below the radar. Nobody's going to bother us. We're over here playing our little game. That's a good group of guys, but here's the problem. If one guy comes over there and messes with one of them, all the rest of them are going to turn their back. Everybody is going to try to make friends once you get locked up. You've already lost your family. If you've got kids, you're separated from your kids. If you've got a job, you no longer go to your job. You no longer have your coworkers. You no longer have the comfort of going home, locking your door, and being safe in your home. You no longer have the phone to pick up to call all the people you've met throughout life's journey. Everybody is going to make a friend, friends, associates, whatever you want to call it. With the guys that, you know, act tough but won't fight, it's weird when you watch who they kick it with. Because nobody knows that they won't fight or they're not really tough until that moment comes. So they'll kick it with hardcore dudes. They'll kick it with gangsters. They'll kick it with dudes that thump and push that knife. And then at the moment that they're exposed for being a fraud, a fake, a phony, you know, Fisher Price, Walt Disney, make believe, not really about that life, dudes are gonna fall back from it. Like, man, soft ass dude had me thinking he was gonna
Fisher
do something.
Price,
That guy
homeboy.
saw looking stupid, wouldn't even go in there and fight that dude. Hell no. Now them dudes that don't want to fight but will fight, they usually chill with one
Fisher
class of
Price.
guys that are like themselves. A lot of these guys are lifers. The lifers are the
Walt
number one
Disney.
guys you see that try to fall back, stay real humble. They don't bother nobody. They're big on disrespect. But at the moment that they have to do something, they do it and they go way beyond that. Their friends are usually very similar to them. Quiet, except when they're around each other. They've all been known for acts of violence in the past. So people know they're quiet, they don't bother nobody, but if you go over there and push his button, he's gonna snap. The biggest problem out of all the ones I named are the tough guys, the guys that are constantly into something, because they are gonna kick it with other guys that are known to be Brody. They're gonna kick it with other guys that are known to put in work, extort people, hurt people, beat people up, stab people. But the problem with that is when you put a whole bunch of alpha males together, they're eventually going to start to get at each other. They're going to start to clash. And not only that, everybody knows who they are. When you're the pod bully or the guy that's going around messing with everybody and extorting people, pretty much everybody's going to say what's up to you because they don't want no problems. The other three categories of guys are going to, when you pass by, hey, what's up, big dog? Let's go with you. Hey, you all right? You need anything? They're going to do that to try to, A, get a feel to make sure that you're not on their radar. Like, if they got a problem with you, you say what's up to them 9 times out of 10, it's going to be, don't fucking speak to me. I mean, or they're going to let you know in some form of aggression, don't speak to them. But in due time, these guys are the ones that end up turning on each other because the guys that are really violent like that usually aren't loyal to a whole bunch of anything except themselves and the way they function. Those guys stay in a lot of trouble. They end up shipped from here, shipped from there, getting rode off the pod, in and out the hole. I was one of those guys that I didn't go around starting trouble, but if I had to fight, I would fight. That's the category I'd put myself in. I never ran around running my mouth all day trying to intimidate people and then wouldn't fight. I never was the I'm not going to fight. You're just going to take it from me. Please don't hurt me. I'm scared. I was never the I'm going to run around here being a big bully. There were times I came out and I addressed things, and I may have came off aggressive towards a whole lot of people, but it wasn't aimed towards a whole lot of people. It was aimed towards a situation. It wasn't me trying to establish dominance or nothing like that. It was, all right, this just pissed me off. I've got to speak on it, or it's going to happen again. That goes back to the I don't want no problems, but there will be problems. I don't want to deal with this stupid shit that's going on right here, but if this don't stop, this is where we're going. In making your friends while locked up, make sure that you don't jump into a friendship. Make sure that you're not just friendly with everybody. The friendly guy is the guy that people use. If you're friendly, people are going to eat you alive. You are a goldfish in a bowl full of sharks. And if they see that friendliness all day, every day, they're going to take advantage of it. Now, it's one thing if you're friendly and they know, okay, he can get ugly real quick. You'll get a different type of respect. But when you're just overly friendly all the time, it's, hey man, let me borrow this. And you're not going to get it paid back because you're Mr. Friendly. Friends can be good and they can be bad. Your friends can be what keep you out of trouble or what gets you into trouble. If you are somebody that's willing to fight and you build a bond or a friendship with somebody in there and you see them get themselves in a situation, you're almost damn near obligated to step up and stand behind. Now, if you're not a fighter, nobody's going to look at you sideways when you don't step up. So if that's who you are, that's why I tell you be real to yourself and everybody else. If that's who you really are and you don't step up and defend this dude, nobody expected you to. You're not a fighter. Those dudes, they fake like they will. When they don't step up, they lose all their respect from everybody, and then they fall into the he won't fight category. The guys that make friends that are just bullies, they're the dangerous ones. Because say you do beat him, now you've got to deal with the dudes he kicks it with. You know there's going to be retaliation. You can avoid a whole lot of pain, trouble, and stress by the things you do. I've told you in the past, don't borrow things from people. You can borrow something from somebody, have every intent on paying him back, and something mess up. Your commissary slip not get scanned. Your money that somebody sends you from the streets doesn't land on your books in time. You put that commissary slip in, and when they scan it, it still says you have $0. Now you've borrowed stuff from somebody, and they want their money. They expect their money. I could do God knows how many parts on situations of guys not having someone's money, going to commissary and not being able to bring back the stuff they owe. I've seen a lot of guys getting drugs fronted to them, calling their mama. Hey, mama, I need you to send somebody $50. Not doing it. I don't have it. You done snorted up that dope or did whatever you did with it. They want that money. They're giving you, you got 3 days for that money to touch my books before it to hit my people. And if it doesn't, we're going to have problems on the fourth day. Your mama tells you, no, I'm not doing it. I've sent too much money. I'm tired of sending money. I'm not going to continue to send you money. Now you've got this guy that's, hey, what's up with that money? I ain't get that money yet. Oh, it'll be there tomorrow. Now you're running game. Don't take things from people. Do not indulge in the drugs, the gambling. Even if you're a good gambler, I don't care if you were a world star, all-star poker player in the streets, you are going to lose in due time at that poker table. You're going to sit down and the guy sitting there that you think is just playing poker like you are, and the guy sitting there that you think is just playing poker like you are. What happens when those two guys are actually playing together? And they've got keywords, signals, little things they do to let the next man know, hey, fold, I got this. Or both of them let each other know this is a shit hand without you picking up on it. When you're playing against two people and the odd man out, when the chips are stacked against you, you're going to lose. The phone. The phone can also be a major problem. You got some guys that are going to use that phone a lot. At one point, I was one of the guys that would use the phone a lot. I didn't keep anybody else from using the phone. My issue was with the guys that tried to control and run the phones, especially when there's several phones there and they think they're just going to take them over like it's their cell phone in their pocket. That would be my issue. If you're going to use the phone, use the phone. Make sure nobody else needs the phone. And if they do need the phone, say, hey, don't nobody ask for it after you. Let me get it back after you. And even then, you're going to have problems. Because if he don't remember you, he forgets you asked him because he got caught up in his phone conversation, and he hangs that phone up, and somebody comes behind him and picks it up, and you've been waiting on it. You look out your cell, now you see somebody on the phone, and you decide to go over there and say, hey, man, I had the phone next. What if that guy don't take that nicely? What if he gets up and tells you, it's my phone, punk? Or says something crazy out of his mouth? Now you put yourself in a position to where he can't talk to you like that. Everybody just saw it. So you either got to handle it or from here on out, expect to be the victim in the situation. Just sell me. These are all, everything I'm telling you is pretty much things that are going to help you get through your bid. Just sell me. You want to be in a cell with somebody that you are compatible with. You don't
Somebody
want to
you're
be in a cell
compatible with,
because when it comes
motherfucker.
time that people find out he's a thief,
Find out he's a thief.
somebody decides he took my shit, I'm going in there and taking everything. There's a good chance some
Gonna
of your shit's
take
gonna get taken too.
everything,
When the guy
motherfucker.
goes to start snatching your stuff over, you tell him,
Gonna take
that's my stuff.
everything, bitch.
Well, fuck, you in here with a thief. You knew he was stealing shit, you ain't do nothing about it. Now, because of what he's got going on, you've got to go at it with this. You want to be in the cell with somebody similar to you, with similar hygiene, similar points of views, similar likes, similar dislikes. I've been in cells with guys that I was really cool with out in the day room, guys I could walk the yard with every day. I can laugh and joke with, and we, would be good friends. And then you put us in the cell, we're either so much alike that we start bumping heads, or we're both alpha males, and one of us feels like this one's trying to carry us or that one's trying to carry us. So there's a thin line in getting a cellmate that you can actually get along with. The means of getting a cellmate that you can actually get along with is not easy. I've seen dudes that didn't like their cellmates and said, hey, I don't want to hurt this dude, man. And in a lot of states, I don't know every state, some states you can go to the guard, you can say, hey, me and this dude aren't getting along. Can you move me? Not trying to do anything to him, have him do anything to me. Some dudes are just scared of the guys they're in the cell with and will go to the police. Hey, can you please move me? And then once again, it's a roll of the dice. You might go from that situation to worse. Don't allow people to just treat you any type of way. There's a lot of different ways you can go about addressing this. You don't have to jump in somebody's face. You ain't gonna ever do that again. Nothing. You can simply, hey, homeboy, that shit wasn't cool. Can't do that no more. He's either gonna respect it or where it's ultimately gonna end up is where it's gonna end up at that moment. Now I know that was a whole lot of talking, a whole lot of rambling, but to put it out there, you have to talk about it. So hopefully you're still here at this point. I'm gonna give you one more thing before I get into the main purpose of today's stories. That being them lifers, them old guys. The last thing I want to leave you with when it comes to jail or prison is this. Mind your business. Don't put your nose where it doesn't belong. Don't chime in on conversations that you weren't invited in. Don't speak up on something that has nothing to do with you. Number two, don't be Mr. Friendly to everybody. You do not want to be everybody's friend. Because when you become friendly with everybody, you're now exposing yourself to all the bullshit that comes with every single guy in there. Trying to be standoffish and deal with nobody. You know, people, man, I go to jail, I go to prison. I don't keep with nobody, I don't talk to nobody, I stay to myself. That can be good and bad. People can take that as he thinks he's better than everybody else. People can take that as he thinks he's tough. Or people can take that as he's scared. You're going to need someone to talk to. You're going to need someone to express yourself to when you're going through things. You don't have your wife no more. You don't have your mom, your dad. You're going to need to have somebody that you can trust, which is hard to come by. You can vent to, which is hard to come by because a lot of times guys will take what you say and run with it. But like I said, don't be the guy that just doesn't talk to anybody because it's going to draw attention to you. If you're always by yourself, people know, all right, if we want to run down on him, he ain't got nobody that's going to help him. People are going to think, like I said, oh, he thinks he's better than us. He ain't got no kicker for nobody. Or they're going to think, oh, this dude thinks he's tough, walks around with his chest poked out all day. Let's get into the old heads in prison. Got a story on Wild Man I'm going to give y'all. Crazy story, true story. Rest in peace to Wild Man. Salute to Wild Man. Real savage, real killer. Well, let's get into it. With the older guys in prison, there's a lot of stigmas, a lot of things that come with it. And these are just the facts. If you are an older white male in prison, chances are people are automatically going to think you're a child. They're going to think you're a child molester. They don't know that you may have been locked up 30 years. You got locked up in your 20s or your 30s. You're now 60, 70 years old. They don't know that you killed people back in the day. They just see an old white man and they think, yeah, that dude was touching somebody's kids. He definitely had some children tied up in the basement. He had a web browser full of porn. That's why he's in here. If you're an older white man and you go to church, people think he's a child molester. He goes to church and he hides behind that Bible to try to keep people from doing anything. They look at the older white guys as soft. They look at them as pussy, scared, bitches. There are some that carry themselves in a manner that lets you know that's not him. He's a killer. Some of these guys, it goes without saying. You don't have to second guess it. You can look at them and you automatically know that man's a killer. He's got those eyes. He looks like he's been through war. He's got the old school penitentiary tattoos, tattoos from the streets that are so blurred and blobbed, you can't even make them out no more. That's some of the stigmas that come with being an old white man. If you're an old black man, and these are the facts, depending on how you carry yourself, a lot of different titles are going to be attached to you. The majority of the older black men I've seen in prison had a lot in common. Some of them were religious, some of them more or less stuck to themselves and had a small circle. But for a large majority of them, they were killers. You didn't have to second guess whether they were killers or not. They came into the prisons at a time when the prison was real prison. It wasn't none of this bullshit you see on the internet now. There wasn't guys running around playing all day and doing dumb shit and joking and pranking each other. It was a hostile, crazy environment. Here these men are 30, 40 years later, still in the penitentiary. The penitentiary is now changed. You have women in here, which, no offense, ladies, is one of the worst things to ever happen to prison. Because when you put women in charge of men, the men start to think, oh, she likes me. Oh, look at her. Guys start doing things that they wouldn't do if it was an all male environment. They think they can get away with more. You catch guys pulling their dicks out. They're in the shower, they're in the cells, they're in the shadows, just going at it when nobody's looking. I met a lot of dangerous old white men, a lot of dangerous old black men, a lot of dangerous older men in general. When it comes to the men that have been in the prison since the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s, they're an entire different breed than the guys that are coming into the prisons. Back then, these guys were toting revolvers, shotguns, the 38 specials, things of that caliber, and a lot of guys carried knives. A lot of the guys that you meet in there that are lifers are in there for stabbing someone to death or bludgeoning, beating someone to death, opposed to today where you've got dudes just randomly shooting and killing innocent people. There's a difference between he's a murderer. He murdered somebody. But then there's a killer. A killer being somebody that saw their target, went at their target, and killed them. Not murdered them, they killed them. Anybody can commit murder. I can shoot a bullet into the air right now, it fall through your living room, hit you in the head, and I can be charged with murder, even if I didn't have the intent of killing you. The lifers were a good experience. To meet people that will coach you and talk to you about what to do and what not to do in life is a blessing. It sucks to see someone that you know is reformed, that if released would never hurt anybody, sit there and rot away. But I understand at the same time that because of this man, somebody's in the graveyard and this is their punishment and they must fill out their sentence. I met a lot of crazy men over the years. A lot. Different levels of crazy. Talk to yourself crazy, but won't hurt nobody. Hurt everybody crazy. Anybody can get it turned on his best friend at the drop of a dime and convinced to doing whatever he wants to. And then I met the guys that were more or less would go crazy over small things. They were big on you're going to respect me, big on principles, and the smallest thing would set them off. We have talked about Wally. And I do think, and I strongly believe that the two most violent men, craziest men I ever came across in the Department of Corrections, it would fall neck and neck between Wild Man and the guy John Wayne. John Wayne was a killer. Wasn't out of prison long after doing a very long sentence and killed again and is back. Wild Man was a killer. He killed on the streets, beat another inmate with a baseball bat at another compound because he thought this inmate was responsible for killing his brother on the streets, only to find out while going to court and everything that the man he beat with that bat that day on that field out there in that red yard wasn't even the right man. Wild Man had cut people, stabbed people, and done things that you only see in movies. He was the definition of a lifer, the definition of a convict, as well as the definition of savage. You could go from talking to him 1 second and see all the lights in his eyes just go off. A scary movie, like his eyes just change. And you can tell that something's on his mind and that the guy you were just talking to is no longer there. He's left, and now you're talking to Wild. Wildman didn't always push that blade. Wildman would throw hands with you too if you wanted to. The great thing about the type of person he was willing to admit when he was wrong. You don't need a lot of them. When it comes to crazy people, like I've told you, people play crazy, they're not crazy. If you say, I'm crazy, you're not really crazy. Crazy people don't know they're crazy. They'll argue with you on their crazy thoughts, try to convince you into believing the crazy shit that's going through their head. Wild Man is staying in the cell. I'm in 20. Wild Man is next door to me in cell 21. All the way at the end, underneath the staircase. He likes it back there. I liked my cell because no one had a reason to be walking by my cell and looking in because my cell wasn't in the middle of the day room. It wasn't nowhere where guys would pass by unless they were going to see Wild Man. Wild Man's got a cellie named Mike. Mike's a white dude from Hopewell. Mike went on to be my cellie a couple years after this. I thought Mike was real quiet, cool guy, didn't bother nobody, little heavy set white guy, cool dude. He ends up in the cell with Wild Man. I would always know when Wild Man woke up in the morning, because the first thing he would do was he would roll him a cigarette, he would smoke the cigarette. While he was smoking it, he would cough. And when I mean cough, like one of those hacks that you could hear from way, way far away. Well, he's in a cell right next to me. The only thing separating us is a concrete wall, but we share the same vent. Our toilets are vented in this little closet in between ourselves. On the other side is his toilet, our toilet, with holes in it, and you can hear. I'd always known him. Him and his cellmate, Wild Man wasn't big on talking. His cellmate wasn't big on talking. Cellmate listened to a lot of music, Audio Slave, Soundgarden, Nickelback, stuff of that nature, rock, right? I'd always see Mike walking around, and I'm like, damn, this dude ain't never in the cell. What I didn't know at the time was that he didn't really fuck with Wild Man. Didn't really like Wild Man. Wild Man would be gone all day at work, and Mike would be in the cell. As soon as Wild Man came back, Mike would leave out the cell. He'd either wait and go to rec, go talk to a couple guys he knows, or hang out in the day room area. He didn't like being in that cell with Wild Man, right? One night, I hear arguing. I hear both of them arguing, but I more or less hear Wild Man getting loud. I'll fuck you up in here, youngin'. Oh, you got me fucked up. You think that I won't do nothing to you. And I've told y'all before, Wild Man is an older man. He's in his 50s, maybe late 50s. He's got that penitentiary body that shows you, like, you can look at him and be like, all right, he's been here a long time. At one point, he worked out a lot. He stopped doing that, but he still got that solid, hard body frame. Wild Man was maybe 5'10", 5'11", black man, maybe 225, 230 pounds. Had these old school big black, we call them the Chomo glasses, big black penitentiary glasses with the big thick round frames, square frames. Big ass mole, like a mole, looked like a brown M&M on his forehead that stuck way out, right? Just to let y'all, get a visual image of what Wild Man looked like. Always kept his boots shined, always had his shirt tucked in. He had been in prison a long time, and you could tell by the way he carried himself. I had him and Mike over there arguing one night, and I could tell it's about to go somewhere. And I'm thinking, this is bad. And Wild Man's gonna stab this boy to death. We're gonna go on lock. Man, this is crazy, man. Like, I'm just not trying to hear it, but you can't help but hear it. They're so close to us. The argument continues, and all of a sudden I just hear it. Oh, shit. Wild Man's a split Mike shit wild. Wild Man's to punch Mike in his face, probably knocked him out. Ain't no telling what he's doing over there, right? I hear a little bit of tussling. No more words being said, just tussling. I hear somebody slammed against the door. I hear some mumbling. Can't really make out what they're saying. It's like Like you grab somebody after you've done something to them, you whisper something to them, you can hear mumbles, but you can't hear what's being said, and then it goes silent. I'm waiting. The next morning, the count time, I'm like, man, they're gonna find a body in that cell. Something bad happened last night. I know it, right? They pop the doors for what's called first movement, stand by for chow. First movement is it's controlled movement. So if everybody's got school, anybody's got to go to work, they all leave at one time. You're on a list so they know where everybody's going. And then guys go eat chow. The guys that work and stuff go to chow before everybody else. They pop the doors for first movement. See Mike come out the cell, go to the hot pot, get him some hot water, make him some coffee. But as he goes by, he's got his back turned to me. So I'm waiting to see what his face looks like. I hear that hacking, that coughing. That started about 30 minutes early. Every time Wild Man smoked, he would hack. And as soon as he catches a breath, he hit that roll up. He go back to hacking. Man been smoking non-filtered cigarettes longer than some of y'all been alive, right? The hack as I'm standing in my door, I'm not going out there and sitting in the day room. I'm standing in my doorway till they call it, right? I'm just waking up, looking around. I'm brushing my teeth, gotten ready for the day. I'm dressed, got my shirt tucked in, my ID clipped to my shirt pocket. I hear Wild Man in his doorway hacking. I look over to the right. Wild Man has got a big ass knot on the side of his eye. No, he did not let Mike the Neutron, just a regular dude, swell his shit up like that, right? I'm thinking Mike's face has got to be messed up. Mike comes over there towards the cell and sits at the bench right there. There ain't no marks on Mike. There ain't nothing wrong with Mike's face. Mike ain't got a single mark on him. I told you me and Wild Man were cool. So I look over. Wild Man, you good? Hits a cigarette, hacks a little bit, gets his breath. Yeah, I'm good. Everything's great. Good morning. How you doing, youngin'? I'm in prison, man. Could be better, but I ain't got no complaints, man. Just getting the day started. Me and him get to talking that evening. He runs me down with what happened. Him and Mike got into a disagreement over something. And Wild Man jumped in his face and grabbed Mike by the throat. And when he did, Mike popped his ass. Boom! Punched him in his eye. Grabbed Wild Man and rushed him to the door and told him, don't be trying to put your hands on me, man. Leave me alone. I said, what are you going to do? I know you're going to do something crazy. You can get us locked down. You just waiting. You can kill that boy, man. What the fuck are you going to do? He said, I'm not going to do nothing. I mean, you're not going to do nothing. He said, Jay, sometimes you just got to know when you're wrong. I was dead wrong. I know Wild Man's crazy, but Wild Man's not stupid. Whatever had transpired in there that led them to arguing, Wild Man was at fault for. Whether he be having a bad day, thinking something crazy in his head, he was smart enough to know, damn, I deserve to be punched in my face for what I just did. Damn, I shouldn't have grabbed a hold of that boy. If he'd grabbed a hold of me, I'd have done the same thing. I said, so it's dead? Yeah, it's dead. It's over with. Ain't no big deal. Ain't like I ain't been to fighting before. I said, so you just gonna more or less walk around with your eyes swollen up and you're gonna eat it, right? Yeah. I'm a man. I know when I'm wrong. I'm a man. I can take a punch. I've been punched before. I punched people. I've stabbed people. Had people stab me. That's part of what happens when you're in prison. But you gotta know when you're wrong. Blew my mind to think somebody had hit Wild Man and got away with it. That was not Wild Man's MO. Wild Man's MO was to take you about it. He'd kill you. Even a crazy person knows right from wrong. Somebody says, oh, he's crazy, he didn't know what he was doing. There's different levels to this. There's insane and then there's just crazy. Wild Man was crazy. He took it on the chin. Not long after that, can't remember how long it was, I ended up getting Mike in the cell with me. Me and Mike actually get into it because Mike made a slick comment about one of the pictures I had on my walls. And we were still cool after that. We were cool. Mike turned me on to a lot of music I had no idea about. An Audioslave, Soundgarden, and Nickelback, and just a whole bunch of Hollywood Undead, stuff I'd never heard of. Mike opened my eyes up to, but Mike didn't like the fact that all I really listened to was rap. And we got into it, That was one of the first things that irritated with me. Irritated me with it was the little comments he made over the whole me liking rap music and R&B and slow music. I'm a big R&B slow music. I love that old school 90s, early 90s, mid 90s, Tony, Jodeci, that Silk, that H-Town, all that old school R&B. I love that shit, man. That's that, that the R. Kelly before he started pissing on females and shit, and all that shit I love. You know what I mean? So he had a problem with that. Then he makes this comment about the picture on the wall, which is one of my female family members. We might get into it in the cell. We call it what it is. That's it. We remained in the cell a little bit after that. Not much talking, and the mic went ahead and got moved out and into another cell. But yeah, old Wild Man took it on the chin. Now, who would have ever thought to get away with choking Wild Man and punching Wild Man in his face? I never imagined. I knew what he was capable of. I'd seen what he was capable of. I'd seen him threaten whole entire groups of people. He would just look like, man, he's crazy. He's a wild man. Be careful with the old guys. You think that because somebody's big and got muscles, they're a threat. You think that because somebody fights a lot, they're a threat. Not always the case. Sometimes, but it's not always the case. A lot of times, those guys that have been around forever, that have seen things that they have to re-see in their mind every single day, that have done things that they have to relive every single day. Guys that were arrested at crime scenes that were smeared with blood, bodies sprawled throughout. These guys end up in prison and then they hurt more people. And they've got to relive daily what they did on the streets. They've got to deal with the fact daily that they're never going home. And they've got to deal with what they've done while they're in prison. Those are some of the most dangerous men you will ever meet. But they're also some of the greatest allies you could ever have in any type of drama or trouble you run into. Me having Wild Man on my side, Wild Man didn't have the best beginning, but things cleared up. Me having him on my side always let me know that no matter what happens in here, I can take care of myself. But if it ever gets to where it's out of hand, I got somebody that's willing to take it way beyond where I'm willing to take it. I've got somebody that's got nothing to lose and that will give whatever the next man is looking for. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. I hope y'all that haven't been to jail take advice on the stuff I told you was going to jail, different types of guys, things to do and things not to do, things you definitely don't want to do. You can't be everybody's friend, everybody ain't friendly, don't find your ass getting used. Hope y'all enjoyed the story of Wild Man and the breakdown of some of the older guys that are in prison. Salute to the men that are behind the wall, the ones that deserve the salutes, not the ones that have done fucked up, heinous acts to women, children, men, not, the messed up ones, but to the ones that are in there that do deserve to come home, that made those mistakes, that have made it where they can't come home. Salute to y'all. Salute to the families that look after those guys that haven't forgotten about them. Salute to all the guys that are in there trying to do better for themselves. I tell y'all these stories in hopes that you listen, in hopes that you never, ever wake up one morning and look around at those four walls, that stainless steel toilet, in hopes that you never become obsessed or start to look at your prized possessions as some commissary, that you never have to fight over a phone or a microwave, that you don't have to deal with society's worst every single day because you didn't listen to it. Wake up, people. Pay attention. This shit is bigger than Jay Williams. It's bigger than Nino Brown. It's bigger than New Jack City. Bigger than the Carter. This ain't no movie. This is real life. And no matter who you are, they will lock you up. They will put you in there with the John Waynes, the Wild Mans, the Ernies. And that's not what you want. Stay out here, do what you gotta do to make it out. Save your money. Switch up your circle of friends. Look for that new job. Walk to it if you got to. Whatever you gotta do, make it happen. But anyways, y'all know it's Friday. It is payday. And I've got to go get this money. Gotta get the men paid. Gotta get back to the grind. I'm gonna drop videos this weekend also. I have another dentist appointment on the 11th. It's gonna screw things up. So, push as much of this content out as I can. But y'all already know these detention centers, these jails, institutions, prisons, they're all just crazy worlds inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams. Let's live life. To all my reals, there are some reals watching. Is y'all still watching me? Y'all know how to do it. Salute. When the peg, gemstones, Flintstones, you can sing Friends with Fred. Dipset, Dipset. Man, you already know what it is. Jay Williams, let's live life and work. Pound, return. To all the first time viewers, first time watchers, do me a favor, do me a solid, go ahead and hit that subscribe button real quick. I usually don't ask people to subscribe. I've never been the subscribe kind of guy that says subscribe. I'm usually, man, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. I don't care. I do care. If y'all don't know, I just came back off of a hack. What is a hack? Somebody hacked my Gmail, took over my YouTube, held it hostage, drained the bank account. A whole lot went on. I even had somebody hit me up in an email and say, I am in touch with the hack. Wants to know if you got anything you want to say. You know what I said? God bless it. That was it. Kept it moving. So, with all that being said, if you're new here, go ahead, subscribe, like, share, comment, and make sure to turn the notification bell on so you will catch all the videos as they drop. Also, make sure you go check out my second channel, Jay Williams. I'm living life. Because what we're going to do is, you're going to be watching the video and it's going to just stop. I was going to say, for part 2, make sure you go check out Jay Williams. I'm living life. That's coming soon. So when it happens, don't act like I didn't tell you it was coming. Today, I have a crazy set of stories for y'all. I'm not sure if I'm having enough to tell you 2 of them, 3 of them, or just the main one that I got on my mind. But in thinking about the topic, a whole lot of these came to mind. The links guys will go to get high. Things I have seen guys do. No, it's crazy, man. Dudes will, they'll smoke hardball, they'll smoke crack their entire life. End up in prison behind it. And want to smoke some more crack. Legitly, they will want to do some more after it has already taken everything they own, everything they had. Now they're in prison chasing it, eating grandma, crying and lying, calling their wife, crying and lying, calling their friends, crying and lying. Every damn week, they need some crazy amount of money, like we don't know they're on drugs again. You need what? $300 for what are you buying? The prison selling Jordans now? Oh, yeah, that's a good excuse. It's usually not a good excuse. It's usually something you can see right through. So that's what we're doing today. That's what today's stories are. The extremes, the lengths, the things guys will do in order to get out. All true stories, all 1,000,000% things I watched, seen, witnessed, viewed with these 2 eyes. I'm not a get high kind of guy. I don't even smoke tree. Makes me paranoid.
I just say paranoid.
Why lie? I don't even smoke. I used to smoke it heavy when I got to a point where I was like, you know what? This ain't for me. But I smoked every car in the world as a cop car. School buses become cop cars. Airplanes become cop helicopters. Dogs become K9. And I'm a law-abiding citizen. Chalk it up to whatever you want to. So without further ado, it feels so good to be back. You know how to see me. You know how to live it. So, we are up here at the mall, Chesterfield Town Center, doing some last minute shopping. We're pretty much done, but today is my wife's birthday, so I wanted to get her just a little bit more. She got this Tom Ford perfumes, right? And she got a puppy, a little teacup Yorkie named Chewy. He is a chip machine, if you get what I'm saying. But anyways, we are up here at the mall to do some shopping, to get some gifts for the ones that I love. I like to make something clear. I do not think that addiction is funny. In no way, shape, or form. Do I think that somebody giving up everything they own, degrading themselves, losing their physical appearance, their health, their friends, everything around them to addiction, I do not find it to be funny at all. In fact, addiction has pretty much just took my family and ripped it to shreds. I've got siblings that have been fighting addiction since I was in prison. When I left, that wasn't what it was. When I left, everybody was still themselves. I just smoked some trees here and there, but that was pretty much the end of it. When I returned, people had been in and out of jail. Some of them were locked up. They weren't even out to see me get out. And they would make tons of trips back and forth, in and out of jail over the years. In prison, you are going to run into a lot of guys that are in there behind drug-related offenses. You got guys that steal. You got guys that rob. You got guys that kill. You got guys that, you name it, they do it. Just to get that next fix, to feed that monster, to take the edge off, to not have to deal with reality, whatever their excuse is, they do it for one reason or another. So you're gonna meet all kinds of guys in there that are shifty, shady, conniving, sneak thieves. Like, you ever heard the term prison larceny or dope fiend larceny? It's a term we use in prison. When somebody comes up and you know it's game when they come up, because they be like, listen, man, listen, hear me out real quick, listen. Soon as the conversation starts off like that, you know that guy's about to try to run some game on you. Hey, look, I got some money coming, okay? Listen, no, I really got money this time. I don't see the slip. The slip is what you get. You know, once you get money to you, you get a little slip that states that somebody sent you money. Let me see the slip. The slip. Look, the money ain't come yet, but I talked about people they sent it yesterday. Like, get on out of here. Dudes are gonna do anything. They will borrow things from you with a very high interest rate, and it still not be enough. So then they go borrow from that guy, borrow from that guy. When it's all said and done, they owe $200 in commissary for maybe $100, if that. If somebody knows that guy's in a jam and he's chasing, that's what we call it when you see that guy out there and he's scrambling, he's looking at every dope boy on the yard. Anybody's got the pack, he's walking up to, trying to figure out how he can win his game. And you know, I can draw too. Let me put some pockets in those sweatpants for you. Hey, I got these sneakers for sale. I got these cheeseburgers. It gets deep. Tennessee, tell you about Tennessee. I originally noticed Tennessee because of his accent. I walked by and he was talking to a group of guys, and I'm not big on eavesdropping. Mind my business for the most part. But some guys are just loud. They will put you in their business, and you don't want to be in their business. But they're so loud you can't help but hear what they got going on. Kind of just loud for nothing. Tennessee was a white dude, chubby, fat white dude that was loud for nothing. And to say that he was from Tennessee, I mean, that was his nickname. Maybe he wasn't from Tennessee. He had one of the most country accents I've run across to this day. He would fit in on Duck Dynasty. He could chill with Boomhauer. Like, the boy was country. Tennessee had some of the nicest prison ink I had seen. The portrait work he had on him was next level. This was stuff that a lot of shops in the streets couldn't produce. The portrait game was serious. We had some portrait artists up there at the time that were tattooing that could not only make it look like the picture, but actually make that look like it's coming up off of your skin. All with the ingenuity and the craftsmanship of the penitentiary gun, making the ink and the pattern. It all starts, and then the finished product is just unbelievable. First, I noticed his accent. Second, I noticed his tattoos. like all up and down his arms, and then he had two very distinct tattoos on top of his hands of fictional characters. Tennessee chased, and when I mean he chased, he hung with dudes that got high. His whole squad was the get high squad. Every single last one of them dudes would do anything you put down in front of them. They did not poke their nose up at nothing. Equal opportunity when it comes to narcotics. It always ends bad, but it always starts, I guess you could say, somewhat good when it comes to these types of situations. In the beginning, he had tons and tons of money. His people weren't on to the fact that he was strung out again. To them, and to most parents, loved ones that have somebody that's locked up that's doing time, they hear he's locked up, and in their mind, they're thinking, good, he can get clean now. I can get my baby back. I can get my son back. I can get my brother back. He's incarcerated. He's not going to get high no more. And little do they know that inside of there, inside that facility, inside that jail, inside that prison, there are drugs everywhere. Now, the problem with this is that those drugs are marked up by, let's say, minimum 60%. So what you would pay $5 for on the streets, you would pay somewhere around $100 for in prison. I've literally seen sticks of weed. That's what we call a stick. Because when you roll it, it legitimately looks like a little flat stick. Like you crunch the paper, you're like, man, there ain't even nothing in here. And dudes will pay $10 for a stick. Now, this is the equivalent. This is the amount of weed that if you sat in your car, roll a blunt, roll a joint, now you get to shake on your lap. When you step out the vehicle, you brush your jeans off, that just hit the ground, that stuff that just came off your jeans, that's $10 in prison. You get into the heavier drugs, you get into the coke, you get into the crack, you get into the dope. These guys are getting next to nothing for a whole lot of money. They're spending $100 for a dime bag of dope. For a point, they're spending $100. And usually it's stepped on, it's cut up, it's been passed around, the quality of it started to drop, starting to go bad, and these dudes are chasing. Tennessee was one of those dudes that just fit the entire description of what I just told you with all the backlog. In the beginning, he kept his weight on. In the beginning, he would go to commissary, he'd come back with these big bags, but you would see him sitting over there scratching his nose, he'd be nodding. The dudes he talked to and kicked it with, you see them always scratching, nodding. Some of them would have abscesses on their hands, abscesses on their arms where they were shooting and missing. Dudes had full-fledged dope habits in the prison. Track marks all up and down their arms. You would see some dudes that would shoot it in the neck, would have track marks up the side of their neck. Some guys would shoot in their feet. It's crazy, to say the least. As I said, everything was good with Tennessee at first. His people are sending it. They're sending it. They're sending it. Now, he doesn't get visits very often. He's an out-of-towner. He doesn't come from Virginia. He's here locked up, and I don't know why he's locked up. I'm going to guess drugs. For whatever reason, he finds himself in the Virginia Department of Corrections, doing him a good little 5-6 year stretch. And with people not seeing him, they're just under the impression they're sending that money and that he's filling his tummy. That he's doing what he should be doing with the money. That he's eating food, he's surviving. He's got everything he needs. And my baby boy is off drugs. See that last picture? Man, he looks good. Show your Uncle Johnny what it looked like. Hey, John, hey, look at Tennessee. Boy, they got clean, man. Prison, say that boy's life. Meanwhile, they haven't seen a recent picture of him. I watched the downfall of him. I watched the dude that, when I first glimpsed him and met him, that had all the nice ink work, that had the size on him, that had the nice Levi jeans, the Levi jacket, and the Pro Temp, looking like prison's finest, like a GQ model straight out of prison that chewed tobacco. I seen him when he was at his prime. Then he starts dibbling and dabbling. And it starts off small. Even with me being an alcoholic, if I was to relapse, it would start off small. I'd have a drink. Then that drink wouldn't be good enough. I'd have 2 drinks. Then them 2 drinks wouldn't be good enough. Next thing you know, I'd have a bottle of Jack in my hand, and I'd be turning that bitch all the way up. Glug, 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 no chaser. That's how I would drink it, right? Tennessee was the equivalent of me drinking alcohol. That was him when it came to drugs. He started off buying a little bit here and there, buying some weed, buying the pills, buying the dope, buying the small things that lead up to this full-blown addiction. It doesn't take long with these type of things. Anybody that's had families, they love that jump with addiction. You will watch it tear them down. Sometimes in a matter of weeks, sometimes it take months. Some people can maintain and hold on, and it might even take years, but it's always going to end bad. It's going to have the same results. Tennessee's whole process of going from being the fly guy with the nice tattoos and the nice Levi's and all that. In 6 months' time, he was a scrub. In 6 months' time, this dude had probably being 5'11", maybe 240 fat boy status. Not a healthy 240, like a honey bun, melted lollipop. I ate all the Tootsie Rolls type 240. To about 165, 170. To being somebody that if you hadn't seen him 6 months ago, you would just think, that's a skinny ass dude. Almost to the point that he looked sick. He had those dark bags under his eyes. His face was starting to sink in. This dude was doing up all of the dope. The pack would come in, and he would go buy the entire pack. There wouldn't even be a pack for the compound. You got other dudes that are going to him to comp because he's going to sell some of it to try to make his money back. But he's going to cut it. He's going to crush vitamins up and mix vitamins in the dope. He's doing all these different things to be sneaky. Already stepping on dope. That's been stepped on 25 times. He's done ran the well dry. His people are on to it. They pop up. Oh, we're going to surprise him. Go up there and see him, man. Damn, he's doing good. I know he's going to be so surprised when he sees us. They walk into that visiting room and they come face to face with the same man that they knew in the streets. He looked like the same guy, if not worse, that they remember. Probably had to have looked worse than he did up on his mugshot. This guy was greasy. He didn't have soap, shampoo. He didn't have none of that. Anything that was unopened and that could be traded or sold, he would sell to get out. His addiction has gotten so bad that I do not know how administration didn't see it. And I honestly think that administration didn't care. He would get called randomly for piss tests. And at this time, they were real lax. This officer, this sergeant, the one that would call on this shit, he wasn't trying to see it. There's some that want to see you shake it. They want you to cuff it. They do everything but pull out a measuring tape on it. These guards weren't those guards. They would tell you step in the bathroom, get in the cup, and they would turn their back. And I've done exactly what he did. Pull that little bottle out, pop the top, pour it in there, put it in the glove, tear that finger the glove, have it right underneath your package, and leak it out just like you're peeing. He spun the piss test time and time again, so if they were suspicious, the urine came back clean. Maybe he just ain't eating right. Maybe he's sick. Whatever it is, we ain't got nothing knowing. I've seen a lot of people get slapped. Slapping someone next to spitting on them is one of the ultimate disrespects in prison. If you and a man got an issue and he's got any inclination or thoughts that you might be afraid of him, there's one way to clear that up real quick, aside from just beating him up and punching him. Take your hand, do like this, and you just reach out and you open hand, slap the dog shut. After you slap him, he's either going to fight you and attack you, or if he was pump faking and he ain't really built like that, he's going to grab his face and back up and, why did you hit me? Complete disbelief. Tennessee keeps chasing these dope boys around, questioning about this, trying to make this move, make that move. He owes these boys money. He owes them boys money. All these dudes are in communication together. There's a small network of drug dealers, and they all kind of link together so they don't step on each other's toes. We're all out on the yard, and there's a small section of fence that goes to the large yard from what we call the small yard. Now, the small yard has a full court basketball set up. It's got bleachers for the basketball games. It's got, a couple different half courts. He's coming from that side over to the yard, the large yard, where these dudes are standing as soon as you come to this little gate with barbed wire across your head. Standing there pestering, trying to run his game. pretty much now he's to the point that he knows he can't run game. He knows he can't get anything. He starts begging. Please, I'm sick, I'm sick. And I used to chill not far from right where that yard, where that gate is. There's a section of phone booths right there in the yard that we would do dips on. If we weren't doing dips on, we would just hop up and sit on top of the payphones, right? That was our little ticket spot, aside from the center of the field, Cracker Beach, or the bleachers. I see this dude, 15, 20 feet at the most, begging, pleading. Dude tells him, man up, man, go on somewhere, stop begging. If you get some money, you get all money right, come back and holler at me. Otherwise, go beat feet, man, haul ass, man, kick rocks. Like, get up out of my face with that larceny trying to run. You ain't got no money, you're not getting no work. Go on somewhere. Tennessee's persistent, continues. Please, 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 man, I'm sick. Look, you can see I'm sick. I'm throwing up, man. Just help get me well, man. That's means I'm sick. Give me a little bit so I won't be sick anymore. Get me well, man. How y'all gonna do me like this? I spent all that money. They don't care about you. I spent all that money with y'all, man. Y'all gonna let me be sick like this? I ain't had nothing in a day and a half. I'm going through it. And next thing you know, dude cocks back. Bah! An open hand slap. Tennessee smile slam off his face. That hand come across his face, and it had the force that you would have thought it could have broke his neck. Like when I say he took DNA above that boy's face, he might not ever grow hair when he got slapped. He slapped that boy so hard. That's an exaggeration. But he open hand slapped him. Bah! I told you, go on somewhere, stand here drawing attention, begging, man. Go on somewhere. Tennessee stumbles back, hits the ground, sitting there in the dirt, all frail, skinny, with some of the best meat I'd ever seen on an inmate in prison. Makes his way up, still going. Damn, you gonna do me like that, man? You gonna do me like that? Damn, you slap me in front of everybody. You can at least bless me for letting you slap me. You know what dude said? I'll slap shit out you again. You don't get about it. Tennessee says, how about I let you slap me twice, man? You just get me well, and I'll let you slap me as hard as you can, man. I swear to God, you go over here and slap me as hard as you want. Just get me well. My mind is blown. That man just repositioned your entire face. Your cheek is lit up like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. If you were to walk out, traffic cars would stop because your face is shining red. You said you want me to slap you? Man, you can look. I'm talking about his heart. And this is not a small dude that slapped him. He just got slapped by Debo's big brother. You gonna let me slap you for just a point? You gonna still owe for the point? I'll front it to you, but you gonna owe for it. You whatever, man, whatever. Hold your chin up. Hold your chin up. What I used to tell him. He puts his head up. If you flinch, it don't count. I've seen videos of this on YouTube, and I've seen the same thing happen in your life. If you flinch, it don't count. Because I didn't get to slap you the way I want to. If you move just a little bit, oh, that wasn't a good slap. No, wasn't that bad. If you flinch, it don't count. I do slaps you. Bah! Tennessee stumbles back, falls over on the ground. Hops right back up. Face is now knotted up, bruised, lumps, fingerprints. The outline of the man's wedding ring left a big knot on the side of his cheek that looked like a minus symbol. All right, come on. Now I'm with the other cheek. The other cheek. Tennessee turned his head. Bam! That time he finished. As the hand was coming in, he smacked it, fell over on the ground. He gets up. All right, now, he flinched. No flinchies. No flinchies. Not allowed to flinch. No, bro, that shit ain't count. You flinched. Come on, man, with that dumb man. Come on, man. That's 3 slaps now. And he still ain't got nothing. Now you gotta run that back. Let me get my slap. All right, man. This time he closes his eyes. I guess that way, if he sees it, I guess that's why he probably flinched first time. Because he saw it coming. He was like, This time he closes his eyes. He slaps. Bah! Falls down again. That looked at a little toe on him. It took him a minute to get up. You see dude look around, reach in his waistband, pull out a little fold of paper that had a tiny bit of heroin in it, just a little tiny bit of dope. Give it to him and tell him, get on up out of here. Now other dudes have heard what happened. Not to mention, I want to say it's probably August, September. The yard is packed. We still have night rec. Everybody's coming out. The weather is just starting to break to where it's somewhat tolerable. Everybody just watched this man get overhand slapped. You heard it. If you didn't see it, you heard it. And then everybody would scan the yard, look around, you see, man down, man down. And then that's when people really started watching as he took 2 more slaps. He took your stuff, went over upside the fence line where I'd seen so many dudes do what I'm about to tell you. He sat right down on the yard with the guard tower to his back where they couldn't see him. Pulled out the bottom of a soda can, pulled out his lighter, threw it in there, hit it, and they would keep little prayer old bottles, these little round bottles. We call them drain bottles or prayer old bottles full of water. Hit a couple drops of water in there, threw his piece of cotton in there. Boom. Shot up right there in the yard in front of everybody. Everybody just watched you get crippled by those slaps. Everybody's ears are ringing because of the slaps you just got. And then you just went and validated what you got going on as if everybody didn't know. And just sat down in the yard in front of everybody. Could you imagine that you're at that point in life? And not only do you let everybody know that you're at that point in life, but you go sit down and do it right in front of them? It was very common up there to see people shooting up. Shot up his dope, got up. Life came back into him when he linked up with his homeboys. We get inside the building, and Tennessee looks like the damn Marshmallow Man. He's got this skinny, frail body, but his face almost looks like it's back to the size it should be because it's so damn swollen. His face is set down here from where it's been slapped with that big ass purple knot that looked like a minus sign that looked like it would forever be engraved on his cheekbone, just puffed out. Time comes to Tennessee to pick. He's still juking and jiving. Every single day, he's got to find a way to get by. Anybody that's ever dealt with the sickness that comes with the dope or seen somebody deal with it, you know it's like the flu times 1,000. Tennessee's starting to go to different extremes. He got caught stealing to get high. He went in a dude's cell, tried to steal a bag of tobacco. The dude's cell, he was coming out the shower, seen him going there, ran over there, caught him in the act, and beat him up. He was going to take that tobacco along with some other things he had stolen and go trade it. So now he's known as a thief. We get a bigger dude in the pod, a lifer dude that is known to, I think he was like one of them old school convicts that just liked the feeling of degrading another man. Letting everybody know I took his man with me. He would be one of the dudes that moved into our pod, and he was also one of the plugs from the other side of the yard. This dude single-handedly had more dope than all these other guys combined. And he wasn't going to be part of their network to share with this one, to share with that one. He didn't have to. He had the size and the reputation for violence that let everybody know, I'm going to hustle out here, and ain't nobody going to do nothing. I'm not breaking bread. I will serve your customers. I will step on your feet. If you don't like it, come see me. Tennessee goes to this dude, tries to run this game. All the other guys, the lifers, the guys been down a long time, more solid individuals. I hate to call them solid just because they associated with the dude and the things he did. But a lot of guys have gone to him and kind of giving him the rundown. You'll get the rundown when you come in the bottom. Who's who? Yeah, dude right there, he's lost. He's good, he's bad money. They had told him. Tennessee owes all these boys in here money. And he gets high. Don't let him come over there trying to run those dope bets on you, trying to run that dope fiend larceny on you. He ain't gonna be able to pay you. We're gonna end up having to hurt him. Tennessee goes over, tries to run his game. Dude tells him they ain't happening. Not happening. This is in front of all of us. We're not at rec at this point. We're in the pod. This dude, we got a hot pot that makes hot water and some phones hanging on the wall. They're up there by that area where the microwave is, standing there, and he tells him, ain't gonna happen, man. Go on, all that, you know what I mean? Like, got enough for you. You ain't got no money. Stop fronting. You gonna end up, you'll get stuff from me and make me hurt you, Tennessee. For real. At which point Tennessee says, well, what do I gotta do, man? What do you got to do? Did he just say everybody knows what this man does? This man has those type of relations with other men. And like I told y'all, he doesn't want a man that dresses like a woman, talks like a woman, walks like a woman. He doesn't want anybody that's trans. He doesn't really even want anybody that's gay. He wants to turn people out. He whispers something in Tennessee's ear. You see Tennessee's head go back. I don't know what he said. Got a pretty good idea of what he said. something along the lines of, well, if you will let me. Tennessee said, nah. She said, nah, you tripping. Walked off. Wouldn't be long. We watched Tennessee make his way over to that dude's cell. That dude tells his cellmate, get out. You see Tennessee go in, and you see the old head that stays in the cell with dude leave up out the cell. You see dude shut his cell door. We used to put the pillow in the door. There's a slot in your door, not the thickness of a pillow. And you see the pillow going in the door. We know what's going on. One or two things is going on. He's either down on his knees. This is so traumatizing and disturbing. Some time passes. The door pops. Tennessee comes out, shoots straight up to his cell. He came out of his cell after he did his shot like nothing ever happened. But we all watched it happen. We didn't have to hear what happened. We didn't have to see what happened. The rumors and gossip had already started. Tennessee let old boy, bam, 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 for that pad. For how much? What you mean for how much? What you'll do it as a price for you'll do it for how much? What you mean how much? That'll make you question, man. How much you get? Why you gonna go try it? No, I'm just never mind. Stupid question. So now everybody knows. Now everybody, man, get so gay. Dudes are just running their mouths to him. Dude comes to him again. Tennessee gets beat up a couple days after this on the yard, throwing money into to somebody in another building. The big dude comes to him, tells him, we can make an arrangement. How many people do you owe money? Because you know what's going to happen. Now the ones beat you up because they ain't got the money, they're all going to start beating you up. What's going to happen? You're going to end up with a piece of steel in you. Somebody going to end up taking you up out of here, killing you and taking your life, burying that Rambo blade in your back and putting it in your neck and in your chest because you're playing with their money in there. You're talking crumbs they're putting in this man's hand that they're willing to kill him over. You're talking small amounts of money that to us, we blow on a pair of shoes. Half of that will get you killed in prison. $10 to get you killed in prison. 2 soups, a bag of chips, and a soda will get you killed in prison. Because I've told y'all, it ain't always about the money, it's about the principle. Dude shoots his off in Tennessee. I will wipe out your debts. But what's going to happen is, I'm going to get this old man moved out the cell with me, and you going to move in. With you moving in, that means anytime dude feels a little frisky, anytime he feels like getting down with the get down, Tennessee, you know what time it is. He moved that old man out, Tennessee moved in. There'd be times we'd all just be sitting there and you see dude yell Tennessee's name because he loved to belittle the man. I told you that's part of what they do. It's a power trip. They love the power that comes with it. He would yell Tennessee, hey, come here, get in the cell. Tell him to go in the cell, and he'd take his time out there making his coffee, getting him some ice, making something to microwave, and he'd tell Tennessee go in the cell. So after he was done doing whatever he was doing, he might drag it out 20 minutes while Tennessee just sat in his cell on the bunk or sat on the stool. And he would go in the cell, shut the door, put the pillow in the door, and over time it got more and more aggressive. Noises, grunts, sounds. Kind of like the dude was displaying to everybody what he was doing. I didn't know how this was going to end. I knew it would end. The man can't continue to do this forever. They caught him in the act. They had the guards come through one time. The guards would come through randomly. And this was a crazy ending to Tennessee's ordeal. But the guards will randomly come through. One guard sometimes will walk through. And they will look at cells just to make sure everybody hanging, ain't nobody dead, ain't nobody getting tattoos, the rules are being abided by. And they walk by the cell, pushes the pillow in the door, and you hear the guard go, man, what the are you doing? Oh, hell no, hey. And he radios. The next thing you know, you see other guards come in. And he tells them, I just caught that one right there, doing the oochie coochie to that one right there. Oh, no, that ain't what that's not what we was doing. What was y'all doing? What was y'all doing? What was y'all doing? The guard red-handed caught that dude in Tennessee with their pants down. At which point, it's against DOC policy to have any type of sexual contact at all. Okay, if it's with a guard, it doesn't matter who it is, forbidden, you cannot do it. You can go to the hole for just masturbating. You can go to the hole for self-pleasuring. If someone was to walk up, push that pillow in the door, and catch you, they can say you exposed yourself. Seen it happen. They put both of them in handcuffs and let them up out of there. Now, guys would argue after Tennessee left that he was just a junkie that would do anything to get out. He wasn't gay. He wasn't gay. He used that as a credit card pretty much. His butt became an ATM. Damn, that's crazy to think of. A story turned this thing. He used his butt as an ATM to make that payday. His services became money. And we all know cash rules everything around me. Crazy, crazy, crazy story. Now I could put Tennessee's whole name out there. I could get into details about the tattoos that he had on his hand, and it wouldn't take but about 45 seconds before somebody would jump in my comment section and say, I know him. His real name is, I know him. He's from, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to let him spin his story to his people on who he was in prison. Because everybody comes out of prison, they're a gorilla, right? Everybody's a killer. You ain't never heard nobody come out of prison and say, I was somebody's bitch.
I'm somebody's bitch.
You ain't never heard nobody come out of prison and say, they was beating me up and extorting me. No, everybody wants to brag and act like they were the hardest thing since diamonds when they was in prison. When in reality, there's a whole lot of Tennessees up in there. A lot of y'all know what Tennessee are too. You just don't know. I couldn't imagine letting something take control of me to the point that I'm not willing to just sacrifice it all, but really willing to sacrifice it all. These are the stories I don't like to tell. Glad I got it out there, and I hope that you, the viewer, somebody watching, does not make a mistake that puts themselves in this. Because if you're a guy that's just got a habit, that's not going to be dope sick, that's going to chase that drug no matter what, there's a whole lot of guys that'll turn you into Tennessee real quick. My advice to you is, don't ever put yourself in that situation. Don't do anything to get locked up. I'm here at the mall shopping, buying some last minute Jordans, some more presents. I'm not locked up and I am blessed. Even after everything that happened, I am still blessed. I just made that video saying I was quitting and how 2022 was a great year and 23 is going to be better. And 2022 was a great year. And it will go down as a great year. This past situation that just happened will not define the whole year. My children are healthy. They're not sick. Business is going great. And I'm alive. I got my channel back. And here we are. I'm not going to complain. I will get my money back. The bank has pretty much made that clear. It's a process, but you're insured. We've got verification 100% that you're hacked. So I will get my money back. It's just a waiting game. With that amount of money, it's a game. You have to play and wait. But in due time, I'll have it back. Please, people, please, first of all, you don't have to worry about being addicted to something if you've never tried it for the first time. Nobody did dope or did coke or did crack the first time and said, you know what, I think I want to be a crackhead. I think I want to be a pipehead. I want to be a smoker. Nobody did dope and said, man, I'm going to be a fiend. Hell yeah, fiend life. No. It all started off with somebody experimenting, somebody offering it to you. You're trying it, you're coming across it, and you did it that one time. Had he had never done it that one time, he wouldn't have ended up in prison. Had he had not continued to do it up in prison, well, then old boy wouldn't have ended up in, you know. Live your best life, people. This don't have to be you. Not everybody gives it up. Some of these guys get it taken from them. Some get all the way violated. You don't want to get slapped. You don't want to get hurt. You do not want to meet these men that are waiting on you. You don't ever want to be in a situation like that. But I promise you, if you get out here breaking the law, your situation might not be that smooth. Because it might not be no asking involved. It might not be an offer. They just might take it. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, They're all just crazy worlds inside of a already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Oh, you're not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams, my life. To all my real ones, and the awesome real ones watching. Y'all still watching me. And y'all know how we do. Salute. Tennessee, if you're still alive and you're out there and you see this video, I didn't put your name out there. I hope that you learn from your lesson, man. I hope that you learn from what you went through while we were locked up, that you have stepped away from it, gotten clean, and that you don't ever go back. The cell now, letting us know, yo, he's running this. They jam that man up all over. Sneaky ass little dude, scary ass little dude. Still, let me tell you something. If you ain't ready for what comes with whatever it is you do in life, don't do it. Because had he had not gotten to that control booth, and one of them guys that got out there cell first and grabbed him and snatched him and thrown him over in that cell, oh, we'd have went on lock. Some guys would have went to the hole. It's a very good chance. We'd have went to a different hole. The type of hole we take, the lower caskets down. I learned a valuable lesson with that Troy situation. Don't let nobody owe me money. Bring the money with you when you come. It's because you think you know somebody don't mean you know somebody. People change, places change, everything changes, man. Especially when you find yourself incarcerated. Guys that might have been okay on the streets, which Troy was not okay on the streets. Troy had that dope fiend larceny on the streets. But they'll try to make it seem like, hey, I'm locked up now, I'm back. But guys that were okay on the streets come to prison only to turn out worse. Prison's not a place you know. Let's get that very, very clear. Never take this as glorification or something to make you want to go to prison. Don't forget, these are the things that happen in prison. These are my experiences. You have your moments where you can laugh, joke, but it's never a good day when you're incarcerated or you're away from your family. That young dude eventually got what he had coming to him. No matter where he went, they sent a kite, they reached out, they told him, hey, look out for this dude. You better believe somebody got on the phone, looked up what prison he was in, let somebody over there know this is what he did. He might have ducked that ass for that day. With being gang affiliated, you can't get out of it. It's coming. You can't do all your time in the hole. Most importantly, you can't go through life running from your problems. Don't put yourself in situations you can't handle. Don't take things from people you can't afford to pay for. Prison is not a playground. It's nothing like the brochure. I would say at one point it was a man's world. Now prison has become an idiot's world, where men are just sprinkled in the mix. For the most part, it's young dudes, and that's what you see all day. The older guys have learned to do their time and stay out the way, so you don't see a lot of them. They're not making a lot of noise. But when they do, it's a lot of noise. I hope that nobody watching this that's ever been to prison returns to prison. I hope that nobody watching this that's never been to prison never goes to prison. Live your best life. All those things that you say you want to do, you plan to do them. Nothing can stop you but you. We all have setbacks, we all go through things, but at the end of the day, the only thing standing in your way of doing what you want to do is you. So as y'all know, it is Friday. That means it is payday. Gotta get this money, man. Gotta get the guys paid. I'm tired. I want to go home. I have to work tomorrow. Pretty sure I have to work Sunday and then back at it Monday. But hey, like I said, you want to get through something, you want to get somewhere, you got to go through things. And that's exactly what working does. Work until you get where you want to be in life. Y'all see me, I'm on camera. Outside of the camera, I'm working. My hands stay dirty. So if anybody thinks I just sit in the truck all day making YouTube videos, you're just another one of those people that thinks they know everything, when in reality, you don't know shit. Anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, they're all just crazy world inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams, Leslie Life. To all my real ones and the also real ones watching. Y'all still watching me. Y'all know how we do. Salute.
At Round Table Pizza, our delicious chefs are proving something to jalapeno poppers, cheesy butter, and savory on Idaho. For the Dragon's Bounty sample platter, enough to ship with all.
Hello from the rain-soaked Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. A bit delayed, but ready to go for TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School. Round 3 of the championship, second weekend of the 2021 season, third race of that season. Can't wait to get this one started in wet conditions. No ifs, ands, or buts about this. This is a full-on wet race, and 3 different touring car classes are ready to roll. 30 cars in total are set to take the green flag. My name is Ryan Marine. Calvin Fish is alongside. Amanda Busick is in the pit lane. Calvin, we've got an expanded TCX class, a couple new contenders in TC, but an all throughout a really strong TC field, and then TCA as dynamic as ever. Can't wait to get rolling here for this first touring car race of the weekend.
Yeah, it's a real melting pot. So many manufacturers involved, obviously, with the 3 classes, and obviously front and rear wheel drive. You would think the front wheel drive cars would have an advantage in these conditions in terms of being able to put the power down around this tricky racetrack. So, wet as they've seen all weekend long, so it's going to be trying to tread carefully. It'll be a relatively short race. We anticipate when the safety car leaves pit lane that the clock will start for a 40-minute race. 1 lap behind the safety car, and then we'll see a green under single file. So try and get through that turn 1 area, which funnels down safely, and get on with the program.
Heavy rainfall earlier this afternoon during the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS race. that actually truncated that event, cut it about 15 minutes short, and then some lightning in the area extended the delay, but the rain has lessened. We haven't had any lightning strikes in some time, and after a lengthy delay, the TC America drivers in their cars and ready to go. They've been watching this track dry. I'm sure, Calvin, they watched the GT World Challenge race to get a sense for what track conditions could be like. How do you, though, prepare yourself for the unknown? You don't know what kind of grip will await you when that green flag does fly.
Yeah, and there's certainly some drivers out there with not a lot of experience in these conditions, so they may be a little bit intimidated. For the girls who do have experience, well, totally different deal. This racetrack is well worn on the racing line. It's very polished, so if you tend to want to stay on that racing line and not have the confidence to explore a little bit, that may really compromise your lap time. So you want to kind of go on an adventure, find out where the grip is, and just watch those painted curves, particularly if you're loaded up coming off the corners on the corner exit. They will take you for a ride, even though you do have some decent runoff room in most corners. It's still easy to have a big one here.
Down amongst those cars in the pit lane is our own Amanda Busick. Amanda, how are you?
Well, guys, you see the windshield wipers on that 81 car moving. This is Jacob Rudd, and while he has a lot of road experience, he has never raced in the rain. I talked to his team prior to this race kicking off, and Jacob's a little excited to add more experience to his belt with this race right here at COTA.
At Srixon, performance is more than just a number. It's a feeling. One that starts at the forge. Introducing ZXi irons with iForge, a groundbreaking achievement in shaping, pressing, and heating that's taken Srixon feel to an entirely new level. Choose from 4 ZXi models: ZXi 7, player's iron with unparalleled feel; ZXi 5, player's distance iron with enhanced speed; ZXi 4, a hollow iron with maximum forgiveness; and ZXi U, ultimate long iron power. Plus, the Tour VT Soul on every model. Glides through turf to compress the ball at impact while maintaining exceptional feel. ZXi irons from Srixon, pure forge, pure Srixon.
Well, he's on the overall pole, and also the pole, of course, in the TCX class, which made its debut at Sonoma. There, we saw the debut as well, the BMW M2 CS, the car that you see throughout the TCX field. Up to 5 cars here this weekend from a couple of different teams. Interesting to see established names like Steve Stryver making the jump up, Samantha Tan as well, a longtime competitor in SRO America competition, joining with Jacob Rudd, who was so strong at Sonoma. Roy Block, John Hennessy with us this weekend as well. What do you make of this new class? Because I think it's going to be here to stay. It sounds like there's quite a few cars coming, even as soon as the next round of the championship at VIR.
I think it's a nice step up from the TC class in terms of horsepower and performance. So I think it's really a great step in terms of where you want to go to next from that TC class. I mean, obviously, there are some TCR cars with the DSG transmission that we expect to join the fray maybe as early as VIR. There's other entries with the BMW, and there's also rumors of maybe another manufacturer on the not too distant horizon. So I think it's an exciting class, and it's great to see a few more competitors here than we had at Sonoma.
There is John Hennessy racing out of the classic BMW stable. It is a classic BMW entry on the overall pole. That's what Jacob Rudd will be driving. Steve Stryver from Hard Motorsport, a longtime competitor in TC America, had a great opening weekend, actually was second in points in the TC category, leaving Sonoma, but elects to make the jump to TCX. I think he likes what he sees.
Yeah, he certainly does, and nice performance in qualifying. So they'll be looking to try and grab that first win, particularly as we just heard our pole sitter has not had any wet weather experience. So he's going to be leading the field up into turn 1 for the first time, and trying to make the right braking point and get it through that corner nice and safe. But we expect it to be at least 4 to 5 wide, if not more, as you get into that brake zone for the first time.
In the TC field, I think it's fascinating. Joe Federal will start on pole, got his first career win at the pro level. You see his car right there, the Bossman grooming machine that Joe drives. He picked up the win here at COTA last year, the first time we came here in race number 2. Frankly, the rest of the season was not as positive for Joe, but he's from Austin. this track is home to him, and we know that he's got the wherewithal to get it done. Can he do it from pole, though?
Well, he's certainly starting in the right spot, and the history is that the car is well suited here. Obviously, in the rain, very different conditions. I'm not sure how the rear-wheel drive Nissan will compare with some of the other marks out there. You've got three very fast Hondas behind him with Mike Lamara, Eric Powell, and Kevin Bone coming off a TCA championship run last year. So it's not going to be easy. There's a pretty stout TC field this year.
And Kevin Bone, who you mentioned, he's the points leader leading Sonoma, won one of those two races. The other race winner in TC was Eric Powell, who will start alongside him in row number 2 of the TC field. Powell had that great win in race 1 and started on pole for race 2, but didn't had some damage, and that set him back, so ultimately settled for 4th there. One other thing out of the TC class that's definitely worth highlighting is the debut of a brand new TC car from Mini.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's the Mini JCW Pro car, right?
Yes.
Pro TC, I think
Yes.
we're calling it. So
That's right.
we just got that message this morning. It was labeled something different on the entry list, so we'll try and get that one correct. But it's been a lot of work, and I spoke to the team this weekend, and it's really just been the last month working night and day, literally, to get that car ready. Hadn't turned a wheel until it showed up here this weekend, but showing a lot of pace. It's essentially the same motor that they ran in TCA with a little bit more boost. So interesting to see how that one goes. It looks awesome. I mean, it's a really pretty little race car, so we'll see how it performs here today.
Yes, the Mini JCW Pro TC, hit the nail on the head. It's kind of an amalgamation of different Minis. Talking to Louis Paracarpi, who runs the team, some parts coming from a certain model, others from other models, but 95, if not more, % of that car is original equipment from the manufacturer, and they've got some real big hopes. But this is its debut, not just race debut, the track debut happened this weekend, and Mark Combo qualified that car fifth.
Yeah, and it was very interesting to listen to Lewis kind of tell the story of how it's put together. And okay, they put the rear wing on. What do we think? Where should it be? So kind of go back old school in terms of designing race cars and putting it together and getting it to the racetrack versus the homologation phase that we typically go through. But the series will certainly be on top of it in terms of getting that car balanced for performance-wise into the right wing.
Then, of course, there's TCA, and on that class pole, it's Caleb Bacon, or the Forbush Performance Stable. A lot of racing history in that family and under that tent. Keep an eye on them to be awfully stout. But I think the big question mark is these qualifying times set in much different conditions than what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, we could see a shake-up in terms of driver experience in these conditions, car performance, how ideally they're suited. So that should make it exciting. We should see a lot of passing in this race today. Hopefully we stay safe and the track conditions will allow these drivers to do what they like to do.
Another car to keep an eye on out of the TCA ranks, PJ Gronke from Tech Sport Racing in that Toyota 86. He'll start 4th, but was fastest in the wet practice session they had earlier this weekend. He told me he's been coming here ever since the series started coming here. He's got some wet laps around this place, and he was hoping for rain. The rain dance paid off for PJ Gronke, a former TCB champion in TC America. Looks like the pace car has accelerated away just a little bit. Jacob Rudd now in control of this field because this was technically a safety car start. It will be a single file start, and it won't come at the traditional green flag site, which is different than where the checkered flag is displayed here at Circuit of the Americas. We understand the green flag will come further up as if this was a restart rather than an official race start.
Okay, we'll see how everyone deals with that. Certainly single file should keep it a little bit cleaner as opposed to the normal fan out that we see, which is always spectacular. But I think the key for everyone is just to get some laps under a belt here today.
You see the classes taking their splits, trying to separate a little bit. Certainly TCX from TC. We'll have a second flying start from TCA just a little bit behind. This is the final corner. Jacob Rudd making his way through there. Steve Stryver out of the Hart Motorsports stable will
watch every March Madness game live, all in one place. Catch every buzzer beater and Cinderella story with YouTube TV. Subscription required. Cancel anytime.
will be close behind. There is the green flag from Tom Hansing, and we are racing at Circuit of the Americas, third race of the TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School season. is underway and under green.
And you see the gap in the TC field now, the start-finish line there, making the romp up the hill. Fedorov taking the lead there in TC.
Well, 2x2 action further back in the TCA field, make it 3 wide further back. There's a bold move from one of the Hondas, I think, up the inside. Apologies, it's hard to identify the cars with the spray. Everyone clean through turn number 1, and Calvin, that's the idea behind the safety car start and the single file start to this race.
Yeah, and spreading out the class, and I think the competitors themselves, maybe they got together on the grid and said, listen, let's just give each other a little bit of breathing room on these opening laps and try and get into a bit of a rhythm here. As you can see, the clocks have already ticked down to 30 minutes to go. The 40 minutes, oh, look at the slide there. That was a big one. 50 machine of John Hennessy.
That's one of the TCX cars right now currently falling into the clutches of the TC leaders. Joe Fedorov leading the way. I think that's Eric Powell in the Skip Barber Racing School team entry. One of a couple of cars out of that stable, both in TC and TCA competition. Powell already a race winner earlier today, and he's coming up the inside of Fedorov. And Samantha Tanner of the TCX entries also in the mix. Here comes Kevin Bone working his way around the outside of a sister Honda runner from LA Honda World. Bone racing for DXDT Racing.
And he and his team have said it's nice to be under that DXDT tent this weekend. Literally live off themselves and being fed some beverages and kept nice and comfy and warm, so they certainly appreciate that support.
Now, the point about the tent is especially poignant because when he got started in SRO America last year, it was an open trailer, no tent to speak of. So, quite literally, that tent is valued by Kevin and Sharon and the rest of that operation there. So it looks like Powell to the lead around Fedorov. This is Bone in hot pursuit. Didn't have the best qualifying effort. His first laps in the wet in a TC spec car came earlier this weekend. He's making that step up from TCA, where he was the champion a year ago.
Yeah, and Kevin's just got so much experience. I think he has 4 national championships behind his name, and he just knows how to get the job done. He's just very methodical in his approach, and you know they'll be at the sharp end by the end of the season, if not winning another championship. But right now, just trying to get a feel for this car. It's very different in these conditions to what he's driven before.
Powell pulling the gap. He's up to 3rd overall as well. Around the outside comes Joe Fedorov, riding home as you would expect. The Austinite here on his home circuit.
The debris there, Samantha Tan just kind of straddled there on the entry of turn 20. It didn't cut a tire or anything.
Look at that run off the final corner. I thought Bohm had a better one than it turns out he did. Now you see the power in the TCX car as Samantha Tan sprints away from Fedorov, who's now falling into the clutches of Kevin Bohm.
There's about a 75 horsepower difference between these TCX cars and the TC cars, so they should have a significant advantage in these high-speed sections of this racetrack.
A couple of fast movers here in the early run. Jeff Rika up 6 spots on that opening lap. Toby Rahovic up 3 spots. They're now running in the 7th and 8th overall, just off the podium in TC. Here comes Fedorov working on Samantha, and she just got a little bit loose. Great job blowing that car down and keeping it off the barriers.
Yeah, and I think what she was doing there is just trying to keep it clean. She could see that she's going to get to the side of the other race car, just tying their hands a little bit, and there wasn't enough weight in the rear tires, turned it around. But nice save. Fortunately, got on a piece of racetrack that did have some grip and straightened her out.
Samantha has been busy racing in some long-distance endurance races in the Middle East, going back to the winter, and then in Europe as of late. Let's take a look at this replay here. Steve Strymer, a little further back, that's Powell, and this is what we were just looking at a moment ago. Samantha Tan there in that BMW.
Yeah, I think she was trying to avoid the car to her outside left Fedorov possibly, and also she was up and over the curbs a little bit, and I think it just kind of unsettled the car right when she needed the bite.
Honda foul, however, which race on. And Honda's making a move there to the inside. Racing throughout this field. This mini we're looking at here, this is one of the TCA minis. Honda Jones. Yep, that new one we were talking about.
Sister machine, so see how the minis perform. Very short wheelbase car.
Talking to Louis Harvey again, who heads up that team, which also runs the LA Honda World team. The minis traditionally do excel in conditions just like these. This is the season debut, by the way, for Derek Jones in TC America. He's got a lot of history running with Mini JCW team, the LAP Motorsports team in various championships over the last decade or so.
Team car, Caleb Bacon started the race from the TCA pole. No, he's still leading TCA.
Yeah, just dropped down maybe the overall order slightly. It's been up and down to say the least.
This young man, grandson of High Bacon, who had so much success back in the 80s with the Mazda brand.
That is our race leader with a bit of a twitch, and then Strymer goes around.
Yeah.
Second place, Strymer with the spin. You saw the leader
Everyone behind him, they see that car, try to pull and tighten up a little bit, and that causes a moment. Fortunately, plenty of room there. You can actually go to the left of Steve's car if you needed to.
We've been as Zendesk help desk client for years. When we had to go choose AI, we chose Fin.
FinWorks is an AI-powered support agent within Zendesk, integrating with your existing knowledge base and ticketing and messaging systems. And if Fin can't answer a question, handoff to human agents are automatic and seamless for your customer. Fin resolves up to 93% of its queries, dramatically reducing your team's workload. All of this without any migration or changes to your setup. Learn more at fin.ai.
Rudd kind of gave us an idea of what to expect. He was really twitchy through that section too. Rudd continues to lead. Powell now, that's the car we're looking at here. That is now second overall, the leader in TC, Jeff Rica. The Gen Racer entry in that Hyundai Genesis up into second. Joe Fidel dropping down to third. What a great start from Rica.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Great to see. Love the passion that he has with his racing.
He qualified 10th. Taking advantage of these conditions there, he is. He's up 8 spots.
Love this race car, so great to see these conditions give him the opportunity to shine.
Jeff at Sonoma was unable to finish the first race. There was a mechanical issue. Whoa, he's drifting around that corner. And so he did not run in the second race. The sister car, though, Michael Sousa was driving, and he didn't get a top 5 finish. I'll check that in a second.
Right.
And so showed the potential of that car. And Sousa's not here this weekend. That second car has a different driver behind the wheel, but clearly there's been a lot of development going into that TC spec Hyundai, and these conditions seem to suit it nicely.
The conditions Jacob Rudd, who has not experienced conditions like this, so he's obviously not a life, but you'd expect someone like Eric Powell, with his experience and just his natural speed to excel in conditions like this. So, yes, he's late in his class, but you know, someone like Eric and his personality, he wants even a bit more. He'd love to chase down that TCX car.
Kurt Washon, by the way, is in the other TC spec Hyundai from Gen Racer team. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Eric Powell didn't do a whole lot of racing last year. Got plugged in at the end of the season at Indianapolis and got a race win there and was really impressive. But what a great opportunity. Plugged in with the Skip Barber team. There's already a rapport there between Eric and Skip Barber. This worked for them.
Well, I'm not sure if he was a catalyst or not in terms of how this program has come together, but they really wanted to develop almost like a ladder system for their students. Where do we go next? Okay, we teach you all of this stuff in terms of racecraft and the basics of racing. So I think to now introduce the team, the Skip Barber team, into these classes is just a tremendous alley for these students to go to. And with Eric, with his experience and his knowledge, just tremendous leader. A little bit of a wobble through turn 2 for Rudd. See it just in the mist there that he had a bit of a moment.
Strymer, by the way, didn't get going again. Still is second place in the TCX category, but has fallen back quite a bit and actually might have lost that second place. So I might have spoken too soon there. I think that actually puts Samantha Tan now up into second in TCX. Here comes the battle for the overall lead, and give it to Eric Powell. That was decisive.
Yeah, no. I had a feeling that was what his target was. Let me get to the front and And we talk about drivers constantly in terms of talent and not slipping through the net. I mean, Eric Powell is still one of those guys that we hope gets his shot at the big time, because whenever he drives, he puts in performances like this where he takes it to the front and there's always something to beat.
Yeah, he was third in the TCA category in 2016 back in the Pro World Challenge days, driving a MX-5 Cup car, and 6 podium finishes that year. Race for Tech Sport again the next year, was fourth in the championship in the Subaru, fourth again the next year in the Subaru, 4 wins between those 2 seasons, and then mostly focused on his role that he had at the time with Tech Sport Racing, and wasn't doing as much driving, but did find the time to run. In the one season, we had the Saleen Cup with us and finished third in the Pro-Am category there, but just 2 starts last year. That's it for this guy, and I'm sure this is an opportunity that's given him a new lease on life.
Yeah, and I think last year, particularly with the COVID situation, if drivers were kind of out of the mix a little bit, that's tight. I'm surprised there wasn't contact. In fact, there is contact. Didn't look like that was going to work with the steering input from both drivers there going through turn 12. But yeah, tough year for drivers. He didn't have a solid drive to try and find something, because everything was so temperamental in terms of commitments from teams and what everyone was ultimately going to do for the season.
That was 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, I think, overall. So Federo has given up the 4th position overall and final step of the TC class podium to Toby Grahovic. Looked like Toby had made that pass. He had passed Mike Lamara on the previous lap. So Toby is currently on a charge. Let's take a look at the replay here. See if this gives us any insight. Ooh, there is some contact there.
With the front wheel drive cars, when you get tipped like that, just nail the gas pedal. Sometimes they'll just pull you straight.
And that may explain why Lamar lost that spot. I think that's what it was. So it does provide some insight indeed. So Federo now just up the road from this battle. Lamar at the head of it.
A really strong qualifying run and good performance so far in the race today. With Mario Viendo in terms of owning the LA Honda World Racing team. Mario has a lot of experience running different franchises, including marques like Ferrari and Bentley. He was involved with the Ferrari Challenge team and elected that he wanted to own his own dealership. He and Mike were buddies and made that move down to LA about 3.5 years ago. A very successful business, and they're very into the racing in terms of promoting their brand.
Garrett Cole right there is the man on the move. At the moment, that car, the Groundstrike Racing Honda Civic out of the DXDT Racing tent. He made a pass on Austin Smith, both of these guys, I think, were able to get past Smith. I believe that's the BMW there in the back of the shot, putting on a drift show for us. And now Bone trying to run down Lamara for the 5th position in TC.
He's dropped a little bit back from his original qualifying position here, but on the rebound, so we've got a little bit of time to work with, but you can't really rely on that block staying green with these conditions. It's taking on the state plus the sun have an issue out there, so you've got to work with the time quickly in terms of don't just count it down. It could suddenly end and not have a lot of track time left to do some work with.
Hyundai versus Honda, and is this
is Rika for the lead?
Yeah, that's right. Rika has run down Eric Powell and made the move.
So this is why Powell is probably on the charge too. He wanted to try and maximize his speed, and knowing there was some very fierce competitors in this class.
And he's able to counterattack around the outside and at least for the moment take that spot back. But drive of the day has to go to Jeff Rika, qualifying considerably down the order in 10th. But using the conditions to his advantage.
Great to see the support of Brian Herter Autosport providing all of the Hyundai customer teams. David Brown, a legendary engineer over the years with Formula One teams and with Porsche most recently, is now employed by Brian Herter to be on site and really assist all of these customer teams. And there you can see that Hyundai has plenty of run up this climb up the hill.
Oh, lack of juice, that's for sure. Now he's going to try and cover the inside as Rika makes that move back to the lead. He held it ever so briefly. Powell not ready to give it up easily. I'm sure he's got a whole lot, though, that he can do, given the strength of that Hyundai.
Surprised that Jeff can make that work. He came in there, a very acute angle to the approach to turn one to try and protect that inside lane and not give it to Eric. Still managed to get the car turned and get off the corner.
Love watching these guys through this section of the track. Look how much water they're kicking up. There is a lot of rain that has been dropped around this track. Nothing straightforward about finding lap time.
Jeff's having fun.
I
Just
think he
drifting
is.
that, using the platform well.
Now, basically halfway through what turned into a 30-minute race. Originally 40 minutes, but the clock got started as soon as the pace car led the field out onto the track due to the conditions that had us in a lengthy delay prior to the start of this race. Eric Powell, Jeff Ricka up front. Ricka currently leading. And our TCX leader, Jacob Rudd, running in third. Toby Grahovic has charged through the field past Federal, and he is now third in TC and fourth overall.
Walsheim is running in the 9th position.
Yeah, qualified right behind his teammate, Rika. I think he started in 12th, so would have been directly behind had they started 2 by 2. It was a single file start.
Taylor, pole sitter and leader in TCA, having a nice run here.
Yes, he is. Doing a really nice job. Signal sponsorship on that car, just a little bit behind. How aggressive do you want to be? You'd like to clear the traffic if you can, but just to have a little bit of a buffer, right? But you don't want to take any undue risk.
No, that's one of the difficulties when you're in multi-class racing. I mean, you've got to think about the big picture of where is the class opposition at this point in the race and not take too much risk. But as we saw with Eric Powell, he went on a charge there, got by Rudd, and the reason was he knew he had some really fast cars behind him, and maybe his team were alerted to the fact that the safety car may be out there. We see double yellows flying, so we may have a safety car out on the racetrack. But to your point, I think Caleb Bacon just wanted to try and clear that traffic and just lay down his lap time as best he could.
There you go, double yellow. That should indicate safety car out on the circuit, ready to pick up our overall leader, which right now is Jeff Ricka. Eric Powell dropped back to second. He was about 1 second behind the last time across the line. Then our TCX leader, Jacob Rudd, running in third. No report as of yet as to what has brought out the safety car. Visually, the track looks pretty similar to the condition it was in when we got started. And hopefully we can get some clarity on that situation. As you said, Caleb Bacon doing a great job running in the lead in TCX. Sorry, in TCA rather. So the field will be bunching up behind the safety car for a moment, and one thing that does do, Calvin, is cars at speed do help to displace some of that standing water. You slow them all down, and you could end up with some puddling. It looks like we do have a car stranded off to the side of the track, however.
Yeah, and I think the difficulty for Jeff Ricka and Powell is we have this TCX wave-by rule when we go to yellow, so if we do see some more green flag running, they may elect. I think it's up to the stewards at their discretion, but typically you're going to see the TCX cars, the whole field, go to the front and lead the field back to green.
That is the brand new Mini that is stranded there. Combo behind the wheel. It's somewhat to be expected when you're doing your development at the racetrack. Quite frankly, I think they were over the moon with the performance of that car through practice and qualifying. To start fifth in a very competitive TC field on debut speaks volumes to the amount of work that went into that car.
It's good and bad though, right? When you got a new car and the series is looking at it in terms of balance and performance and everything, you're a little bit too racy here, straight out of the box. You don't want to have any shackles behind you at this early stage of the development process. So I was a double-edged sword there in terms of performance, and the rules will allow you for the next round.
We'll have to wait and see how lengthy this delay is. So, we have been told that Jacob Rudd should be pronounced Rude, so apologies there. We did check in with the team for what it's worth. We were told Rudd, but since have been told Rude would be the way to go, so I guess we'll be Rude.
Rude not to, right?
Apologies for that, though. We do our best to get the names right, and did check in with the team earlier this weekend, and have done our best to do with what we were told, but we will adjust moving forward. All right, safety car situation. This is a big reset here for our top two. Eric Powell had just lost that lead to Jeff Rica a few moments before the safety car was deployed. Can he use this as a chance to gather his thoughts a little bit, come up with a strategy to try and get that spot back?
Well, they'll probably have recognized where the strengths and weaknesses are for both himself and Rica that he's trying to get around, and maybe he can use the opportunity if we do in fact get the TCX cars back to the lead of this field. These conditions may dictate differently, so it's down to the stewards to do that, but it's certainly in the rule book this year that the TCX cars would get away by under yellow before we went back to green.
Further down, looks like Jacob Rudd should be safe there in the lead of TCX, barring anything untoward, because the next closest TCX competitor is Samantha Tan, who's done a nice job. We saw her with the moment at one point, big slide and had to lock it down, but was able to keep going. She's currently second in that class, but considerably down the overall order.
But the key is if they do the wave around, the whole TCX field would move back. But look at her best lap compared to Rude's. I don't think she'd be a threat in terms of what she's displayed so far today. You never know.
And then in TCA, Derek Jones, he is right there behind. Actually, it's a three-car fight up at the front with Bacon, Jones, and Blanco. Blanco, very new to touring car racing. He's had a lot of success in the junior open wheel formulas. And is adapting nicely to the wet. I wonder if he has done much driving in the wet in a closed cockpit car before this weekend. And I suspect the answer is no.
Right. Learning front wheel drive and how you have to manage the tires. That's not so much an issue today, but love this team. It's just got so much personality. It's very cool.
Yeah, that's the VGMC Motorsports team. Victor Gonzalez heads that up. He was racing at Sonoma. Had a bit of misfortune in his races, but I'll tell you what, he is excellent television. Whenever we can put him on, it seems like he's making a move on someone. There's a lot of aggression there. He was so close to a win all of the season last season and finally got it in the last race of the year, and it's about as happy of a victory lane interview as I've ever done.
Yeah, that would be a great reality TV series to follow his group around in terms of how they get the group back together. Very cool.
It was an amazing story when they showed up. It was Sonoma a couple of years back, and it was Victor and Mariano Cruz, the team manager. That was it. They were working on the car themselves, open trailer, and it has yes, they did, and it has grown in a huge way. They got a ton of support from Honda and HPD, and they've opened up opportunities for drivers from their native Puerto Rico, but other parts of Latin America as well, to come touring car racing here in the States. And it's a really exciting initiative. And Jose Blanco is a big part of that. I identify him as a talent that maybe ran out of money to keep moving up the open wheel ranks, but sees touring car racing or sports car racing as an opportunity like so many other drivers do. And he was loving his racing at Sonoma when I had a chance to talk to him. He was really thrilled.
On that TCA battle, if we see some green flag action, could be pretty tasty because the front runners are very close in terms of their fastest laps here today. So Caleb certainly looked like he had it under control and does have the edge in lap time, but not to the extent that the gap had really developed in this race today.
No indication as of yet, or as I say that, are the lights off on the safety car? They are. So we might have a sprint to the finish before this is all said and done.
Don't see any TCX wave by though.
I believe that can be done at the discretion
Right.
of the stewards, and maybe in conditions like these, it's not worth inherent risk. The safety car into the pits. Here comes the field, looking for the restart. Jeff Rica out in front, Eric Powell running second. Jacob Root third in line, leader in the TCX class, but surrounded by a bunch of hungry TC competitors. Green flag in the air, and Jeff Rica gets a bit of a jump there on Eric Powell.
Watch Rude though, he's got a lot more horsepower as they accelerate along this front stretch here up into the turn one braking zone, but maybe he's elected, you know what, I don't need to fight these cars, even though they're in the class below me. I'm just going to try and keep it clean and get my third victory of the year.
And it is a team car that I think just slipped through the inside for third on the road. Oh, we're seeing safety car again. That's what the graphic said. We'll see if that is the case, but I think Rahovic made his way around Root there.
Yeah, tucked it to the inside there, going through turn one.
And he's been one that's been on a move to this point in the race. Keep an eye on Toby. Can he run down Powell? Looks like we are clear. Don't believe the safety car is on the track, so that is good news. Here's Federal now, the pole sitter in TC.
What a move. Tucks it to the inside. That's bold.
Oh, can he hold it together?
That's nice. Flicks it sideways, use the front wheel drive. Bohm gives the outside of Federal here. Big battles here with time running out.
Bang it fenders just that little bit there, but Bohm gets the pass made. Brings up another spot for those two. So Federal dropping from fourth down to sixth, I think. Move Lamara up into the fourth spot. Bohm now into the top five.
It's go time. You got anything left? Use it up now.
Smith there. Look at that visibility, or lack thereof.
There's a race in there somewhere, right? Can't quite see it, but
a great restart from Rica. He did exactly what he needed to do. Powell couldn't quite get the jump. But I'm really curious about the third car in line. What can Toby Rahovic do? Veteran driver, lots of experience. He's going to draw upon all of that.
doesn't have a ton of time to work with though, so we can see what the graphic shows in terms of time remaining in this race, but it's running out fast.
Just about 4 minutes, I think, left for these competitors in this 40-minute race, third race of the season. TC America, powered by the Skip Barber Racing School. Federal is under attack once again. Saw that at the back of that picture. Restart's been a bit treacherous for him.
I'm amazed in these conditions how well these cars have handled, how the tires have held on, and the job that the drivers are doing. This is not easy. I mean, this is not easy, even though you've got a lot of road to work with, a lot of real estate, with the painted curves and everything. It's so easy to make a little mistake.
Side by side further back, and I think that is Federal dropping another spot, trying to come back up the inside here in that Texport Racing entry. Lost the spot in the corner, but it's a good drive out of the turn number 20. I think it is. That is for 6th and 7th in TC.
This is going to be a good little battle here, I think, with Bowman and Lamar. That's for 4th position. Kevin very much on the rebound here in this race. Another big picture. I don't think he'll take any unnecessary risk, but he wants a little bit more. He likes those podiums.
It's right there in front of him, too. What more motivation do you need?
See someone there working vigorously with a rag inside the cockpit to try and clear the misted windshield screen.
You carry that around with you?
Oh, I remember, I think I was watching Stuck somewhere with a rag on the end of a stick, and he was like, you know, leading the race and pulling away, and he's like vigorously like using the stick to try and see where he's going.
Anything you can do to give you some visibility.
It's nothing worse. You can't really see even if you have a clear windshield. I love that the inside is falling apart. It's like trying to take a shave, turning on the fan in the bathroom. Really sharp and easy, but it doesn't feel good.
The minis stepping out sideways just a bit over the curbing on the corner exit. The rain has been incessant ever since it got going. just been a matter of degree. This is backing up a little bit here behind Smith and Federo. We've got, that was Smith totally sideways right in front of us there for a moment. Did he catch that? He did. But it let Federo get to his door there on the right-hand side.
15. Federo just opens up his hands there and allows two cars down at the inside.
Joe had a big old twitch he had to correct. That car looks really difficult to control. It's still 3 wide.
Yeah, rear-wheel drive there, of course, going up against some front-wheel drive machinery. It's not going to be easy.
That's Washeim making the pass around the outside in the second-gen racer car.
Switch again by Federo. He is really just hanging on at this stage.
And Lindsay Brewer next in line to go on the attack. Looked like she was able to get alongside as well. Now settles back in line, at least for the moment. We're down to just 33 seconds on the clock. The leaders have already gone through, so they'll get the white flag the next time around. It's a great shot of all the spray off of these cars. It's just amazing. Up front, it is a 4-second gap between Rika and Powell. Correction, we've already received the white flag. Checkers next time by. Mike Lamara is up to third. Bohm is fourth. What happened to Toby Grahovic? He's dropping down the order.
Just inside the top 20 now, 18th position, so he's out of an issue.
Unless this is another transponder issue related to the weather, perhaps. To monitor that situation. Final lap here as Federo tries to hold off Lindsay Brewer. This is the fight for 7th in TC. Here comes Brewer up the inside.
Find their way through there, and Federo, our pole sitter, just trying to hang on here. Damage limitation in terms of points lost. Coming off a victory here last year, he's not going to beat. Just hanging on right now. 7th position, class. Bumps are on the outside lane, the right side as you come down the hill, so it's pretty typical for drivers to sort of like swing into the middle of the road and try and avoid those bumps, which are unsettling the car even in dry conditions.
It's a nice move from Lindsay Brewer, still very much learning these touring cars. It's been an educational weekend. She was also racing in the Skip Barber Formula Car Series race earlier this weekend. That was held in the wet.
What Rick has put on a clinic since we got this restart here. He's just taken off.
Really, since the start of this race, qualified 15th overall, 10th in class, and barring something unfortunate, he is in line for his first win of the season. Did not finish, was not classified in race 1 at Sonoma, did not run in race 2. How about this bounce back, though, from Jeff Rika, Gin Racer, a car that he has been developing over the last several years, looking very strong. From 10th in class on the grid and 15th overall, Jeff Rika drives through the field, and a TC car wins overall in TC America, race 1 at Circuit of the Americas.
Great performance, just perfect execution in these conditions. Very tricky. Eric Powell, another strong run. Good points for him today. Battle to the line. Lamara just pipping Bohm there.
I bet Bohm wishes the checkered flag was given where they give the green flag. He might have had a shot at it there, but Lamara holds him off. That's the final step of the podium for TC. Bohm settles for 4th. Roode is 5th overall and wins in the TCX class. His 3rd in succession to start the season. Austin Smith, Joe Federo did get back around Lindsay Brewer, it appears. She is now 7th in TC. Then your TCA winner is this one. Caleb Bacon gets it done. Derek Jones, 3 seconds back in 2nd place. Jose Blanco gets it done, finishing up on the podium in 3rd.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was just a tremendous driving by the whole field. There's so few errors in what were treacherous conditions. Well done, everyone. So we saw some good racing considering the conditions, Ryan, and we had that yellow flag there, brief interruption, but nonetheless, good battle, and everyone can fight to hopefully see a sunny day tomorrow.
Yeah, let's hope so. But I'll echo your sentiments. Given the conditions, we had one full course yellow, but it was not for an accident. It appeared to be a car that had some kind of mechanical issue. To run as clean as we did, with it raining as hard as it is remarkable. All of these drivers ought to be commended. Everyone coming through to complete this one. Our race 1 and 2 winner of the season, Jesse Love, the open wheel dirt track veteran who's been tapped by Toyota Racing Development as part of their young driver program on the NASCAR side of things, getting a taste not just of the Circuit of the America track, but also racing in the rain, brings it home an impressive 5th. Gotta wonder if driving around the Chili Bowl in a midget or something like that is some preparation for slinging one of these touring cars sideways in the rain. He's a quick study. He was really impressive in Sonoma, sweeping the weekend there for Tech Sport. I'm sure he learned an awful lot, and that's exactly why Toyota put him in this position.
Oh, it's great to see TRD supporting these drivers and bringing them up to speed with their skill level in road racing. Cool.
Great stories up and down the lineup. Eric Powell, winner of race 1, 4th place race 2. A good 2nd place run here, and it comes when his championship rival, Kevin Bohm, finishes 4th. Not a bad result for Kevin, but it does certainly help Eric.
Well, Kevin lost a little bit of ground in the early going, didn't he? And then started to go on a charge there a little bit. So I'm not sure if he had a moment or just got out-fumbled through a couple of the corners. But nonetheless, the type of drive you expect from him and just good points. Not the best of days. It's rare that he finishes off the podium, but nonetheless, didn't throw it away and was almost there as a sprint to the line for that final podium spot. Lamar has to be happy with his performance, I would think.
I think so too. And for the TC class, which in dry conditions I don't think would have a chance to do this, but comes home with the top 4 spots overall, speaks to the strength of the field in TC, of those teams, drivers. Front-wheel drive cars helps too. Jacob Rude, perfectly clean, did exactly what he needed to do to get the race win in TCX. To your point about Mike Lamar, though, big bounce back for him. Brighton, Michigan native, finished 8th in race 1 at Sonoma, and then not classified in race 2. So this gets his point situation jump-started a little bit as Jeff Rica is out of the car. All smiles there.
That's cool. I mean, a lot of these race teams at this level are relatively small, and you can really see the passion and the joy and the satisfaction from a day like today.
Well, this has been a labor of love for Jeff. He's been racing Hyundai since at least 2013 in various classes and in various guises, and they've been working on this car for a while, trying to get it up to speed, ready to go. I think they had big plans last year, and maybe COVID stepped in the way of that, but great start to the season. Let's go down to Amanda, who's got happy winner down there in Victory Lane.
Well, in a single file start, Jeff Rica started 15th on the track. We were by your pit when you took over the lead. Your team and your wife were cheering. You won here 2 years ago in the rain. What have you figured out about driving in these conditions?
Well, it's a track a lot. I mean, it's very grippy when it's wet, and you just got to know how to set the car up. And with that rain delay and everything, it was like a perfect blessing. So we put a setup that we knew would work. We had a nice practice the other day that was wet that we worked off of, and it paid off. I mean, it was effortlessly. I mean, I went around places I didn't think I would be able to go, but it stuck, and I was happy to bring it home in first place overall.
And went around all the TCX cars as well. Congratulations, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations indeed. I think that will be a happy camper tonight, and we'll see what that car can do in dry conditions tomorrow, at least if the forecast holds.
Yes, and fastest lap pole for tomorrow, right? So,
that's right.
Good starting slot. See how the car performs compared to the competition.
That is an interesting dynamic of setting the grid for race 2 by fastest lap when you have rain on the first day. It's going to mix things up quite a bit.
You would assume, right?
Well, you would.
Typically, it's not quick car in the dry, but quick car in the wet, particularly with front wheel and rear wheel drive cars in the mix.
We'll find out tomorrow. Let's get down to Amanda.
Well, just off camera, Jacob Root said that was insane. Your first race in the rain. What will you take from this experience?
I just think driving in the rain is such a unique experience, especially in a rear-wheel drive car. So looking forward, if we have to race in the rain tomorrow, at least I know what to expect.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
How about that first race in the rain and it's a victory?
It's way cool, and he's not believing the weather forecast like many did for today, because he's saying if it rains again tomorrow. The forecast is good. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking earlier about you either love these conditions or you don't. I think he's going to love them based on that experience. One more winner to chat with in Amanda Who's there.
Well, Ryan, Caleb was just telling Calvin and I yesterday that his car is good in the rain. And Caleb, at your very first race and the first team win for Forbush Performance, what does this mean for you as a driver?
Well, this was really huge, and we came into the weekend knowing that we had a really good car, and we were kind of hoping for rain in the first place because we knew this car was really good in the rain. And so once we started seeing this today, we couldn't have asked for any better. So, we started out front and led the whole race and brought it home. So it's really good.
Congratulations, Caleb.
Thank you.
Now, that's just carrying on the family tradition, isn't it? There is the green flag that got the race officially underway. It was a safety car start and a single file start. The TCX field up front for now, but we're about to see the TC cars just come run roughshod up through the field. The front-wheel drive cars really excelling in these conditions.
Yeah, they really were well suited. So to overtake that much faster in terms of horsepower, TCX class, and take the overall win was certainly something special here today.
Side-by-side action here. This was a big save from Samantha Tan, and important because she was able to keep going and ended up with a podium finish in TCX. She finished second.
Yeah, nice recovery drive there, and just try to keep it clean. And here we see Steve Strymer going for a quick spin that's coming out of turn 18. High-speed triple apex right-hander. Fortunately, the rest of the field there, you can see slipping and sliding, managed to miss him.
As Strymer unable to recover from that spin. Here we go. This is Eric Powell on the charge, able to make his way around Jacob Root there. That was for the overall lead at the time. Then this becomes the battle for the overall lead, and Jeff Rica showing the strength of this Hyundai platform.
Yeah, that's why Powell was hustling, because he realized he had some really quick cars behind him. He wanted to try and get the gap. He got a gap, but ultimately Rica just run him down.
Yeah, Rica got out in front and never looked back. There was one more restart, but it did not set him back at all. There's the checkered flag waving, and it was quite a race. Jeff Rica picking up the win in difficult conditions over Eric Powell. The win at TCX to Jacob Root. TCA win went to the young man Caleb Bacon. Congratulations to him in wet conditions here at COTA.
What a contrast in just 7 days from the rise and fall of Infineon Raceway in California to the wide open and flat out spaces of Road America, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Diffie, joined by Johnny O'Connell and Andrew Marriott, and this is round 7 of the Speed GT Championship. Well, after the first 6 rounds, the points look like this. A narrow 9-point margin for Bill Auckland over Audi's Randy Post, and Phil McClure just a further 2 behind. PTG BMW drivers Hans Stuck and Justin Marks fill out the other 2 positions in the top 5. Undoubtedly this year, the factory drivers have been making it hard for the privateers.
I'm glad we've got more factory teams, but it's tough. Last year I had a very competitive car all year. This year I'm having trouble getting in the top 10, let alone the top 5. So, the Audis and the BMWs are pushing us hard, and hopefully we're getting far enough in the season we push back a little bit.
I think it's very tough to race against the factories. On the other hand, the factories bring a lot of excitement and a lot of exposure to the series, which is good for everybody. 3R does a pretty good job, very good job of racing against factories. We're starting to come along, but it's an expensive proposition.
It's good that all the Corvettes are really not factory back. So if there was a factory back GM team, it would be much tougher to run as a privateer. But against the BMWs and the Audis, I still think we stand a little bit of a chance.
Speaking of the different makes, this is what the Manufacturers' Championship looks like. It's been a head-to-head battle with BMW and Audi, but Chevrolet's only 2 points further back in third, and Porsche coming on strong. Now, this is a very special track on the annual calendar. Johnny O'Connell, talk us around and tell us what we need to know about Road America.
Road America, Elkhart Lake, my goodness, what a fantastic circuit, over 4 miles long. Normally we go to a circuit and we don't, there's 1 or 2 good passing zones. At Road America, there's a lot. My favorite part of the racetrack, though, the King, turn 11, very fast time, and do an awesome job.
It certainly is a special place. Time now to welcome and say hello to Andrew Marriott. He's on the grid.
Well, here on pole position, not much surprise about this. We've got Billy Oberlin here in the BMW. Of course, took the lead of the championship in last week's race. Bill looking very strong indeed. Let's walk back a little bit. In second place, the second of the BMWs, Hans Stuck, and Hans is going to be carrying one of our cameras, as is Bill. Hans, of course, with his famous helmet with the stars on it. Then Randy Pops in the Audi, of course, he lost the championship lead just at the last race. He'll be hoping to get it back here. We expect the BMWs and Audis to be pretty closely matched. Then the third of the BMWs, Boris said, getting ready. The best of the Porsches is Mike Fitzgerald, and we know that Porsches are going to work very well here. But then, back in 6th place, we come to the big surprise. Viper's return to this series, and Michael McCann is representing Viper and the Dodge Brad. It's great to see these cars here. Michael's a complete rookie to this series, been doing very well indeed in the Viper Racing League, and Mike, you're looking forward to this.
Absolutely, we've been looking for this for a long time.
Now, you haven't been racing very long, only a couple of years in the Viper Racing League, and really you are moving up a big notch here.
Yes, we are. We've done a few Grand Am races, but this is a big step. We're looking forward to it, and we hope we're ready.
What are you hoping for here? You think you can get on the podium?
Well, that's a goal. When we came here, that's a goal. We have high expectations. It's a great car. McCann Plastics Dodge Viper, it's a great car, and we're going to do our best.
I'm sure Michael's certainly going to do his best, so it's wonderful to see Dodge Vipers in GT again. We haven't seen them for about 3 years, and we could have a very good result from this rookie here.
Thanks, Andrew, and a nice-looking car at that as well. Well, this year, 3 wins to BMW, 2 to Corvette, and 1 to Porsche. Who will it be today? Speed Channel's coverage of the Speed GT Championship is brought to you by Toyo Tires, known for performance, tires that fit you. And by BMW. Visit your local BMW Centre for a test drive. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. As the cars roll here at Road America, it's time to take a look at the Arby's starting grid. And for the 3rd consecutive race, Bill Auckland starts from pole. It's his 4th this year. First front row for the Austrian Hans Stuck. And the 2nd consecutive race, we do not see Randy Post for Audi on the front row. Things are changing. Mike Fitzgerald and Michael McCann, we've just heard from Michael. Great to see one of those new competition groups here today. Phil McClure, Michael Gallardi. Michael won here last year. What can he come up with today? We work our way back to row 5. Another one of the new Dodge Vipers alongside Mark McCulver. That's Jim McCann. roll through the remainder of the grid. Justin Marks in the backup car. Is speed going to be everything here today, Johnny?
You know what, Road America, often people think those these long straightaways, it's about horsepower, but I've been here in Formula cars. You run low downforce, you get a lap time. You run high downforce, it's about the same lap time. Those BMWs handling is going to be their advantage.
Our onboards today look like this. We ride with David Farmer. We'll also be riding with 3R Racing's Mike Fitzgerald in the Porsche. Boris Said in the first of the Team PTG BMWs. Randy Popes for the champion Audi. Hans Stuck. First front row of the year. Hans has given us some wonderful vision this year, and there's our pole man, Bill Auberlen, for round 7 here at Road America. And as you can see, and I'm sure we'll see other shots as the race goes on, the skies above are not looking too promising. Will we have a mixed weather race? We will find out. We are just moments away from the start of round 7 of the Speed GT Championship. Green flag in the back. As always, watch the Audi, the white Audi, left of your screen as we focus on the lights. We're away, and so too is Randy Post. Every single time that Audi just pounces. And look at our pole man. He has been dropped back to 3rd.
You know, not a great start by Bill. A good one by Hans, running in 2nd place now. But my goodness, those Audis out of the hole, and it's hard stopping.
Mike McCann didn't waste any time in the Dodge Viper either. He got a nice outside run. And Mike Fitzgerald, he pushed hard. He's up ahead of Forrest already.
Really a nice job so far by Fitzgerald. And he's been getting stronger every race. On fire at Road Atlanta. They've got that Porsche working well. Everyone at 3R, you know, again, they do Phil McClure's Corvette, but they're also doing that Porsche, and it has been flying lately.
Down into the braking zone into turn 5. And speaking of that 3R Corvette, Phil McClure looking for a way past the BMWs. Look at this, Jimmy Adams coming around the outside to line up there behind Michael Gallardi. We go back on board now with the 22, the Porsche of Mike Fitzgerald. Pushing hard.
Using that road after the rumble strips. You know, sometimes, some places here, you got a little extra road there. He's using it, and my goodness, if that's stuck up ahead, he is using that car up. He's pushing hard. Randy Post in the lead, though. We've seen it with the Audi before. They get a big lead, they start to run off their tires, and they come back to you. Hans, I know, is thinking about that.
Into the carousel. The hugely exciting carousel. John Groom's day is done early. That's a shame for the Porsche driver. We joined 2nd place, Hans Stuck.
And right here's the king. Oh, you have no idea how fast that is. And to see him close up on Randy, okay? If you can be fast to the king, you can beat guys here at Road America.
Top speeds here at Elkhart Lake around the 160-mile-an-hour mark. Big top-end speeds in the Speed GT Championship. Randy Post up ahead. He's your race leader. You ride with sports car legend Hans Stuck chasing hard in 2nd. BMW's feeling pretty buoyant about their braking capabilities here at Elkhart Lake this weekend. They feel they're down a little on top-end speed, but the brakes will help them.
And seeing those guys use all that road, okay? One of the things in road racing, you only go down that straightaway as fast as you come off that previous corner. So you see these guys using all the road, and Randy right there moving to an inside line, kind of making himself a little bit more defensive than Hans.
Whoa! The lockup from Hans Stuck heading into turn 1. Mike Fitzgerald's not too far behind. Auberlen, Said, and then in behind Boris, it's Phil McClure. So it's a frantic pace early on. We'll be back. Welcome back to Road America, round 7 of the Speed GT Championship. And look at this, the pass for 2nd, the power of the Porsche. Mike Fitzgerald blast by Hans Stuck down into turn 5.
On board Hans now, and there's one move he can maybe make it to the inside here. I don't know if he's going to have enough run.
Battle on hard early on. Let's get it down to pit lane. Andrew Marriott has an interesting report for us.
Well, Lee, what a fantastic result last weekend for BMW. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're backing it up with advertising bucks in the national media. Just look at this. We're reading in the pits. USA Today, the sports section, and a whole page ad, of course, with a very clever catch line. Yeah, BMW North America, certainly putting their money where their mouth is.
Most certainly are, and if you didn't catch the previous round, history was made as far as the SCCA Speedball Challenge with Tom Milner's PTG BMW team finishing first through fourth. That has never been done before in the Speed GT Championship. It was a great round for them in the Californian sunshine, that's for sure.
You know, we knew when Tom Milner's group, PTG, came into the series, with their past experience, their association with BMW, they're going to bring a new ball game to town, and right now they're really showing what they're capable of. Just look at the start here, you see, man, that Audi gets out of the hole so well. Hans with a ton of wheel spin there. I don't know what happened to Bill, though.
We're going to show you from a number of different angles and onboard cameras as well. Look at this. It looks like Randy goes 2 seconds before everyone else, but he doesn't. It just launches that well.
Boy, you see Hans there getting some wheel spin, having to catch it.
The view from Boris Sid's BMW. That's what it looks like when you sit behind one of those Audi RS6s.
And here's Randy. Boom. Oh my goodness. And you know what the thing is? If I'm PTG, if I'm Bill Auberland, and I'm Hans, and you know that way you're set up, and where Randy is, you're saying, okay, Bill, you come to the left a little bit at the start. I'm going to go to the right. And folks don't get by there. He still got there. Pretty amazing start.
Well, we saw that Adam Finion, didn't he, when Phil McClure came across and he just bounced off. As we look at Bill Auberland, speaking of Auberland, down the inside, he gets by Hanstuck. So in the last 2 laps, Hanstuck has lost 2 positions. Tough going early on for the Austrian.
Well, you know, again, when you start a race, your tire pressures are low, the track might have changed from the last time you're on it, so maybe you're not, you know, even though he had a second place car for qualifying, maybe he's not got a second place car right now. Hans Stuck is going to get everything he can, though, out of that BMW, and, you know, as is Bill Auberland. We've seen him just be awesome this year. That was brilliant. Did you see him sliding out of that corner?
Got it nicely sideways. Pokes, Fitzgerald, Auberland, Audi, Porsche, BMW. And you can be assured that Bill Auberland is not too pleased by being sent backwards off the line. And he is doing everything to catch up, and catching is what Mike Fitzgerald's doing through the kink. He is all over the back of the champion Audi.
You know, I talked about how important the kink was, and right there, Fitzgerald learned some information that he's probably going to use next lap. He saw where Randy Pope's braking points were. He'll make an adjustment. Next lap, he might take a run at him.
We will wait and see what Mike Fitzgerald has for Randy Pope. We showed you that succession of replays of Randy Pope's awesome start. Let's hear more now. Andrew's in pit lane.
Kevin, what a phenomenal start from Randy, but now he's got to do a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it was a terrific start. We were hoping, since we were in the second row, that we had a nice window to shoot past the BMWs, and it worked in our favor. And right now, he is just running as hard as he can, and he's got a Porsche and a BMW train right on his tail. And we just hope we can hold him off and collect some more points, and hopefully maybe get on the podium in this race.
What about the tyre situation? Can they last, or will they start to go off?
Well, with the straightaways here, we're able to cool them down, and I think we can at least maintain a decent pace in this race. The first half will be, you know, our best half, and then the later half, everyone else will still be fast, so we'll just see what happens.
Thanks. Get back to the timing screen.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Plenty of pressure on champion Audi's Randy Post up front. Infineon Raceway did not yield the result he was hoping for, a very unfamiliar 15th after finishing on the podium in every single race leading up to that. Now he's back where he likes to be, but pressure is thick and fast coming in the form of Mike Fitzgerald.
Boy, you know what? We really kind of thought of the Audi as being the horsepower hot rod. I mean, everyone talks about how fast it gets down the straight, how much power they have, but boy, that Porsche is looking stout as well.
3 PTG BMWs following Auberland, Stuck, and Boris said. But all of the pressure is riding with Randy Popes. Interested onlooker there, former F1 star and Champ Car team owner Stefan Johansson.
The track is in beautiful condition. The turns are real nice. It's well laid out. It's an exciting track. I'm glad you're here.
The scenery is great, and the layout of the track is great. It's really fast, kind of a driver's track, so I enjoy it a lot.
Great facility, a little bit memory to the Nürburgring. Up down there,
long straight race. Fantastic.
Everybody, when they speak of Elkhart, it's one of the premier super courses in the United States.
I mean, this is one of the best tracks in the country, the friendliest people, and the best food of any racetrack to go to, so I like it.
And that is one of the great things. You never hear anyone say, as Fitzgerald really starts to heavy Randy Post, you never hear anyone say that they do not like Elkhart, Wisconsin.
Everybody loves it. I mean, like you said, great food here, but the lap here, it is a fun lap. I mean, you're looking forward to every corner as we get back on with Fitzgerald.
A real European style racetrack, that's for sure. And look at this, we've got the European makes up front. Audi, Porsche, and 3 BMWs. This is the fight for the top 5, and boy is it close now. Randy Post is in the hot seat. How much longer can he hang on?
Well, one thing, Lee, that we've seen, and it's been consistent this year, is that Audi can get out front. It relies on its horsepower, and then it starts chewing up the tire, starts coming back to you. So what Fitzgerald has to do is make Randy use that car more than he wants. And you can see Randy doing that. He's driving a defensive line. If you're defensive, you're using more of your tires, okay? But he's got to get Randy in a position where Randy's slow coming off the corner, and he can beat him to the next one.
After the earlier sessions this weekend, Randy was saying that he was a little surprised. He thought they may have more for the opposition. They thought that this was perhaps going to be one of their stronger tracks, and I think they've been surprised at the speed of this car in particular. Look at this, Mike Fitzgerald putting a run on Randy Post.
And Randy squeezing him a little bit there, but doing what he needs to do. He's going to protect that inside line. Drift it out. Mike going to take a peek at the inside, but with that Audi horsepower, I don't know whether he's going to make it happen. But if I'm Mike, okay, what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start working him real hard in the carousel, about 3 or 4 corners from now, because it's a long right-hand corner that Randy, you know that outside left front tire is just going to be getting chewed up. He'll be eventually slower and slower out of there. Then maybe you can take a run at him, either going into the kink or out of the kink.
Behind this group of 5 is the second champion Audi of Michael Galati, a multi-time Speed World Challenge champion.
And this right here is the carousel. You can see it's a long corner, and boy, somebody sounds like they're getting a little bit out of shape right there. But you see that everyone's backing up behind Post right there.
Look at this, Mike Fitzgerald on the inside, out of the carousel, through the kink. Very rarely do you see a pass put on through the kink. And Bill Auckland now has a run at Randy Post as well. Awesome stuff.
Leading it out. BMW freight train down the inside, going into Canada corner. But again, you saw Randy get offline there. He could not defend himself.
And look at this, Hans Stuck's lining up, Boris Sed's lining up. They all want a shot at Randy Post now. Could Randy go from 1st to 5th? In just a matter of seconds, he's fighting back. He will not let Boris Said through.
Oh, and Boris watched that position bad because he knows that the way that Randy's been running, you can see Randy already going back to that defensive line. He does not want to let his teammates get away. And my goodness, that looks like what's going to happen right now.
As soon as Mike Fitzgerald opened the door, they all came running. Auckland was the first in the queue. Then Stuck came through. Boris Said was almost there but ran out of ground. We ride now with Randy Post, putting pressure back on Hans Stuck.
Oh, look at the speed difference at the end there. Hanzo in position to hold him off. I don't know whether Randy's going to have enough tire to make that move getting by. You can see he gets that little bit of a run on him, and if Hans hadn't, kind of faked a peek to the inside there, Randy would have tried it.
And Johnny, I can't help but keep thinking about that move, Fitzgerald, the run he got out of the carousel, and to put a move on the inside of the kink, that's brave stuff.
This surprises me right there that Hans did not go to the left-hand side of the road to protect himself from Randy. That Audi horsepower just blew him away.
Randy gets one back, so Popes moves back up into the top 3. It's tight racing here at Road America. Stay with us, plenty more. Wind tunnel right here on Speed, 9 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Thursday. One of the best shows on the network. We get back to the racing, and whilst we're away, nothing has changed. That is, Randy Post is still being hassled by Hans Stuck and Boris Said. Meanwhile, Bill Auckland and Mike Fitzgerald have got a good run.
On board Boris going in the Canada corner. Hans protected himself a little bit before. I gotta tell you, that so catches me out that Hans did not protect his line against Randy. Kind of, you know, if I'm racing a guy and he's racing me clean and he's not doing any of the defensive stuff, I'm gonna race him that way. But I mean, the way Randy's been driving, and he's been having to do it all these races. Again, remember, he's a hired gun. He's paid to be at the front. You know, defending his line the way he does, going down the straightaway, I totally expected Hans to do that back to him, and was surprised that didn't happen.
Another lap in the book. With 10 to go here at Elkhart Lake, Road America. You're riding with Boris Said. Now we take a look at our new race leader, Mike Fitzgerald, of course the Road Atlanta race winner. He had to wait a lot of years for that win. It was a big drought, but perhaps as they say, when it rains it pours. Mike Fitzgerald in a very commanding position at the moment. He has a healthy gap over Bill Auberlen, sitting second, and then plenty of room to breathe back to Randy Pobst in third.
Yeah, those healthy gaps that can disappear on this racetrack real easy. Dropping a wheel, getting a little bit squirrely, whatever. Caution in a corner and slow it down for it. I mean, Bill is there, and the thing about Fitzgerald, though, right now he's feeling good from that Road Atlanta win. And he's got his confidence up. A lot of times, you know, when you're a driver and you see, okay, I'm racing against Hans Stuck, Boris Said, Bill Auberlen, you know, these guys that you've been reading about and watching on TV, it can be a little intimidating until you get out there and you beat them. And then you say, man, I belong with these guys. I can do it again.
Mike opened the season nicely at Sebring with a second behind Phil McClure, but then the rounds in between there and Road Atlanta weren't so great. And we look further back, here's Michael Galati. Promising stuff for Michael. We've spoken about the multi-time champion a lot this year and the frustrations he's experienced. Now look at Phil McClure, the two-time race winner this year, hassling the Audi pilot. These two have been at it for a number of laps now. And then riding behind them is Mike McCann in that new Dodge Viper competition coupe. Beautiful looking car. And for a guy who is inexperienced at this level of motorsport, he's doing very well.
You know, he's doing an amazing job. And for the first time we saw that Viper in the hands of Adelaide Alassiad, I believe is how you say it. I mean, that is a race-winning looking car. That is a beautiful piece of machinery. And, you know, it would not surprise me at all to see these Vipers. And especially as these guys, again, they know this racetrack, but as they get more and more comfortable with that Dodge Viper, you know, it's going to be up there and challenging. And you hope that Dodge's, you know, comes in at a factory level or does something, because that car has a lot of potential to compete here and compete well.
Well, as Andrew Marriott told us at the top of the show, if you've joined the slate, Jim McCann, Mike McCann, Paul Mumford, guys competing in the Viper Racing League, enjoying their time here in the Speed World Challenge, and Michael Galati has gone off outside turn one.
You know, his bad luck continues, and you know he's got to be feeling a lot of pressure because Randy's been, you know, all the bad luck that he's been having, Randy's been having good luck, and, you know, you don't know what happened there, whether it's just pushing too hard or what happened, but he's still running. I don't think he hurt that car at all.
Rejoins behind Mike Culver in 10th, was running 6th, lost several positions.
Michael Culver, of course, not the owner of Line Rock. He's having a good run himself.
Here is the Galati replay. It's a little bit hard to decipher that, but what do you make of it, Johnny?
Well, what I make of it is I'm glad I'm in an Audi Quattro if I'm getting in all that kitty litter and I'm hard on the gas and it pulled him out of there. Now he's got Culver to deal with, and again, you know, there's a lot of places to pass at Road America, but they're not always easy.
Paul Mumford right behind him while we join Boris Said, fighting teammate and good friend Hans Stuck. In the people
he's got to run out. He's got time.
Wow! Another great move in the carousel. Boris Said on Hans Stuck, and Boris makes it stick. We return to Road America. Just a reminder, each and every Monday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern, join Alan Bestwick and the gang for Inside Winston Cup. The boys will bring you up to date with everything that transpired on the weekend just passed and all the gossip inside Winston Cup. Back to it, and race leader Mike Fitzgerald is doing a wonderful job in his first interstate in Porsche. Boris Said is off. We have just seen him execute that wonderful move on Hans Stuck. Now he's headed up off the circuit, turn 5.
You know, from that view, you really can't see what happened, whether or not he locked his rears again. You know, well, he locked, actually looked like he locked his fronts there. Maybe, actually, no, he got a little bit of rear lock up too, and that's all he needed. You know, the funny thing is that, you know, this shows how close these guys are running to the edge. Just a little bit off, he's gonna get a toe out of there, because that, you know, again, that's not a quattro. You got a quattro, you're driving right through that stuff. In a BMW, you need the toe.
Look at Boris saying, come on, you guys, come on, help. The corner workers doing a wonderful job here at Road America, as they do at each and every track around North America. But you can understand Boris's impatience. He wants to get back out there. He was running a very strong 4. And listen to him scream that M3 up the hill.
That is beautiful. You know, it's funny. Boris said is a killer race car driver. I mean, he's a past Trans Am champion and all that kind of stuff, and he's really not showed what we would expect from him this year as far as a win or the results you would guess. You know what? I just wonder, if you go back to the very first race at Sebring, the very first time that car got on the racetrack, he got T-boned and he got put back together. So you wonder how complete a race car that is. I mean, if they get crashed even one time, you know, they're not as good as they originally are. And although Boris is vlogging, maybe I'm trying to give him an excuse for not winning races. I'll take it back. And hey, Boris, get out and win some races.
Riding with Mike Fitzgerald, race leader. I asked Boris earlier this weekend if he was enjoying the Speed World Challenge and being with his longtime boss and friend Tom Milner, and he said, I think it's great, I'm having a ball. He said, I kind of wish the races would be longer though.
Well, you know what? Right now, I'm thinking Fitzgerald's probably thinking he was wishing this was the last lap. He's controlling this race and looking good. And you know, that Porsche, you know, the guys at 3R are having a great year. You look back at the start of the season with McClure, they're dominated. Now McClure's faded a little bit. I don't know whether they lost a little bit of the touch of the setup on that Corvette, but boom, Will Moody gets in here and gets this Porsche and Fitzgerald, and they're cracking, and right now they're looking like the guys to beat.
Bill Auberlen chasing in second. There is lots of daylight back to Randy Post in third. Here is an update on our 6th place driver, Mike McCann. It is beautifully turned out competition coupe Dodge Viper. He's chasing the other 3R racing car, the Corvette, the 2-times race winner this year, Phil McClure. Time for more from Andrew Marriott.
Well, Dan, you've just been speaking to your driver, Michael, in 6th place in his first pro race. This is sensational.
Yeah, he's doing really well. The McCann Plastics Dodge Viper. We just wanted to come here to feel it out for next year, and the car's doing phenomenal.
What did Michael say about track conditions?
He said it's getting a little greasy at the moment, but he's hanging in there.
Fingers crossed.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure those guys are having a thoroughly enjoyable weekend, and what a track to debut at. Road America, Elkhart Lake. And Mike just gets a little wide. Have a nervous moment for him?
Yeah, stays with it. And you know what's interesting is that the drop-off there, a lot of guys have been doing that. There's getting a little rut there. And that, boy, you hate to get into something like that because it can throw your car sideways.
Jason Berkeley is stuck in the gravel. We'll see where that is as the camera widens out.
And we get another truck going towards it. You know what? Whenever that happens, I don't mind if they go full course caution because, you know, you get the safety workers out there, and so many of them are volunteers, and if there's a car off the racetrack, sometimes it attracts other race cars. So maybe this will be a full course caution, and everyone but Fitzgerald will be very happy.
Johnny, are you seeing what I'm seeing? Hans Stuck. Whoa, they got mayhem. I was about to say that it looks to be rain out on the circuit. Hans Stuck with his wiper on. Mike Culver has spun in dramatic fashion.
You know, you don't spin there unless you get some help. I mean, that's on the straightaway on the run from 3 to turn 5.
And a very fast section of the circuit as well. Let's take a look at what happened to Michael Culver so we can find out more.
Well, I'm not certain who is behind him there.
That is Victor Contreras.
And my goodness, he gets into the back. You could even see the dent in the right rear corner before that even happened. And you know what? You ever see on TV shows the cops and all that when they take out a bad guy?
Yeah.
It takes so very little pressure on the rear of the car, like you saw right there. And the lead car, there's nothing you can do. Culver was completely innocent on that one. And, man, I hope he's all right. That was a big hit.
That was a very big hit. No doubt that will bring out a full course caution. And look at this, we've got Randy Post off at Canada Corner. Post is in the gravel trap. This has been a very eventful Speed GT round with some big names as we ride with Randy. Let's see if we can find out what happened.
Boy, that's almost like some sort of mechanical deal there, because, I mean, he got into the corner, had to get on the gas, nothing happened.
Understandably, full course caution. The champion boys have got a lot on their mind. We'll be back.
Kingpin at victory-usa.com.
Round 7 of the Speed GT Championship continues here at Road America. Welcome back. We are still under caution. Whilst we're away, Randy Post was able to make his way back to pit lane. However, this happened on his way out.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to have happen leaving the pits. I guarantee you he's not seeing anything right now. He's going to feel for the edge of the road and try to stop that thing.
And Johnny, that's just a simple case of someone forgetting to put the bonnet clips.
Well, you know, he had a problem that caused him to go off. And right there, you can see he's completely blind. And he's buckled in, so he can't, like, loosen his straps and look underneath that. That's a scary moment when you're driving.
So the day not going Randy Post's way, that's for sure. Restart about to happen. Mike Fitzgerald at the head of this train, Bill Auberlen right behind. Third car in line is Hans Stuck, then Phil McClure and Mike McCann, then Michael Gallardi and Paul Mumford. We see green here at Road America. They get back to it. Mike Fitzgerald leads this pack down into turn 1.
All nice and clean. It looks like, I think that's Hans there that might be taking a look at Billy. McClure up to 4th. He's having a good run. And Galati after his office back up there.
Recovers nicely, and Mike McCann taking a look on the inside of Michael Gallardi. So Mike McCann is not here just to learn. He's here to race. Almost came through on the inside of Michael Gallardi.
You know, and you like that. You like seeing a guy in a hot new car out here up against these guys. He's been watching on TV, and he's, you know what? He's dropped the gloves. He wants to do battle.
Paul Mumford right in behind him as well. Then it's Victor Contreras further back, and it looks like Jim McCann in behind those guys. So we have got a race on our hands.
Oh, look at Galati. McCann down the inside of McClure.
Whoa! There's just a couple of laps left to run here on Road America. And look at Paul Mumford looking for an inside run on McCann. Great racing in the Speed GT Championship here at Elkhart Lake. Meanwhile, up front, Mike Fitzgerald seems to build a little buffer.
You know, McCann's got to feel like a guy that just walked into a nightclub as a fight was breaking out, and he's gonna have to keep his boots up.
Now, while we see these guys battle up front, there's some bad news involving that guy there, car number 7. We hear word from race control. Bill Auberlen will be penalised for jumping at the restart. Let's see what we can make of this.
Well, Billy's just following right. He pulls out a little bit there, but you know, it almost like it's like he checked up because he falls back and loses momentum as they cross start finish. So coming up the top of the hill, watch the brake lights from Bill. Okay, that's Fitzgerald checking up. All right, that's a bogus call, man, because what happened is, you know, when you saw Billy go to the brakes, he was checking up not to hit Fitzgerald. But what Fitzgerald probably did is get off the gas a little bit to make Billy check up. Billy touches the brakes, pulls out to the outside.
Hans Stuck has gone. Sorry to interrupt you, Johnny. Something has happened to Hans Stuck. He has spun. We've lost. You heard the tyre squeal in the background. And our third place driver has gone around.
You can see tire smoke in the back and a flat. You know what? I hate that. You know what the deal is? If Billy had passed him before start finish, yeah, bring him in. This is, you know what? They're taking the race away from Auberlen, and he's earned the right to be there. I'm gonna disagree with that call pretty strongly.
But is that excuse my ignorance, but is that for just breaking the line, jumping out of the line?
Yeah, well, that's the way I'm guessing that. Well, here we are. We're on board with Hans going into 14. He just got in there, maybe a little bit too much rear brakes. Never lifts though. Look, you hear that? On the gas all the way to a 360. Gets back after it.
Through goes the Kevin McClure and the Audi.
You see McCann get there through there too. But man, getting back to that, we're racing here, and Billy wasn't in front of him before the start-finish line, nor did he get a run at him. He actually, he pulled out so he didn't run into the back of Fitzgerald. I guess has got off the throttle or gave him a brake check or something. So call him as you see him.
Closing stages here at Road America. Whoa! Mike McCann runs wide. That's where we saw him drop a wheel off earlier as well.
Actually, that's a corner before. They're coming up to the area right now where he dropped the wheel before. Turn 8.
Look at Michael Galati.
In there quick. Galati. The car's off.
Hang on to it, Phil. Gets a little wide. He kept across the end of traffic. No! Oh, no! Phil McClure came back onto the racing surface and nailed Mike McCann. Jim McCann's involved as well.
Well, here we go. Turning into turn 8. He's just carrying too much speed, doesn't get down to his apex. He's probably thinking more about Galati. Gets off, he doesn't lift going through there because he wants to stay in the race, and he realizes there he made a big mistake.
Oh, that was ugly, and Woodhouse came through and contacted Phil McClure as well. That's Bob Woodhouse in the center of the track there, the McCann brothers further back. This is on board with Farmer. Whoa. David Farmer got the dream run through that. This is on board with Hans Stuck, trying to fight his way back. And nowhere to go for Hans.
You know what? And what happens here, Hans is smoked here with Boris.
Keep in mind, Boris said he's making his way back from 21st after getting caught in the sand trap. He gets the glory run through as well.
My goodness, that's so true to what it's like when you're out there, man. You got to pick a lane and just go for it. Hans didn't make it.
Full course caution and the white flag. 1 lap to go. We'll be back.
9:17.
Welcome back to Road America as you look at the very much damaged car of Bob Woodhouse. That front end damage after he came in contact with Phil McClure. And we must say that was after Phil ran off the track. Race leader Mike Fitzgerald will take the checkered flag under caution here as he enters the main straight for the final time. And Michael Galati will get his best result of the season, albeit under very awkward circumstances. Knowing Michael, he will not want to take a podium in this fashion.
I think at this stage of the game, he's going to take a podium however he can get him.
Yeah.
And you know what? He persevered. Nice to see a race end like this. Again, but Fitzgerald was the class of the field. Oberlin, man, he got robbed. Good for Galati, though.
And Paul Mumford, a newcomer to the series, takes 3rd. The 3R team are delighted, and so they should be, but very mixed feelings because one of their main men, Phil McClure, took a very big impact in what was a terrible-looking string of incidents. Let's take a look at the replay. You're looking at Phil McClure run off the track. Talk us through, Johnny.
Well, right here, he just stays into it, loosens the back end, and man, you've got everybody coming through. That's a problem when you're a leader and you make a mistake. You can take a lot of cars out. Boom, boom. You see how fast it happens.
Phil contacted Mike McCann, but then it was the big slam that he got from Bob Woodhouse.
Well, and watch Hans. Hans sees it going all left, so he goes right. McClure comes back, and wham. Okay, now those for Hans, that was not a big hit, but for McClure, I'm sure he's been peppered a few times.
We will update you on Phil McClure's condition. We can thankfully say that Mike Calder is okay after his earlier incident. We'll be back to wrap it up after this.
Until it's all about speed.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Speed GT Championship is brought to you by Toyo Tires. Known for performance, tires that fit you. Welcome back to Road America as the cleanup begins. A very big accident. This race has finished under caution, and our race winner is with Andrew Marriott.
Mike, your second victory of the year, superb when you kept out of all that mayhem that went on behind you.
Yeah, it was a good day to be up front, I guess. I'm actually I'm a little hesitant to start celebrating right now because I don't have any word yet on how my teammate Phil McClure's doing. That looked like a pretty nasty wreck when I went by under yellow, and I hope he's okay.
Talk to us about those early laps where you were trying to get past the Audi, of course.
Yeah, that's always a challenge because Randy's a great driver. Won't make mistakes, and it's a big car. It's hard to get by, and it's got good power. So you have to be a little bit creative with it. And I was trying to be patient, but I had all those BMWs right on my tail, and I wanted to get around Randy, and I ended up passing him in the kinks. So I guess that's not really that patient, but it worked out, and we ended up having a great race.
Yeah, it was a super move. Congratulations.
Thanks. I want to thank the whole 3R Racing team. Particularly my engineer, Will Moody. The guy is really more magician than engineer. I mean, he's just done a great job for me all year.
Nice words. Thank you.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Mike Fitzgerald. You can see, though, he's got a lot on his mind. Mike wins the Remus power move of the race. Meanwhile, Paul Mumford, newcomer to the series, not only does he get a podium in his first outing, he wins the Sunoco Hard Charger Award from 23rd to 3rd. Pretty tough day there for Justin Marks, as well as Hans Stuck and a number of the other big names. We mentioned that Michael Gallardi got his first podium of the year. Let's hear from him right now.
Well, Michael, your best result of the season in an extraordinary race.
Wow, I can't believe. I hope Phil McClure is okay. And I slowed down. I saw he was moving his arm. So my prayers with him. I think he'll be okay. But it was incredible. I mean, I had no brakes. I was sliding the brake pedal really hard. I went off at one. But thanks to the clutch, I was able to put out at the gravel trap. And then the last lap, to go off of my brakes, I went for it. I was pushing pretty hard. I got a couple guys, the Viper. And then we went to 7 to the left-hander. And I had a nice run out of 6. I was right next to Phil. And he went pretty deep. I back out of him. I'm like, oh. And sure enough, he was shot. He was completely sideways when I went by him. But I didn't see anything. But that was one of the incredible last lap. I mean, I was coming out in the front straight away. And I think it was Stuckey. Completely sideways. He lost. I had to go down to first gear again. I'm like, not again. I thought for sure I was going to hit him. But thanks to my guys that championed the RS6 today. It was the best we could do it. I mean, being this savage, finish on the podium. It's incredible.
That's a good feeling for you to be back on the podium after so long.
Yeah, it is. Never die, We always keep it on.
Great to see him on the podium, and it's a huge relief for the multi-time champion in Speed World Challenge. Let's take a look at the points. That 9-point lead over Randy Popes has now grown to 18, and Phil McClure holds down the second spot over Popes. Fitzgerald now moves up after his second win of the season. Boris said still in third. Let's hear from Paul Mumford, our third place getter.
Well, Paul, what an extraordinary race. You finished up in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I never thought it would happen after a little mishap in qualifying. We ran, I think, third, fourth fastest in practice, and we're really getting the car to handle with these smaller front tires. And we figured we'd lighten up the rear of the car, only put a couple of gallons of fuel in it, and got one lap in the wet. So we went from 3rd to 22nd, and really had to work our way through the pack. And, I did get some help from the Viper guys. They let me by pretty good, and I really appreciate that. So, yeah, it was an eventful race, and the yellow flags helped us out just tremendously. It really couldn't have been better timing for that.
This is all a bit different to the Viper Racing League, isn't it?
Yeah,
this is big boy stuff.
Yeah, it's quite a bit different. Normally I could start with the Viper Racing League, and there's about 4 or 5 guys that are every bit as quick as a lot of these guys. You'd be surprised. These guys are quick, but it's the next 15 where these guys are real tough to get around. Some really good drivers out there, and I got a couple breaks and had a great car.
Well done. Enjoy the victory ceremonies and that champagne.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
Congratulations to Paul Mumford as we take a look now at the manufacturer standings, and just 8 points the margin between BMW and Audi. It's quite an intriguing battle. Johnny, before I ask you your final thoughts, some good news. Just want to let you know that Phil McClure was transported by an ambulance to Plymouth Hospital, and he did get knocked out during the impact, but he was awake and alert when they transported him. So promising news there.
Excellent news. You hate to see anything like that happen, but when you get the results like that, the cars can be rebuilt. Phil, he's okay. That's the most important thing.
It was a very, very eventful day here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, particularly for Randy Post and many others. The next round of the series is at Laguna Seca in California. That one should be a good one. On behalf of Andrew Marriott, Johnny O'Connell, I'm Lee Giffey. We send our congratulations to Mike Fitzgerald and our thoughts with Phil McClure.
The SCCA Pro Rally Championship. Only the most intense drivers have the right combination of skills.
With a win yesterday in the first leg of this Sebring doubleheader, George Kirch clinched the GT America powered by AWS GT3 Championship with 3 rounds to go. While that title has been secured, no fewer than 5 drivers, Adam Adelson, Jason Bell, Ross Schwez, Rob Holland, and Moise Uretsky, find themselves within a mere 15 points as the season winds down. Hello everyone and welcome to Sebring International Raceway, where the field of GT3 and GT4 cars is already on the track for the first of 2 formation laps. Now beginning the second formation lap, getting ready for what is the second of 2 races this weekend at Sebring. Hello, my name is Ryan Doreen. Calvin Fish is alongside. Amanda Busick is in the pit lane. Let's introduce you to this starting field. George Kurtz, the champion-elect, will start on the pole. He'll have the runner-up yesterday, Jason Harwood, starting alongside. Jeff Burton and Mirko Schultes in the Callaway Corvette make up row number 2, while Jason Daskalos, who had mechanical troubles yesterday, will start at the back of the GT3 grid. To the GT4 grid, where Elias Sabo is set to start on pole. He was 5th here yesterday. Moise Uretsky won 2 races yesterday. This one, as well as the Pirelli GT4 America race, he starts on the outside of the front row. Brian Putt will share row 2 with St. Pete winner Marco Radicic, Jason Bell, and veteran Andy Pilgrim back in row 3. Then you'll find Adam Adelson, the points leader, who finished 2nd yesterday in the GT4 class, starting alongside Ross Schwest, 5th in points, one of those championship contenders. Seth Lucas, a 3-time winner this season, will have Rob Holland on his flank. He too is in the championship mix. Anthony Bartone, Custodio Toledo in the following row, then Todd Coleman and Joey De Silva, Nick Shanny and Jay Logan, and finally Rick Bueller at the back of the field. George Kurtz got that championship wrapped up yesterday, Calvin, but GT4 is wide open, and it only got tighter seemingly after another race yesterday.
He has a fantastic day yesterday with all of the action. And George's win yesterday was like the icing on the cake. Just a great race here there with Jason Howard. And expect more of the same today with Jason starting from the pole. But as you said, that GT4 championship, everything up for grabs. Uretsky's win yesterday throws him right into the mix. He's got a really fast race car, and if he can sweep this weekend, he could be the champion come Indy.
It was an emotional victory lane interview with Moise Uretsky yesterday. Let's see it again today.
He has put himself right back into the championship hunt in this battle for GT4 and GT America. Jason Bell out of this race, Rob Holland out of this race. Could you imagine this kicking off this from the pole?
Yeah, it was a good race. Sorry to hear they had some bad results. Obviously, good for me. Sebring is my hometown racetrack. I live in Miami. Felt pretty bad after crashing out in practice one, making the guys fix the car for about 7 hours yesterday. So we had to do a good job today. We got on pole, got the race started after the tires were up to temp. Just got out there, did fast laps, and stayed up front. Thank you very much.
Great way to kickstart his day yesterday, and it turned into a 2-race win day for GT America and Pirelli GT4 America. Well, time to turn them loose. 5 GT3 cars and a full field of GT4 machines ready to go. Safety car pulls off, the field enters the VP acceleration zone, and the champion-elect, George Kurtz, will lead the field to the green flag. Tom Hansing has it in hand, and it waves above Sebring International Raceway. Great start for Kurtz. Jeff Burton for the second row, making a big charge up the inside. He'll be fighting with Jason Harvard. 2 Lamborghinis going for position in 1.
Ooh, that was really tight there, mid-compression there, right at apex. Now the GT4 cars get released.
They move there by Adelson, the points leader, further back in the back. He's going alongside Jason Bell, who's also there in the points mix too. At the front, Uretsky and Sabo side by side. Sabo edges ahead, getting a nice little push there.
Look at Jason Bell out to the inside. He's trying to make a monster move here, looking for the lead early.
Oh, Jason Bell, the Floridian, he wants a big result here on home soil. He's able to lunge to the inside and putt. Looks like he's about to take second away. Meanwhile, a challenge for the lead overall. Jason Harvard took a look around the outside of George Kurtz, but George held him off.
Yeah, Harwood really gets up on the wheel early in these races. We saw it yesterday at a tremendous pace with that Zalus machine. Faded a little bit later in the going. We'll have to be curious as to whether they made some changes to that car, make it a little bit stronger in the long runs. Here we see some smoke coming from the tail end of that championship leading GMG machine.
That's a storyline to keep an eye on. Sabo has built a bit of a gap now, 5 car lengths or so over Bell's halfway through this opening lap. Brian Putt looking really aggressive early. Adelson right there, close in tow.
My mistake, Adelson obviously leads the championship by a slim margin over Jason Bell after yesterday, but I'm sure if Jason got into another car there and that Schmozzle down in turn 1 and has a tyre that's getting a little bit of rub, wait and see as the fuel load burns off, maybe that leads up a little bit.
Still a great opening lap from Jason Bell, and he needed one. He's had a bit of a dry streak in this championship as of late, has decided to eschew his duties in Pirelli GT4 America for the rest of the season to focus on trying to win this title. Here's a challenge again. Harvard looking awfully stout in a straight line. Took a peek around the outside of Kurtz. Settles back in line through Sunset Bend for the first time.
George's car looks so solid around this racetrack. They really nailed the setup this weekend. George has a lot of confidence in it. I think that's it. That's what he's shoulders.
Gaskelos had that disappointment yesterday, a splitter issue on that Audi. Harvard, look how strong he looks mid-corner. He's going to take a look to the inside of Kurtz here on this run down to Christensen Corner.
Awesome stuff here. If you talk about Christensen Corner, George texted me last night. He said he got a congratulatory message from Tom Christensen himself last night. He said, what about that? That is pretty cool that he was observing the race here yesterday.
To say the least, Mr. Lamar, Tom Christensen, who, as you've noted, has had some success himself here at Sebring. Here's Harvard hounding George Kurtz. He's not found a way by yet, but looking like he's got the pace here today. Maybe lacking a little bit yesterday, but they found something overnight.
He really has, and I love his racecraft. He really developed his skills immensely this season in this race.
Top 4 in the GT3 class running in lockstep. Kurtz, Harvard, Burton was awfully aggressive at the very drop of the green. Marco Schultes hanging tough, but this is a developing story here. Smoke off the rear. Is it coming from the tire, or is that something more ominous, Cal?
I don't see any bodywork rubbing that tire, so something's coming from the tail end of the race car. I'm sure the oil line may be down there, but that is getting worse, it seems.
Jason Bell, so much has been put on this race, on this championship, decided to focus his efforts here. He knows what it takes to get this done. It appears that car might be in strife in the early going, 36 minutes still to go.
Sabo a little bit solid up front. That Flying Lizard operation have really got their act together this year. They seem to get stronger and stronger every single weekend. Definitely a factor here for me today, and she really runs well with strengths as well.
Amanda, you've got an update on the reigning champion, Jason Bell?
Yeah, he's actually battling some more here than just kind of his qualifying. He told me yesterday that he just can't seem to qualify this car well this year, so it feels like he's always having to imply that racecraft that he's known for on race day to move up through. But yesterday, he actually took a tumble off of his scooter, landed on his shoulder. The whole right side of Jason has scrapes on his elbows, his shoulders, his right side. So racing through a little pain here today as well. But as we know, Jason, he's definitely looking for that win here on home soil.
Thanks, Amanda. We'll find out what's going on with that car. The smoke coming off the back of it. The pace has still been strong, Calvin. That's the good news. It's rarely a good sign to see that wisp of smoke behind a race car.
No, it normally doesn't go away until something runs out. So you get the fluid leak. Look at how it's all over Kurse, but Kurse is looking so confident just placing that race car. There's good speed through there. Oh, cuts back with a slightly different angle to attack these next series of corners here.
Marco Schultz has passed Jeff Burton. It now runs into third spot in the Mitsubishi Motors Callaway Corvette. Good run in qualifying for race 1 yesterday, and just didn't quite materialize in the race to our surprise, but Marco Schultz is the German native, looking strong now. He's clear of Burton. I'm curious what kind of pace he has relative to the top 2.
It's this signature move on a race weekend as it gets stronger as the weekend develops, and certainly during the race this car seems to have good speed, but yesterday he certainly dropped off a little bit. See what he has in hand today. But meanwhile, Howard continuing to hand Kurtz here down the Ullman straight, pokes his nose to the inside, just trying to harry George here into making a mistake. But so far, George has looked rock solid. Watch the bump through here. This is turn 17. He's really complying through there. Now George has to put the power down nicely.
Going back to yesterday, Harwood led the field to win. He led the early portions of the race, got caught out in traffic a little bit. That allowed Kurtz by. But once they were clear, Kurtz appeared to have the pace advantage. The roles have been reversed here, though, for race 2 today.
Albert looks really quick through turn 1. I think he could whistle through there a little bit quicker if George wasn't right in front of him, but not able to make it work by the time they get to Christensen corner for the brake zone. This is turn 5. Really tricky part of the racetrack. You start to get a little bit of tire degradation later in the run here. Get the power down out of there. You can hop up on that curve there. You've got to be careful you don't drop a wheel. Look at the racetrack there. You can see the black marks with the undulation as the tires are skipping across the surface.
Jason Harwood right in the tire tracks of George Kurtz. He's tried a little bit of everything to this point. Looking left, looking right. George Kurtz has 3 of the hindrance of thinking about the championship at this point. He can just focus on going out and winning races. He's a bit more stout in his defense as a consequence.
Yeah, I think it's freed him up, certainly. I mean, he had such a healthy lead, it was unlikely to go away, but nonetheless, until you've got it in the bag, you still think, got to be careful there, be conservative. But it was a brilliant race there yesterday. Great racecraft by both of them. George got two put together, heading down to the turn 7 hairpin and made it stick and brought it home. And Jason faded a little bit later in the game. So that's going to be the key here. Once we get about 20 minutes in, if that Lamborghini maintains the pace that's being displayed right now by Jason.
Just how close have these two been? Their last lap was separated by 1/100th of a second. Nearly identical lap times between the pair. Jason Harwood continues his pursuit of George Kurtz. Amanda's got an update on Jason.
Well, it wasn't only that he was battling George Kurtz in his rearview mirror yesterday, more than he ran into. He was battling an electrical issue that kept turning the Lamborghini.
Raw pizza. Shareables are proving something to fight over. Fiery jalapeno poppers, cheesy mozzarella sticks, and savory Parmesan Idaho potato wedges. Better yet.
can take that as he thinks he's better than everybody else. People can take that as he thinks he's tough. Or people can take that as he's scared. You're going to need someone to talk to. You need someone to express yourself to when you're going through things. You don't have your wife. You don't have your mom and dad. You're going to need to have somebody that you can trust, which is hard to come by. You can vent to, which is hard to come by because a lot of times guys will take what you say and run with it. But like I said, don't be the guy that just doesn't talk to anybody. Because pay attention to. If you're always by yourself, people know. All right, if we're going to run down, people are going to think, like I said, hey, he's better than us. He ain't got no kicker for nobody. Or they're going to think, oh, this dude thinks he's tough. Walks around with his chest poked out all day. Let's get into the old heads in prison. Got a story on Wild Man. Crazy story, true story. Rest in peace to Wild Man. Salute the Wild Man. Real savage, real killer. Let's get into it. With the older guys in prison, there's a lot of stigmas. A lot of things that come. And these are just the facts. If you are an older white male in prison, chances are people are automatically going to think you're a junkie. They're going to think you're a child molester. They don't know that you may have been locked up 30 years. You got locked up in your 20s, your 30s, you're now 60, 70 years old. They don't know that you killed people back in the day. They just see an old white man and they think, yeah, that dude was touching somebody's kids. He definitely had some children tied up in the basement. He had a web browser full of porn. That's why he's in there. If you're an older white man and you go to church, people think he's a child molester. He goes to church and he hides behind that Bible to try to keep people from doing anything. They look at the older white guys as soft. They look at them as pussy, scared, bitches. There are some that carry themselves in a manner you know that's not him. He's a killer. Some of these guys, it goes without saying, you don't have to second guess it. You can look at them and you automatically know that man's a killer. He's got those eyes. He looks like he's been through war. Got the old school penitentiary tattoos from the streets. Blurred and blobs, you can't even make him out no more. Come with being an old white man. If you're an old black man, depending on how you carry yourself, a lot of different the majority of the older black men I've seen in prison, some of them are religious, some of them more but for a large majority of them, they were killers. You didn't have to second guess whether they were killers or not. They came into the prisons at a time when the prison was real prison. It wasn't none of this bullshit you see on the internet now. There wasn't guys running around playing all day and doing dumb shit, joking and pranking each other. It was a hostile, crazy environment. Here these men are, 30, 40 years later, still in the penitentiary. Penitentiary is now changed. You have women in here, which, no offense, ladies, is one of the worst things to ever happen to prison. Because when you put women in charge of men, the men start to think, oh, she likes me. Oh, look at her. Guys start doing things that they wouldn't do if it was an all-male environment. They think they can get away with it more. Catch guys pulling their dicks out. They're in the shower, they're in the cells, they're in the shadows, just going at it when nobody's looking. I met a lot of dangerous old white men, a lot of dangerous old black men, a lot of dangerous older men in general. When it comes to the men that have been in the prison since the 60s and the 70s, and the 80s and the early 90s, they're an entire different breed than the guys that are coming into the prisons. Back then, these guys were toting revolvers, shotguns, you know, 38 specials, things of that caliber, and a lot of guys carried knives. A lot of the guys that you meet in the lifers are in there for stabbing someone to death or bludgeoning, beating someone to death, opposed to today where you've got dudes just randomly shooting and killing innocent people. There's a difference between he's a murderer. He murdered somebody. But then there's a killer. A killer means somebody that saw their target, went at their target, and killed them. Not murdered them, they killed them. Anybody can commit murder. I can shoot a bullet into the air right now, it fall through your living room, hit you in the head, and I can be charged with murder. Even if I didn't have the intent of killing. The lifers were a good experience. To meet people that will coach you and talk to you about what to do and what not to do in life is a blessing. It sucks to see someone that you know is reformed, that if released would never hurt anybody, sit there and rot away. But I understand at the same time that because of this man, somebody is in the graveyard and this is their punishment. They must fill out their sentence. I met a lot of crazy men over the years. A lot. Different levels of crazy. Talk to yourself crazy, it won't hurt nobody. Hurt everybody crazy. Anybody can get it, turn on his best friend at the drop of a dime and commence to doing whatever he wants to. And then I met the guys that were more or less would go crazy over small things. They were big on, they're going to respect me, big on principles. And the smallest thing would set them off. We have talked about one. And I do think, and I strongly believe that the two most violent men, craziest men I ever came across in Department of Corrections, they would fall neck and neck between Wild Man and the guy John Wayne. John Wayne was a killer. Wasn't out of prison long after one very long sentence and killed again in his back. Wild Man was a killer. He killed on the streets. Beat another inmate with a baseball bat at another compound because he thought this inmate was responsible for killing his brother on the streets, only to find out while going to court and everything, the man he beat with that bat that day on that field out there in that red yard wasn't even right. Wild Man had cut people, stabbed people, and done things that you only see in movies. He was the definition of a lifer, the definition of a convict, as well as the definition of savage. You could go from talking to him 1 second and see all the lights in his eyes just go off. Scary movie, like his eyes just change. And you can tell that something's on his mind and that the guy you were just talking to is no longer there. He's left, and now you're talking to Wild Man. Wild Man didn't always push that blade. Wild Man would throw hands with you too if you wanted to. The great thing about the type of person he was willing to admit when he was wrong. You don't need a lot. When it comes to crazy people, like I've told you, people play crazy, they're not crazy. If you say, I'm crazy, you're not really crazy. Crazy people don't know they're crazy. They'll argue with you on their crazy thoughts, try to convince you into believing the crazy shit that's going through their head. Wild Man is staying in a cell. I'm at 20. Wild Man is next door to me in cell 21. All the way at the end, underneath the staircase. He likes it back there. I liked my cell because no one had a reason to be walking by my cell and looking in because my cell wasn't in the middle of the day room. It wasn't nowhere where guys would pass by unless they were going to see Baba. Wild Man's got a cellie named Mike. Mike's a white dude from Hopewell. Mike went on to be my cellie a couple years after this. I thought Mike was real quiet, cool guy, didn't bother nobody, little heavy set white guy, you know, cool dude. He ends up in the cell with Wild Man. I would always know when Wild Man woke up in the morning, because the first thing he would do was he would roll him a cigarette, he would smoke the cigarette. While he was smoking it, he would cough. And when I mean cough, like one of those hacks that you can hear from way, way far away. He's in a cell right next to me. The only thing separating us is a concrete wall, but we share the same thing. Our toilets are vented, and there's little closet in between ourselves. On the other side says toilet, our toilet, with holes in it. You can hear. I'd always known he was him and his cellmate. Wildman wasn't big on talking. His cellmate wasn't big on talking. Cellmate listened to a lot of music, Audio Slave, Soundgarden, Nickelback, stuff of that nature, rock, right? I'd always see Mike walking around, and I'm like, damn, this dude ain't never in a cell. What I didn't know at the time was that he didn't really fuck with Wild. Didn't really like Wild. Wildman would be gone all day at work, and Mike would be in the cell. But as soon as Wildman came back, Mike would leave out the cell. He'd either wait and go to rec, go talk to a couple guys he knows, or hang out with Dave room area. He didn't like being in that cell with Wild. One night,
Play now for free.
one night, I hear arguing. I hear both of them arguing. But I more or less hear Wildman getting loud. I'll fuck you up in here, youngin'. Oh, you got me fucked up. You think that I won't do nothing. You know, I told y'all before, Wildman's an older man. He's in his 50s, maybe late 50s. He's got that penitentiary body that shows you, like, you look at him, like, all right, he's been here a long time. At one point, he worked out a lot. He stopped doing that, but he still got that solid, you know, hard body frame. Wildman was maybe 5'10", 5'11", black man, maybe 20, 25, 20, 30 pounds. And these old school big black, we call them Jomo glasses. Big black penitentiary glasses, big thick round frames, square frames. Big ass mole, like a mole, looked like a brown M&M on his forehead and stuck way out, right? Just to let y'all, get a visual image of what Wildman looked like. Always kept his boots shine, always had his shirt tucked in. He'd been in prison a long time. You can tell by the way he carries. I hear him and Mike over there arguing. And I can tell it's about to go somewhere. And I'm thinking, this is bad. And Wildman's gonna stab this boy to death. We're gonna go on lock. Man, this is crazy, man. Like, I'm just not trying to hear it, but you can't help but hear it. They're so close to us. The argument continues, and all of a sudden I just hear, oh shit. Wildman's split like shit loud. Wildman's punched Mike in his face, probably knocked him out. Ain't no telling what he's doing, right? I hear a little bit of tussling. No more words being said, just tussling. I hear somebody slammed against the door. I hear some mumbling. Can't really make out what they're saying. It's like if you grab somebody after you've done something, you whisper something, you hear almost, but you can't hear what's being said. And then it goes silent. I'm waiting. The next morning, the count time, I'm like, I never find the body in that cell. Something bad happened last night. I know. They popped the doors for what's called first movement, stand by for chapel. First movement is it's controlled movement. So if everybody's got school, everybody's got to go to work, they all leave at one time. You're on a list so they know where everybody's going. Guys go to eat chapel. The guys that work and stuff go to chapel before everybody else. They pop the doors for first movement. See Mike come up the cell, go over to the hot pot, get him some hot water, make him some coffee. But he's doing as he goes by, he's got his back turned to me. So I'm waiting to see what his face looks like. I hear that hack, that cough. That started about 30 minutes early. Every time Wild Man smoked, he would have as soon as he catches breath, he hit that roll up, he'd go back to acting. Man been smoking non-filtered cigarettes longer than some of y'all been alive, right? I hear the hacking as I'm standing in my door. I'm not going out there and sitting in the day room. I'm standing in my doorway till they call it, right? I'm just waking up, looking around. I'm brushing my teeth, got ready for the day. I'm dressed, got my shirt tucked in, my ID tucked to my shirt pocket. I hear Wild Man in his doorway hacking. I look over to the right. Wild Man's got a big ass knot on the side of his eye. No, he did not let Mike the Neutron, just a regular dude, swell his shit up like that, right? I'm thinking, Mike's face has got to be messed up. Mike comes over there towards the cell and sits at the bench right there. There ain't no marks on Mike. There ain't nothing wrong with Mike's face. Mike ain't got a single mark on it. I told you me and Wild Man were cool. So I look over. Wild Man, you good? His cigarette, hacks a little bit, gets his breath. Yeah, I'm good. Everything's great. Morning, how you doing? I mean, in prison, it'll be better, but I ain't got no complaints, man. Just getting this day started. Me and him get to talk that evening, and he runs me down with what happened. Him and Mike got into a disagreement over something. And Wild Man jumped in his face and grabbed Mike by the throat. And when he did, Mike popped his ass. Boom! Punched him in his eye, grabbed Wild Man and rushed him to the door and told him, you know, don't be trying to put your hands on me, man, leave me alone. I said, what are you gonna do? I know you're gonna do something crazy, you can get us locked down, you just wait, you can kill that boy, man. What the fuck are you gonna do? He said, I'm not gonna do nothing. What do you mean you're not gonna do nothing? He said, sometimes you just gotta know when you're wrong. I was dead wrong. I know Wild Man's crazy, but Wild Man's not stupid. Whatever had transpired in there that led them to argument, Wild Man was at fault. Whether he be having a bad day, thinking something crazy in his head, he was smart enough to know, damn, I deserve to be punched in my face. You know, that damn, I shouldn't have grabbed a hold of that boy. If he'd grabbed a hold of me, I'd have done the same thing. I said, so it's dead? Yeah, it's dead. It's over. Ain't no big deal. Ain't like I ain't been in a fight before. I said, so you just gonna more or less walk around with your eyes swollen up and you're gonna eat, right? Yeah. You know, I'm a man. I know when I'm wrong. I'm a man. I can take a punch. I've been punched before. I punched people. I've stabbed people. Had people stab me. That's part of what happens when you're in prison. But you gotta know when you're wrong. Blew my mind. The thing. Somebody had hit Wild Man and got away with it. That was not Wild Man's MO. Wild Man's MO was take your body, get killed. Even a crazy person knows right from wrong. Somebody says, oh, he's crazy, he didn't know what he was doing. There's different levels to this. There's insane and it's just crazy. Wild Man was crazy. He took it on the chin. Not long after that, I can't remember how long it was, I ended up getting Mike in a cell with me. Me and Mike actually get into it because Mike made a slick comment about one of the pictures I had on my walls. And we were still cool after that. Mike turned me into a lot of music I had no idea about. The Audioslave, Soundgarden, you know, Nickelback, and just a whole bunch of Hollywood Undead, stuff I'd never heard of. Mike opened my eyes up to, but Mike didn't like the fact that all I really listened to was rap. And we got into it, you know. That was one of the first things that irritated me with me, little comments he made over the whole, he liking rap music and R&B and slow music. I'm a big R&B, slow music guy. I love that old school 90s, early 90s, mid 90s, and Tony, and Jodeci, that Silk, that H-Town, all that old school R&B. I love that shit. And that's that, you know, the R. Kelly before he started pissing on females and shit. All that shit I love, you know what I mean? So he had a problem with it. He makes this comment about the picture on the wall, which is one of my female family members. He might get into it in the cell, call it what it is, that's it. Remained in the cell a little bit after that, not much talking, and Mike went ahead and got moved out and into months. But yeah, old Wild Man, took it on the chin, man. Who would have ever thought you get away with choking Wild Man and punching Wild Man's face? I never imagined. I knew he was capable of. I'd seen what he was capable of. I'd seen him threaten pull the tire use people. People just look like straight as a block. Be careful with the old guys. Think that because somebody's big and got muscles, they're a threat. Think that because somebody fights a lot, they're a threat. Not always the case. Sometimes, but it's not always the case. A lot of times, those guys that have been around forever, that have seen things that they have to re-see in their mind every single day, that have done things that they have to relive every single day. Guys that were arrested at crime scenes that were smeared, bodies sprawled throughout. These guys end up in prison and then they hurt more people. And they've got to relive daily what they did on the streets. They've got to deal with the fact daily that they're never going home. And they've got to deal with what they've done while they're in prison. Those are some of the most dangerous men you will ever meet. They're also some of the greatest allies you've ever had in any type of drama, trouble. Me having Wild Man on my side, me and Wild Man didn't have the best beginning. But things cleared up. Me having him on my side always let me know that no matter what happens in here, I can take care of myself. But if it ever gets to where it's out of hand, I got somebody that's willing to take it way beyond where I'm willing to take it. I've got somebody that's got nothing to lose and that will give whatever the next man is looking for. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. I hope y'all that haven't been to jail take advice on the stuff I told you was going to jail, different types of guys, things to do and things not to do, things you definitely don't want to do. You can't be everybody's friend. Everybody is your friend. You're gonna find your ass getting used. Hope y'all enjoyed the story of Wild Man and the breakdown of some of the older guys that are in prison. You know, salute to the men behind the wall, the ones that deserve the salutes, not the ones that have done fucked up, heinous acts to women, children, men, not the, you know, the messed up ones, but to the ones that are in there that do deserve to come home, that made those mistakes, that made it where they can't come home. Salute to y'all. Salute to the families that look after those guys that haven't gotten home. Salute to all the guys that are in there trying to do better for themselves. I tell y'all these stories in hopes that you listen. In hopes that you never, ever wake up one morning and look around at those four walls that stainless steel toward you. In hopes that you never become obsessed or start to look at your prized possessions as some commissary. That you never have to fight over a phone or a microwave. That you don't have to deal with society's worst every single day because you didn't listen to it. Wake up. Pay attention. This shit is bigger than Jay Williams. It's bigger than Nino Brown. It's bigger than New Jack City. It's bigger than the Carter. This ain't no movie. This is real life. And no matter who you are, they will lock you up. They will put you in there with the John Waynes, the Wild Mans, the Ernie's. That's not what you want. Stay out here and do what you gotta do to make it out. Save your money. Switch up your circle of friends. Look for that new job. Walk to it if you got to. Whatever you gotta do, make it happen. But anyways, y'all know it's Friday. It is payday. And I've got to go get this money, man. Gotta get the men paid. Gotta get back to the grind. I'm gonna drop videos this weekend. Also, another dentist appointment on the 11th. It's gonna screw things up. So, push as much of this content out as I can. But y'all already know these detention centers, these jails, institutions, prisons, they're all just crazy worlds inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep y'all entertained. Are you not entertained? Like always, this is Jay Williams. This is life. It's all my rules. I'm awesome real ones. Y'all still watching. something like that. No, that's not the case. Most of them are in a relationship with somebody outside of prison, or they find somebody in prison, get in a relationship with them, or they find somebody in prison, get in a relationship with them, and have a relationship outside of prison. But gay people just don't bounce around like that because somebody's going to feel that somebody's going to get hurt. So the gay guys coming into jail, a lot of them were scared because of what they'd heard. The stories they had heard, the horror stories, and all these different things. So they allowed these guys to go to their very own pod that was just strictly designated for gay guys. Then you got guys that are coming in jail that find out there's a gay pod, they're like, shit, I'd rather do a bunch of gay guys than a bunch of killers. Like, I don't want to go to GP. So you got guys lying also to go into the gay pod. So going into church, you wouldn't see a whole lot of gay men. You wouldn't see a whole lot of gay men in population. You would see them here and there, but these are the ones that were more or less had been to jail before, knew what jail was about, knew nobody was going to try to get at them. They knew people were going to push up on them, but they would just establish a relationship with somebody, or friendship with somebody, or get with somebody that had been down a while and cut that out. You get to prison, oh, it's a whole nother ballgame. It's a whole nother world. For me, it was more or less a sensory overload. And like I said, no problem with gay people, but I had never dealt with any gay people on the streets. I knew some lesbian chicks, I knew a couple of dykes, but I didn't know any gay men. I knew some guys I was questionable about that. Like, fruity, like, yeah, he might be, bad for the other team, but I didn't know for sure. Once you get to prison, there's no avoiding it. It's there. You can walk around mad at the world, acting like you're not going to interact with these dudes. You're lying to yourself. At some point or another, y'all are going to cross paths. You're going to need them for something, and you're going to end up dealing with them. I've met gay guys that get so better than a sewing machine. You got some sweatpants. You want to put some pockets in them. You got a pair of sweatpants, you want to turn into a pair of sweatshorts. You got a sweatshirt, summertime, you want to work out, you want to cut the sleeves off and stitch it up. You got to go see the gay guy. So that's what we would do. That you have to deal with them. They would also get exclusive things at times. They would have colognes, things that other guys didn't have. I was never big into going to church or openly showing my religion. Like, I had a gold chain at one point with a little gold cross on it. I kept the Bible in my cell, in my locker. I would pray at night, pray in the morning, pray before my meals. Still do that to this day. Still pray. Still, give thanks. My first experiences with going to church in jail would be in Philly. When I told y'all that story, I got my ribs broken by the dudes that were homeboys of Mike, another dude I knew, right? So that left a real sour taste in my mouth. I was going down there, I was going through a lot, battling my case. It was all messed up in here. I had all types of beef, just drama on the daily, stuff going on in the outside world. I said, I'm gonna go to church, man, see if I feel a connection, talk to God, sit down. Plus, it gives you a way to get outside of the pod, like in here, somewhere I can go besides in here 24/7. I ended up getting jumped in the hallway. They smashed me out, bashed me, broke my ribs. Took all to find out. I got 0 wins in that fight. I wouldn't go to church after that for a long time. As far as being incarcerated when church goes, no, I'm not doing it. Now you see the guys, and one of the big reasons you don't want to attach yourself to the church like that while you're locked up is people associate you openly showing your religion with fear. Because a lot of dudes would do that. You would have sex offenders, cholos, dudes of that caliber that would hide behind the Bible. They felt like if they walked around with the Bible under their arm all day, rosaries around their necks, homemade crosses, doing the most, the dudes wouldn't put hands on them. When in reality, if we saw somebody with a Bible underneath their arm all the time, cross around their neck, like homemade crosses, rosaries, all that. The rosaries are cool. But when you get into start making crosses, arts and crafts type things, and you're constantly holding that Bible, the first thing guys start to think is, oh, he done mess with somebody's kid. It's a rapist or something. Because it's very common for guys to hide behind religion. Who wants to beat up a man of God? But at the same time, it kind of makes everybody think, even if you don't fall in that category, that's who you are. I tried other religions. When I mean tried, like, went to their services, and that always ended bad. It was just a bad vibe for me. The Muslims here in Virginia are way, way different than the Muslims in Philadelphia. The difference between night and day. Like there, you got the bald-head Muslims with the big beards. Here, you got the clean-cut Muslims that usually don't even have a mustache. If they do, that's a rare occasion. If they do, it's really thin, right? One of my homeboys in another pod one time, $150, my homeboy, he's like, yo, we used to be cellmates. We end up getting into it with some dudes over his phone shit. Both get jammed up. He goes to another pod. I go to the hole. He goes to the hole. I come out of the hole. They put me back in that pod, put them in a pod across from me. So the only way we could link up was through going through services. But he was a white Muslim. So he sends me a kite. Hey, come to Jumu'ah. The hell am I going to Jumu'ah for? You are the only white dude in Jumu'ah. You are the only white Muslim that I know. Man, come to Jumu'ah, man, so we can kick it. I said, all right, so I agree. Jumu'ah, for y'all that don't know, is the equivalent of church. So I go over to Jumu'ah, and the guys in there see me. These are guys from all over the jail, and they knew I wasn't there to make salat. I wasn't there for the service or anything. I was more or less there just to my homeboy, talk to him and see what was going on. This would have never happened in Philly, but it happened here in VA. I can contest to this. The dude openly, the guy that was overseeing everybody, made a statement when I came in and sat down in the back of my homeboy that just do what y'all are going to do amongst yourselves. We'll go to the back and make salat. But as y'all can see, he more or less said, the enemy is amongst us, talking about me. It made me feel real uncomfortable and out of place, as you should. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking around and like, damn, I'm the enemy. Like, I love everybody. Like, a lot of these dudes, I'm not an enemy. But I guess that's just how they were carrying it. That wouldn't be how they carried it in prison. This was how this guy was overseeing things in jail. Everybody's different. Any service you go to, depending on who's leading it, who's running it, who everybody follows, everyone's different. Prison wasn't like that. And that's no shot at the Muslims. Muslims are some of the most peaceful and respectful men I've ever met in my life, hands down. Muslims didn't hide behind their religion because they were scared. I knew gang members that went harder than anybody that were practicing Muslims. That would be my first and last time going to Jumu'ah. I don't belong over here. Dudes didn't like me over here. Yo, this ain't the place to come kicking. They felt disrespected that I was using their time to worship for kicking. Boy Smitty were in prison, and Smitty is Messianic Jewish. Come to services, Jake. I'm not going to services. Man, just come over here and sit down and listen to what's got to be said. I said, I'll go over there for you, man, but I'm a Christian. Why would I be going to Messianic Jewish services? Just come kick it, man. Just, I speak and everything. I'm bigger than that. Come over there. Smitty was as crooked as they came behind the scenes, but he was big into the Jewish religion. So I was like, all right. I went over there and I sat down, and the hymns, the things they were reading, none of this was English to me. I can't remember if it was Hebrew they were speaking in or what it was, but it damn sure wasn't English. So I didn't understand nothing that was going on. But when they weren't, reading or doing their hymns, and they were just speaking in, plain English, I picked up on something that they were doing. They were more or less bashing other religions, holding their religion to a higher standard. And like I said this is what they would do. Doesn't mean that's what the whole religion is about. Everybody does it. But this group of individuals in prison, they were just, the whole service was spent just bad mouthing other religions and how they're all fake. Something like, yeah, this shit ain't good. You know what I mean? Like, I'm Christian and y'all just up here just bashing everybody. This is what y'all do every week. Y'all just come over here and pretty much just talk shit about all the other religions. So that's a no-go. There comes a time where I'm freshly in the prison. I haven't been in the prison now. I can't even say I've been there a year. I decide, and I'm tired of, Sunday nights they have church. Women from the outside come in. A preacher from the outside come in. I'm on the way, like, yo, come over to the church, man. You know what I mean? Just come kick it. Same thing like home. Man, it jumps off. They can sit there and everything. They got cookies. As soon as you said cookies, I was sold. Free cookies. I know it sounds messed up. Just keep it. They got cookies over there. Yeah, they bring big plates of cookies every Sunday. You eat all the cookies you want. All the cookies they get. Shit. It don't even matter. I'm in there. I'm coming. The women make cookies and butter. I go over there and I sit in the back with another one of my homeboys. And at this point, I have not adapted very well to being surrounded by so many gay men. I was fresh into the prison, still had that, I wasn't a convict, I was still an inmate. I had that whole attitude of, I ain't gay, don't talk to me. I thought gay was like contagious or something, like gay men were gonna just like try to jump on me. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. Gay men know it's gay. They're not gonna go at a straight man that's clearly straight, risk of confrontation. You can't turn anybody gay. They're either gay or gay. But I was still under the impression like, if you speak to somebody gay, everybody's gonna think you're gay. You can't be around gay guys. Y'all can't communicate. Like, that's a big no-no. And it is that way in a lot of prisons. I go to the church services, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, damn. Like, is this church services or gay services? 70% of the dudes in here are openly gay. And these are guys that on the outside world identified as females. In prison, they talk like females. They act like females. They wear tight clothes like females. They're overly feminine. Most of these gay guys were more feminine than women. Like, they went just beyond trying to, be a woman. I'm just looking around and I'm feeling uncomfortable. I feel super uncomfortable. A, because I'm not used to interacting with gay guys, and B, because I'm at church and there's so many gay guys. Then the other guys that I'm noticing in there are guys that I've seen on the compound that I know mess with the boys. I see the boys sit down, their man will sit beside them. So it's like they're couples. Everywhere you look, it's a couple sitting inside the church. Man, this shit just looks wrong, feels wrong, like, so I'm already not feeling it when I get in there. Now there's bathrooms right outside, and the church services would be held in the visitor room where our visitors came. They would, the preacher would get up there in front of everybody, talk in the Bible, and they hand out Bibles if you didn't have one. They'd sit up little chairs everywhere, plastic chairs we all sat in a row. And I'm sitting there, and then they do the service, and they're doing all that, and then they, let's go into a hymn. Can we get the choir up here, please? Shit blew my mind. And they said, can we get the choir up here, please? 12 people got up, went up there, and I'm looking, and it is pretty much all gay men. But it sounds like, I can't lie, like the harmony was beautiful. The guys could sing. But it was all gay men. And then you got some other guys that have never been to church before that are in their first time in church. So I said, man, this is crazy, man. They must not know what the Bible says. That they're gonna burn in hell. The preacher got the game messed up. This is what other dudes are saying. I heard the preacher got the game messed up, man. But they got gay guys on the choir. This is prison. So I'm like, all right. So meanwhile, I'm just sitting in the back and I'm just watching. I hate my life. What have I done in my life? Yeah, you are supposed to be at home with your girl right now, watching TV, eating the microwave for dinner, drinking a beer, something. This ain't where you're supposed to be in life. So they sing, they do all that, and I would see guys periodically get up and walk out. And how they going? Go back to my business. Church is about an hour long. They take a little break. You know, y'all take a couple minutes, get up. I know y'all still sitting in the chairs. Maybe got some cookies. There's drinks and stuff. I'm like, shit, that's what I came for. It's my time, right? I ate so many damn cookies. I ate cookies to the point that my stomach was hurting from eating all these cookies. Damn, those cookies were good. Sitting there a little bit later, my stomach gets to the rumble. I done ate too many cookies. And drank all types of beverages. My stomach is messed up. Like, oh. I'm like Smokey and Friday. Looking for that bush to go squat behind me. I gotta use the bathroom. And I'm saying to nobody, but I'm feeling it in my stomach. I can feel it rumbling. I'm like, oh, I gotta drop a deuce. I gotta get to the toilet quick. So I get up, go out in the hallway. The doors don't lock. They don't put any locks on these doors in the hallway because if you were to grab a female officer, snatch her in there, or a male officer or another inmate commits to doing something bad to them, and you lock the door from the inside, nobody would be able to open the door to save that person. So none of these doors lock. Mind you now, I told you I've only been in prison less than a year. As I'm approaching the bathroom door, I see a little piece of tissue like on the ground hanging out from underneath the door. I didn't know. I didn't get the memo that they had ways of letting everybody else know the bathroom was being used. So instead of shutting the tissue at the side of the door, and a dog walked by and see it, they would just slide a piece of tissue under the door, and it would stick out just a little bit in the hallway. You would kind of see that white. It's supposed to be like a flag to let you know, don't open this door, it's occupied. I didn't know. Nobody told me that when you go to church, you need to look for tissue on the ground, hanging out from underneath the door, if you'll see some shit you don't want to see, or somebody choose the bathroom. Well, I open the door, there's two dudes. They're not using it. Fuck me all the way up. It's one of those things, you open the door, I didn't expect no one to be in there. I turn the knob on the door, I'm like, oh, and I shut the door. And that millionth of a second, what I saw is ingrained into my brain. Ingrained, whatever you want to call it, because somebody's going to correct me. To this very day. I shut the door down. I go sit back in church. Stomach is rumbling. All I can think about at this point is what I just walked up on and seen. How bad my stomach hurts from eating all these damn cookies. How I don't want to be in here no more. 2-3 minutes later, those two dudes over in the bathroom come back in and they look over at me like, kind of grit on me like, I know you seen the bathroom was in use, why'd you open the door type look. I look at them and I'm more or less like, don't say nothing to me because I'm traumatized, like pretty pissed off by what I just saw. Please don't come at me sideways. So I disrespected you, this shit's gonna get ugly. They didn't say anything to me. But no sooner than they sat down, I watched two other dudes get up and leave out and head to the hallway. That's when it dawned on me. These guys aren't coming over here for church. A lot of these guys are coming over here because it's the one place they can come that there's actually somewhere they can slide off and have privacy together. Some of these guys would have a boyfriend in another building. Some of these guys slept in the same cell. Some of these guys slept in the same building, but one might be upstairs in a different pod. The man might be downstairs. So he might be in this pod, the man might be next door. So they couldn't link up, but they could go to church, slide up in that bathroom when nobody was looking, because it's nighttime. There's no officers really out there like that. They're just holding services. They finished up services, and I walked out, looked graded on the dude, the other dude that was in the bathroom. They looked at me, and I looked at them, and I rolled out. Went back to the cell. My son said, how'd church go? Fuck church. Excuse me, Lord. I apologize. It's just a moment. It's a moment. Fuck church. What happened? I said, y'all knew what went on in church, but why y'all ain't tell me? What is it to tell you? I'm like, everything, man. everything about it. There was nothing church about it other than some of the scriptures that were read. Man, that shit was like something out of Twilight Zone, man. Like, why did y'all let me go over there? He's like, what happened? I told him about me opening the bathroom door. He's like, oh, no, you didn't. You ain't know about the tissue in the door. I'm like, no, I didn't know about the tissue. You think I'd open the door if I knew about the tissue in the door? You ain't knocked. I'm like, well, I had to use the bathroom, huh? And a lot of times, if nobody was in the bathroom, they'd just leave the door cracked a little bit. They wouldn't shut it all the way. That's how I know that the bathroom's not being used, because it's not, the door's not fully closed. I'm thinking somebody dropped tissue. My son starts laughing. Oh shit. You done walked in on a date. That shit ain't even funny. What was they doing? Why don't go to church and find out? Nah, I mean, it was like, smell. I don't even want to talk about it. I need to pray. I need to pray. That's what I need to do. So that's what I did. I prayed. That would be my first and my last time going to church. That would not be the last time that I saw something that I did not want to see. I will say this. I was much more cautious when it came to opening doors. I knocked on every door from that day forward. I was never one to walk up on somebody's cell, just look in. Out of common respect, and my ex-cons will tell you this, you walk into a man's door, you let yourself be known. Hey, yo, you straight? It's Jake. Hey, yo, what's up? Then you present yourself. You don't just walk up on nobody's cell and look in. You never know what you might see. And there's been some times I walked up with some cells and knock, instead of them being like, yo, come back, they'd be like, yo, and I peek in and be like, so let me get into the next part of this. I have met Satanists, guys that worship Satan. Got 666 on them, upside down pentagrams, crosses, all different types of people. I've been locked up with just about any and every religion or person with religious beliefs that you can really imagine. I've actually been locked up with guys that have made their own religion. That's another whole story for another time, that they really believed in. I remember when they took smoking out of the prisons, the rosters were pushing a petition to say that since they couldn't smoke weed, they should still be allowed to have tobacco products to use in place of weed. There is one thing that brought all religions together once a year. Whether you believed in Jesus, Allah, it did not matter who it was. There was one thing that brought us all together. And I never, ever, not once, seen anybody turn it down, knowing that it was coming from Christians. They have this thing called Kairos. Kairos is part of the church. Twice a year, Kairos would come around, they would pass out cookies, especially at Christmas time. They would give you and your celly both a Ziploc bag full of homemade cookies. Your celly gets one, you get one. As guard stops at your cell with an inmate and a lady from the church, the inmate hands you the cookies. The lady says, God bless you. And she moves on to the next cell. Like I said, I don't care who you are. When people are handing out fresh made, homemade cookies, every type of cookie you can think about for free. Oh, all that 666, the devil shit, all that I don't believe in God shit, all that goes right out the window. Thank you. And they take the cookies. We had to do that. I'm pretty sure I talked about Bob in the past, that everybody was convinced that because Bob was an older white man, heavyset white man, did not go anywhere without his Bible. If he had to go to chow, he couldn't tote the Bible on his arm because he had a big Bible. I'm talking like Webster's Dictionary Bible. If he couldn't take that where he was going, then he always kept one in his back pocket. So if you were walking behind him, you'd see the King James hanging out his back pocket. Everybody thought that Bob was a sex offender. We just knew that he was a predator. There was no way around it. He looked like something that should be on To Catch a Predator. He was the poster boy for, I done touch somebody's kids. You take one look at him, and if he's in the streets, hey, get the kids in the house, get the kids in the house. Lock the kids in the house. Bob's here. That's how Bob looked. Crazy enough, Bob swore to his innocence all the way up until Bob eventually got one about him. Anytime you see Bob would be Bible study, prayer groups, church services. When Bob talked to you, and the first 30 seconds of him talking to you, he'd ask you, have you taken the Lord to be your Savior? And most dudes would, Bob, if you don't get out my face, I'll slap this shit out you. And come in here thinking, look, I ain't do nothing what they said, don't ever speak to me again. Bob would roll out. Everybody disrespected Bob, except for his Christian brothers, the guys that he did these Bible studies with, which a lot of the dudes were questionable as well, right? Everybody disrespected Bob. I watch this man get robbed time and time again. I would watch him come out and sit at the table with his Bible, put his head down, and he would just cry. God, why have you forsaken me? God, and he's praying out loud. God, why are you allowing me to go through this? You know that I didn't do anything. Is this a test of my strength? Is this a test of my faith? Of all things, why would you have me put in prison for this? And this isn't something I did. I heard this out of his mouth with my ears several occasions. In case you're wondering what the noise is, hey, stop the video real quick. My brother, power washing his dingy ass house. So anyways, back to Bob. Bob would tell other people that he believed God put him there to spread the word. He swore, yes, I've been convicted of this. Yes, this is what they're saying I did, but it's all a lie. I never did anything like this. God put me here so that I could spread the gospel to the men in prison. It's all Bob come up with. Well, with Bob being big into the church, anytime Kairos came around, there would be a lot of cookies. Now, you got to think, Greensville holding almost 3,700 inmates, a bag of cookies containing anywhere from 6 to 10 cookies, times 3,700, that's an ass load of cookies these women and men have been baking out there in the streets to bring into these inmates. And it's not just this prison, it's every prison in the state of Virginia. So naturally, Bob's got his hands in the cookies. Bob helps pass out the cookies. Bob would walk with, because they would pass them out all at the same time. So Bob would walk with one of the women or one of the men from the church, and an officer, cell to cell. Oh, all of a sudden that slapping Bob up, Bob's this, Bob's that, goes out the window for the prices of cookies. When Kairos rolls around, Bob becomes real popular. And that's because with him working with the church and him working side by side with Kairos when they come in, they would bless Bob. Bob got all the cookies he wanted. So when they were all passed out, these people don't want these damn cookies. They didn't eat so many cookies by making them. They're cookied out. They would allow the guys that worked over there at the church and worked with Kairos to take all the remaining cookies. So Bob would come back sometimes with 200, 300 Ziploc baggies. I'm talking a trash bag full of cookies. Just like that, everybody that hated Bob was now Bob's best friend. Hey Bob, let me get some cookies, Bob. What do you take Bob here? Pass the buck. We didn't charge people for it. I always figured, because everything, nothing in prison is free. Everything comes with a price. If you get something for free, that's your homeboy to do you a soup or something. Nobody's just giving stuff out. Bob would literally take the cookies, and anybody that came to ask him, Bob, I hate chocolate chip, man. You got some of them macadamia cookies? Sure, brother, I'll trade you. The same dudes that slapped Bob up. The same dudes that Bob knew had robbed him. The same dudes that had been extorting, beating him up, stealing his stuff. Just put hands on him last week. Just beat him up a couple weeks back. With Big Bob Sell. Hey, Bob, let me get some cookies. Here you go, brother. And he give him some cookies. Always made me question religion, Bob, and the whole situation. At one point in my bid, I was convinced everybody there was guilty. And I told you with Thomas Hainsworth, Jonathan Montgomery, these are just two different men I did time with that were convicted of sex crimes that it was proven later on down the line that they weren't the guys that did it. But this was prior to all of that stuff. I was always convinced that pretty much all of us are in here because we're supposed to be in here. Everybody's innocent, right? Sure. Yeah, I'm innocent too. Let me up. But with Bob always swore that he was innocent, that he hadn't done anything. Bob did use his religion as a, I guess you could say, a crutch to try to keep people off of it. They didn't. And then again, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bob wasn't using his religion to try to keep people off of it. Maybe Bob just had faith. Maybe Bob was innocent. Maybe Bob was there to spread the gospel. That was 2008 when Bob passed out the cookies. Bob was still there in 2009 when it was time to pass out cookies again. Bob returned with the cookies. Blood ran up in his cell. Hurt Bob really, really bad. Bob left up out of there to the infirmary. Never seen Bob again. They didn't go in there and ask him for the cookies. By this time, our pod does what you call flip. That means so many guys have gone to the hole, so many guys have transferred, they're making bedrooms, mixing us up, don't want us to get comfortable, so we're constantly getting you guys in and out. You fast forward from 2008 around just this time to 2009, there's only a handful of us that have been in here that long. Me, Nate, T, there's, Bob, there's Wild Man, there's a whole bunch of different ones of us with the games. There's a whole bunch of different gang members in it. Our pod is flooded with different, sets and whole. Bloods always shut shit down when it came to the most numbers. But they wasn't having that. We're gonna go ask the sex offender for anything. They wasn't having the whole he's innocent, praying to God, hide behind the Bible. No. They ended up just running up in the cell when he came back with that big ass bag. Busting him up real bad, leaving blood everywhere, and taking all the cookies. I bet the men and women never thought when they were making the cookies, trying to do something good for the holidays to uplift people's spirits, that they never thought for one moment that those same cookies they were giving out would be the reason that one of their own got hurt. And that's exactly what happened. The bottom line is, you can avoid all this and go to prison. You're religious, that's what's up. I support that. I think we all need something to believe in. Facts. But there's a time and place for everything. You would think that prison would be a place where it's not frowned upon, but unless people really know who you are, it's going to be frowned upon. People are going to look at you as if he's weak. Oh yeah. But don't turn to God now. You wasn't rocking with him when you was on the streets. You crying for God now. You wasn't crying for him when you was on the streets. I can't tell you how many dudes I seen cry and pray to God, please God, please. Just help me beat this case, God. I swear to God, I'll never do nothing wrong again. Please let me out. I did that one time. And I've never prayed to God asking him for anything like that again. I remember being locked up in Philly And I said, God, if you could just find a way to get me out this jam, I promise you, I'm done with this life crime. I promise you, I will never come back in. I beat my case that day. Following day, I made that prayer that night. Following day, I went to court and I beat my case. 6 weeks later, I found myself right back on that same cell block, face to face with the cellmate that I had left behind when I went home that day. When I locked in that night, I thought about how I had prayed to God and asked him to help me get me out this jam. And I honestly felt like he did. So when it would be time to pray after that, ever since, I don't ask God for things like that. I don't ask God for anything from maybe guidance. Because I felt like at that point I was blessed. My prayer was answered. I didn't hold up to my part. Prison, jail, crazy, crazy places. Nothing like what you think of, you think about out here. Do you think you can go to prison or jail and walk in there and sit down in church and it's going to resemble anything like what you're used to in the real world? No, sir. And it's just going to be a shock for the most part. It's not going to be what you used to go to with your grandma, what you used to go to a mom on Sundays or Wednesdays at Bible study. Nah. This is going to be, you got men trying to repent from their sins for heinous acts. You got guys who try to crawl up underneath the name of the Lord to stay safe from others. And you got some guys that are truly have found God. There are some men that found God while locked up. And I've heard it said, heard people say it time and time again. How'd you find him when you was locked up? He don't hide, he's always been there. You just turn to him now because you're locked up. Crazy fact. I noticed this at the end of my bid. I noticed it when I first got to the last camp, but I didn't really pick up on it till the very end. When you would come in this dorm, there was a bookshelf to the right. And it had all these different books on it that you could just look at a book and read. I was a big reader. I like to expand my mind. But I noticed that on this shelf, the number one book that you would see on the shelf, back to back to back to back to back to back, were Bibles. You would take one of those Bibles, pick it up, open it, and it would be an inmate's name and a statement book. The number he identifies by, they know him by, is an item number, which is what you are, the item. It would be an inmate's Bible that was left behind. People will come to prison, push religion the whole time they're there, pray to God the whole time they're there, attend services the whole time they're there. And on the day that they go home, they would leave that Bible in prison. You go move to a new vault, or somebody just left, you open it up, everything they own would be gone, except for that Bible. Guys took the Bibles, their entire beds, and leave it there when they go home. Because for most guys, the religion only existed because they were locked up. For the majority of them, it wasn't real. It may have felt real to them. It may have appeared real to everyone else. But in that moment that they left, they weren't thinking about God. They wasn't thanking God. They were thinking about the streets. That's the truth on religion while incarcerated. I know I'm going to get some crazy feedback. Don't shoot me. I'm just the messenger. That's all I'm doing. I'm just reliving. Hope I didn't offend anybody today. I got love for all of you. I don't care what your religion is, what your sexual preference is. Be real to who you are. So I say salute to all my real ones. Be true to who you are. Don't live your life as a lie. Don't walk around pretending to be a tough guy and then get tested and find out that you're not. Or everybody else come to realize you're not. Be yourself. And most importantly, enjoy this life out here. Live that life through these stories. But anyways, these jails, detention centers, these prisons, these facilities, they're all just crazy worlds inside of this already crazy world we live in. And as always, y'all know what I'm doing. Just trying to keep you entertained. Are you not entertained? And like always, this is Jay Williams. That's life. It's all my realness. And the awesome realness watching. Because y'all still watching me. No, no. Salute. Damn. What knows we doing? Guess that's a 20-minute game. And all the enemies there.
With April 15th coming, doing your own taxes doesn't have to be intimidating. Read H&R Block online. Just drag and drop last year's return, then follow the clear step-by-step instructions. And if you need it, expert help is just a click away. Keep the April 15th deadline at hrblock.com.
The iconic voice of Esther Lynn welcomes you to a brand new edition of BTL. Happy Thursday to us all. We are back, coming off of a pretty damn incredible Saturday this past weekend in the combat sports world. UFC Seattle rocked. What a great card that was. Definitely the card of the year. Eclipsing UFC Vegas 114. Set a very high bar. UFC Seattle came in and said, I got you. Watch what we do. And we could deliver in a big way. Is capped up by Joe Pyfer stopping Israel Adesanya in the second round. We also had RAF Group 7, which was a massive event. I was there. The crowd was electric. Armin Sarukian just continues to build his star power. PFL had a banger of a card as well, but unfortunately not a lot of people watched it because their timing is just not great when it comes to setting the schedule for these events. But if you did watch PFL Pittsburgh, you had a damn good time. Very, very good card. This weekend, the activity levels aren't as high as they were last weekend. UFC back at the world's most famous Meta Apex with a matchup between Renato Moicano and Chris Duncan. Always good Jed Meshew when teammates are fighting each other in main events at the world's most famous Apex. You are here, of course, on a Thursday to answer everybody's questions. Mr. Area himself. How are you, my good friend Jed Meshew?
I forgot the good teammates, honestly. I've been off the last couple of days, and so I'm a little behind on, where you'd like to be and catch up for a fight week, except for this is a fight week where it's fine to be behind, quite frankly. So I took some time to enjoy. I unplugged from Slack, and just now realizing that both these groups break on ATT, so that adds another bad layer to the bad sandwich that is UFC Vegas 116. Oh yeah.
Is this 116?
Everyone has free offers on the latest models like T-Mobile gives you. T-Mobile families save over $3,700 versus the other carriers. And our prepaid plans include amazing benefits plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile to save on the big scale.
Let me double check.
I honestly don't know. I'm also flabbergasted because it doesn't feel 116.
Okay, 116. Yeah, 116 is Sterling's Lodge. That's damn good main event right there. Stakes, high stakes, unlike Saturdays, which not great.
But we all understand that this is a, you know, this is a buckle. We're getting over this one because next week when we have the doubleheader, 327 and the Masters, and it's coming up.
And PFL Chicago is going on at the exact same time as UFC 327.
I wouldn't say that that's third on the list of priorities, but yes, that is also a thing that's happening.
Oh my god.
PFL has really picked the worst days possible to do their events because that PFL event this past week was pretty decent, quite frankly. And it was maybe the most watched event of the weekend. And that's tough for them. And the same thing next weekend. It'll be next weekend also. When is the NCAA's draft?
Final Four is the national championship.
Saturday, April 4th. So it's this weekend.
So don't miss that.
So we do miss the Final Four. So at least we've got that going.
But 327 on paper is the best card on paper to this point by a lot.
Yeah, that's like there's no one to watch it. We're gonna have that's gonna be a second screen for sure.
Yeah, if that. That's probably boy, I hope ESPN Unlimited records this and puts it up on their station so we can go back and rewatch it on Sunday or Monday or Tuesday, because it's not a bad card either, it's just
well, having fun part. That's the thing. They're actually putting together good cards. They're just placing them at the worst possible times to place cards. Like this weekend would have been a terrific time for PFL Chicago or PFL Pittsburgh. Either one of them would have been well served this weekend. We would have come on this show and been like, Mike, it's one of the rare weekends where the UFC doesn't have the biggest event going on. And instead, they put them on bad weekends. So, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a case the UFC didn't have it last week with RAF.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I would say RAF was the biggest week.
Oh, 100%.
But, like, that's even worse for them to be the third option.
Yeah.
You know, that's just, you gotta find your spots. Better than they do it.
Yes. All right. Well, this is the People Show. Let's see what you guys want to talk about. By the way, speaking of PFL, Jeff, looks like, I've talked to some folks as well. It seems like there is some real truth to a possibility. At least it's being discussed. To say it's like close to the end zone wouldn't be accurate, but apparently PFL is really considering rebranding back to Bellator. It would be just a horrific idea. People were so done with Bellator, couldn't wait for Bellator to be gone. And now you want to go back to Bellator? What happens? Why don't they watch the show, Jeff? You gave it to them. You told them exactly what to do. What's happening?
Well, John Martin, I'm going to speak directly to you on this one, since I think you're running the show now. I mean this with all love in my heart and my possess. We're coming up on this spring. It's time for new beginnings. We don't go backwards. That's just not a thing that we do. And look, I gave you a great idea. If you don't want that, I understand. I'm not here to pitch my idea to you. What I'm here to tell you is just stop and think for 1 minute. Just think about it. Think about the proposal that going back to Bellator, because what it is, I mean, there's no plain way to put this. You bought out Bellator for nothing. That is a company and a brand that ran its course. And it was successful insofar as it could be successful in the space for a good amount of time. But, we're not going back to it because you bought it out. So, why are you just trying to be a product that failed that you ended? And that's what you're doing. You've gotten rid of the season structure, which I think is probably reasonable, right? But still, all of your branding has put you into, if you just become Bellator, all you are is Bellator. You have just entirely become Bellator here. And that was a failed business model. So why would you think that this would be better? Is it Arrested Development where the bit is I mean, these people are idiots. It's never worked once in history, but it could work for us. Like don't do that bit. Pick a new name. I will happily workshop new names. If fights doesn't work for you, there's any number of things. But going back to Bellator is like the worst idea that you could do. Shit, Gladiator is like better than Bellator. Like at least people know what that means. Please don't do Bellator. Like I want you to succeed, and you're not going to, but you don't have to hasten your demise.
Yeah. Like, what was there to look forward to back in those days with Bellator? But, like, there were some decent fights, but
like Grand Prix, they were cool.
Yeah, and then they just stopped doing it, and then like they just wanted to become the UFC, and they were not good at it. And then they shoved. It was just watching Bellator was just tough, man. Like it was just tough. Like
They did all these same things. They were not on a consistent night. They would continually run events that counter-program the UFC to their own detriment. Bellator didn't really have a good broadcast deal, so I guess PFL's got one up on there, being the world leader or whatever. But like, you're running a playbook that failed. Like, what the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and thinking the outcome will be different. Like you just try. There's a whole universe of options. Try literally anything else.
Yeah. Just the thought of it just like brings you back to it's like, all right, Mike, you're on Bellator. Yeah, I'm just like, oh. Not only do I have to like watch, like, and the fights are bad. It was just like, here's a fight, and then we go to the desk with Josh Thompson for 25 minutes, and then we go to another fight. We go back to the desk, and then we go back to the desk. It was like the Josh Thompson
cards and
John
half of them had
McCarthy
dudes
show.
making 0 versus 0 debut fighters and undercards. Like just don't do that. Don't do like stick. PFL is better than Bellator. Is legitimately this better to be PFL than Bellator?
100%. 100%. But like, go back to World Series of Fighting if you're gonna change it. Like at least there's that.
I mean,
Like
honestly, yes, that was
yeah,
at least
that, yeah. There was probably still like a touch of life left in there if it was run properly and there wasn't such a weirdness going on. But
buy up the
reputation,
Pride
yeah.
name from the UFC. I don't know how much that would cost.
Or Strike Force.
Dude, anything. Yeah, just anything other than Bellator. It's so bad.
100%. All right, let's go to the peeps. Joseph Kill Harrison was on a Jorge Masvidal's podcast. She said after Amanda, it's either 145, Valentina at 135 for Deuces. Thoughts on that? Is Kayla knowing her time is up, or is 135 that good?
I mean, both. I think this was the obvious answer, right? Like, she wasn't going to put together a sustained reign at 135. She's already been very open about being like, it's a very hard weight cut. She's doing it specifically to get the UFC belt, which she did. And now, you know, there's this Amanda fight. I kind of think that Amanda fight at 135 is silly. You could just do it at 145 and it'd be fine. But again, I've been pitching women's heavyweight forever, and I still think they can do that. But like, with 145, what's that mean? Who's she fighting 145? Well, there ain't a 145 for her to fight, so it's assuming Val still is Val, you know, which she fights Shevchenko, because what, is she going to defend her belt against who is she going to defend her belt? Who is the 135 we're on the rise right now? It's like within striking distance of a real thing, you know? Like it's no. So she's either gonna fight Val or Bale. Or rematch Amanda if it's close.
I think if you are the UFC and you are listening to this, the only thing you can do here is you have to throw Bia Mesquita in there with Raquel Pennington or something like that. If she goes out there and just rinses her, then you give her a fight. Because other than that, like, there's nothing. Like, there's no one wants to pay you again. There's just nothing there. Like, outside, do we just do Nunes again at 45? Like, is that what we're doing? Because that, you could possibly do that, but even so, boy.
The only thing you can do, and the UFC would never do this because it's fun and interesting, repeated views of like what we bitched PFL years ago, like the wheel. You just it's like, okay, Caleb Balen thing, fight at 145, and we will do silly challenge fights for you because that will be fun, you know. But like, Cyborg's never going to UFC, the UFC's never been to Cyborg. They're never fighting. There's no UFC 145. So like, yeah, it's just, it's maybe Val if Val still has the belt, and maybe Amanda if her first fight is very competitive in place, or it's Cena, and that's fine. Like, good solid career. Always sort of was the outcome given how things have gone at 135 in the past 10 years.
Yeah, and she can go to RAF and wrestle Candy Blades and get a ton of money. Like, it's fun. Yeah, but if anybody thought like Caleb coming over was going to be a decade-long relationship, just especially with her going to 135, there's no chance. She loves the gloves. Mike and Jedi urgently need to know whose interview you enjoyed more this week, Joe Pyfer or Deontay Wilder's.
I won't pretend that I saw the Joe Pyfer. I saw the one clip from Wilder,
Yeah,
which was
that's really all you need.
insane. So I'm gonna pick that because that clip is insane.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway from Piper, we didn't really learn. I mean, we learned some things, but the big takeaway from Piper, at least for me, was it's something I think we're going to get to in a second. I might as well just get to why the F did is he stopped kicking the lead like Joe's that. Is that Joe Pyfer feels like he's not getting the credit that he feels he deserves for this win. It's not, oh wow, Joe Pyfer's good at fist fighting. It's, oh, it's he's rinsed and washed and had no business being in there with Joe Pyfer. And even Joe was like, but he looked great. He was beating my ass. And then I beat him. So, what is Joe getting enough credit for this win? Is this more about, do you feel like everything you've seen on social media has become, oh, it's just the only reason Joe won is because Izzy's washed and there's no other reason why?
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. And Reynolds is a holding high. Without the mark of a fighter.
Introducing the new Full of Life Pack, new double lift. Now with more colors and shades, one made for you. More wear, up to 36 hours. More dimension, more skin balance. The new double lift, only from Estee Lauder.
I mean, it's not the only, but it's the primary thing. And I empathize with Joe because it's a tough position to be in. But like, that's just the reality, man. Like that is sort of the nature of getting a fight like this. Is the benefit to you is you will move up substantially in the rankings and be in entitlements. The detriment to you is that there is a baked-in excuse for your success, and that's just the cost that you have to pay for this, right? Like, you can be upset about it, and you can feel a type of way about it, and that's not even unreasonable, because I'm sure that Joe Pyfer does believe that he was victorious in that fight because of his own successes, because that is what most fighters believe in these situations. But as an outside observer, we talked about it in the post-show. I put that more on Izzy being faded than on Joe having, being great and improved. It's not 100%, it's entirely that Izzy's faded, but watching that fight, I was like, yeah, Prime Izzy still beats his version of Joe Pyfer, but we're not a Prime Izzy anymore. So I understand, I empathize, and it is like a tough situation, but these are for champagne problems. If your problems are that people are giving you enough credit, well, that doesn't really matter. You got the ranking. You're top, what is it now? UFC rankings 5? The UFC rankings, what is it?
6 maybe?
You're 6. Yeah, you're number 6 in the rankings. You went from being 14, which probably should have even been that, to number 6. So this is the cost of it, and you can, put that on the bulletin board as, this is I'll show them that fighters like to do. And you can prove it by fighting a dude in his prime next. And if you beat that dude, then nobody can take it away. But this isn't something new. And it's not something specific to Joe Pyfer. It's not like the world is hating on Joe Pyfer. This is what happens when young dudes beat old guys. Almost always. And so, like, you know, I empathize. It would be a little bit frustrating. But, like, it's whatever, man. You just gotta be okay with it.
Yeah, and the tough thing is, and you say this, I know you said this after a couple of Joe Piper fights. I didn't look like I learned nothing from this. I learned
a little bit from this, but not as much.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't come out of this being like, oh, Joe's gonna fight for a belt. I mean, he probably will fight for a belt because the UFC is going to make that happen, whether he like quote unquote deserves it or not. If he wins one more fight, they're going to give him the title fight. And if Khamzat Chimaev goes out and wins on May 9th, it wouldn't shock me if Joe Piper gets immediately thrown into a vacant title fight. Because Khamzat's probably going to 205. If they're going to make this happen, they're going to try their hardest to make Joe Piper a UFC champion. They will probably do what they did with Paddy Pimblett and throw him in a matchup that they feel like he should be able to win. That's what they're going to do. This is what the UFC always does. Who do you throw him in there with now? Like, do you just wait and see if Khamzat wins and then, like, just give him a title fight? Is that what they're going to try to do? Or do you think they give him somebody else? Like, I'm trying to see who they can throw him in there with. They're not going to throw him in there with DDP.
I think that's what you do. I pitched this on Hot Now, and I think that it's literally the best matchmaking they could do. And anything else, you can be fine with it. You book Kyle Bahia, or if you book Brendan Allen after Brendan Allen into the DDP, there's no wrong way to eat the Reese's. I think DDP's the exact right fight. Like, he just beat a former two-time champion, right? And so now to book him against a guy not of that stature is just kind of wasting the build that you put into this feud. So let him fight DDP. If DDP wins and Khamzat leaves, DDP versus him involves a belt. If Joe beats DDP, no questions. He's fighting the belt next, and that's fine. Like, to me, I think it's a straightforward commitment with Duplessis. I know DDP was talking about maybe having a fight book, but nothing is pen to paper at this point, and the timeline should be fine. To do that at International Fight Week, cool.
Yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do here.
You can't do anything with it. Because he hasn't
Imavov,
fought
I
any
kind
other
of feel like
guys.
Imavov makes sense, but Imavov's kind of crazy.
Imavov should simply wait. Because he's either fighting Khamzat or Sean, or he's fighting for the vacant belt. Imavov should just kind of hold out.
Piper Fluffy would be interesting, but I don't think it means as
You
much.
should definitely not put Piper Fluffy right now. Fluffy coming off a loss against Piper on the biggest one of his career, and it's just like, Kyle Bahia, Brendan Allen are fine. I think DDP makes sense and they should do that.
Yeah. I mean, look, if Edmund Shabazzi goes out there and beats Brendan Allen, he's literally a
If
top
Edmund
5
Shabazzi
fighter.
beats Brendan Allen, you could do that too, and that'd be fine. And that works if you're really trying to get fight for a title fight. They can just, oh, here's Edmund, you can do that, because I think you can do that. But like, yeah, do DDP, be a fun fight. Get on.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the trash talking? Can you imagine DDP talking about bullying this man who has found inner peace or whatever? It would be terrific. He sings. Book that fight.
Nick, thank you. For the fun with numbers of McKinney's Damn They Were Good episode, Rough Math says in his current fight average, he'd need 171 fights to tie Frankie Edgar's octagon time.
Yeah, bro. We talked about this a little on the post show, where it was like, he's had, like, 30, 40 pounds, or whatever he's had. His UFC, like, he's gonna stay employed by the UFC forever. Like, they'll just never, and why would you fire him? Never fire him. He's like the perfect guy for the UFC. Or frankly, he doesn't complain. You know what you're getting every time out. Perfect. He'll fight 2-3 times a year. So he'll stay employed forever. And like there is a real world where he gets on that like top 10 leaderboard of most UFC fights ever. And he won't be remotely near the most UFC fight time leaderboard. And mostly that leaderboard overlaps, right? Like the guys with 50 fights or whatever, like 8 hours of octagon time. Like there's a lot. It's not a 1-to-1, but there's a lot of overlap because the more you fight, the more time you're going to far. He's going to still be like 3,000 on the list of UFC fight time. Even if he has 50 fights, it's awesome.
Watch every March Madness game live, all in one place. Catch every buzzer beater and Cinderella story with YouTube TV. Subscription required. Cancel anytime.
Joseph, is RAF the right move to keep Armin's name in the spotlight? For RAF 08, he will try to go 4-0 on the match versus Uriah Faber as the co-main. He will 1,000% go 4-0 against Uriah Faber. That match is not even going to last a minute. Armin's going to attack him in less than a minute. It's going to be pretty wild. But let me tell you something about RAF and Armin Tsarukyan. RAF has, if we were going to do like quarterly awards, RAF is MMA Fighting's promotion of the year by 1,000,000,000 miles. All of their events have destroyed everybody. Every single event they've had this year has destroyed anything the UFC has done or anybody else has done this year. Like, just go look at anything involving Armin Tsarukyan in any way, shape, or form. When it comes to RAF, he has become, I don't know if he's like top. We were talking about this in one of our meetings. Armin, without question, is one of the 7 biggest stars in the UFC right now. At least like how we view him. Everything he touches does mega numbers. Not like good numbers, like massive numbers. More than like anybody else we have on the channel at all. It's crazy. It's crazy how popular he is getting. So, at least to me, like, dude, he should wrestle at every RAF event. Every single one of them. Like, he's just going in there, he's getting a big bag of money, he's getting wins. The Giorgio thing was lightning in a bottle. But at this point, like, just go in there and keep your name relevant, man. Like, just go in there and remind people that you are here. That you are here, that you should be fighting for the belt. You should be... The fact that his post, his April Fool's post, him saying, I'm fighting Ilia Topuria at the White House card, in less than a day, did more views, did more likes on Instagram than the actual announcements of Ilia Topuria versus Justin Gaethje all time. That's bananas. That's friggin' bananas. So, yeah, Armin, keep doing your thing, man. Go to Hype, go to RAF, keep doing this shit as much as possible. Because he's just getting more popular by the day.
When I saw this booking, I want to start by saying, whoever I'm hired to be his PR person is not getting paid enough, because in the past 15 months, he has made one of the more remarkable career turnarounds we've ever seen. Like, this was a dude who was a hardcore darling because he was a good fighter, but nobody cared much about, and is now one of the biggest stars in the promotion, and has, like, more active juice than anyone. And he did it, Mike, shockingly, by doing the thing you always say, he just competed a lot. I do wonder if this is maybe a touch too much, right? Like, going every month to an RAF, that feels like maybe we're on the verge of jumping the shark. Like, I would have liked them to say, you know what, do this at RAF 9, and we get a brief, because just every month is a bit of it's just a lot. It's like a lot. And it feels like we're at risk of this being overexposed. But, I mean, thus far it's all been working, so we'll see. I do wonder if we're getting close to a turning point where there's simply too much on in our lives.
I mean, as long as see what they're doing though is they're booking him brilliant. Like, they're putting him against the right guys. Like, and no one believes Uriah Faber has any shot.
That's the thing. I don't know if this is the right guy. Like, why do I give a fuck about this?
But what will happen is when they show up at that press conference, even though Uriah knows he's in there to just get dusted, that press conference on the day before the event is going to be incredibly entertaining. Because Faber's already like putting out videos and like doing real fun Instagram posts about it. Being like, I'm gonna teach this dude a lesson, even though like we know it's not true. He's gonna go in there just like he did with the Cejudo match. Like, no one expected Faber to beat Cejudo, but their press conference was hilarious. Faber was on fire, like in the best possible way. So Armin will have like a little dance partner, at least to like show how he's pound for pound probably the funniest guy on the roster, and it'll all be good. And then obviously Armin will go in there and crush him. He'll attack him in 45 seconds, but the build to it all is going to get a ton of highlights, a ton of views, and people are going to be talking about it. You know, maybe take May off. Take May off. Get ready to go watch the lightweight title fight. But yeah, keep this cooking right now. But when Cable fights in May, like, you know, maybe sit that one out.
Yeah, I think he should have not done this one because I just don't think this matchup makes any sense. It's not compelling in any way. I am less sold than you are that this is going to get over in a substantial way. It's just like, okay, you know, like, especially because if this were Armin Colby, not interested. You know, they kind of pitched and started to build to that. And now we're getting a squash match, and it's just on the heels of stuff. Like, I think we've done a little too much here. We should maybe take some time. But like at the same time, I mean, I'm sure he's getting paid, so why would you turn down the paycheck to go Bush Uriah? That seems, you know, I would do that. So I get it. I think we're on the risk of overexposure here. He should be a little confident in that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike and Jen, how cool is it to see Kai Kamaka III get the late notice call to fight this weekend at the Apex? Awesome. He's getting to return to the UFC.
Buddy, I've been out of the loop for 2 days. What happened?
Kai Kamaka is back in the UFC, Jed, and it's not even like some dude got injured and we have to have him like be the emergency fill-in. They re-signed him and another fighter to just be a late notice entry on this card on Saturday. He is taking on 11-1 Dakota Hope, who has fought for Fury FC a whole bunch. He's fought for LFA, Peak Fighting, pretty fun guy. And yeah, Kai Kamaka III. Dude is he certainly paid his dues outside of the UFC in order to get his opportunity back. Man, I thought he was even gone for this long. It's been almost 5 years since his last UFC fight. Since then, it's
PFL run.
Yeah, 5 Bellator fights, 3 PFL fights. Did he go to the finals? Was he a finalist?
Did he lose to Brendan Loughnane?
Yeah, was that a final fight? No, that was a playoff fight. He lost in the playoffs. And then he went to Tough Enough.
Loughnane beat the finals.
Bubba Jenkins.
Everyone has free offers on the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives you a reliable T-Mobile families save over $700 versus the other competitors. And our exclusive plans include amazing benefits plus our 5-year price guarantee. Switch to T-Mobile and save on a big scale.
Yeah, I believe
Timur Khizriev.
Oh, yes.